the back. Can you just shift one row ahead? One row ahead. Just shift one row ahead. Except for the front row, just shift one row ahead. All those who are right at the back, can you please shift one row ahead? Please, please, please. We have almost 9 chairs on a table. Just move, 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 move. All those right there at the back. Sir. Okay, sir, I'm talking to all of you. Yeah, just shift one row ahead. One row ahead. Yeah, move, 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 move. Sir, kahan ja rahe ho? Aage aa rahe. That's about it. Move, move, move. Just move, move one row ahead. Okay. You know, it's always good to progress in life. So, sir, you still went on the last row. Can you just shift? It's my heartfelt request, sir, please. Sorry? They have moved. Finally. Yeah, I could feel that. I mean, there was a resistance. But okay, great. I think, firstly, welcome to this wonderful Construction Leadership Conclave 2.0. And let's begin with a high energy good morning. So let's have a powerful good morning. That's a wonderful morning. And how many of you are excited for today's event? Woo! Okay, yeah, make some noise if you're excited. You know what, we have this wonderful whole day event where we're going to bond, we're going to learn, we're going to really enjoy this wonderful event. But any event, we always love starting events with respecting the country in which we are in right now. So can we start, all of you please rise for the national anthem. Yeah. Okay, can we have a loud applause for the anthem?
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you guys, thank you for respecting both the national anthems. So at this moment we would love to start this event by lighting the candle because it's a symbolic event where we will be actually igniting the fire inside all of us. So may I request the eminent guests here today to please, grace the stage and help us with the candle lighting. So I'm going to request the President and Chancellor of Nicmar, Dr. Anil Kashyap, sir. Sir, can you please join us on the stage? And as these dignitaries are coming up, please keep clapping for them. Please keep clapping. Okay, I would also request the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sushma Kulkarni, to please join us here on the stage. Guys, keep clapping for all of these dignitaries. Okay, and the head alumni, Dr. Sri Vidya, can you also please join us here? Okay, wonderful. And we also have some amazing guests here. And we have the Managing Director of Shapurji International, Mr. Cyrus Engineer. Can we have a loud applause for him? And from the Agni core team, I would request Mr. Balkrishnan to please join us on the stage. BK, please come up. Let's have a loud applause for BK. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. May I request the events team to please help them to get the candle lighting happening? For all of them. Other reasons you are here in this room? Anybody here to network with each other? Oh, wow. My goodness, I can see a lot of hands up there for networking. Okay, that's amazing, amazing. You know, because Robert Kiyosaki keeps saying that, you know what, the poor people in the world are looking for work, while the rich network. And you are here to meet each other, network with each other, probably take your life and your career to a next level. So that's amazing that you guys are all here. So can we have a huge round of applause for Nicmar dear? Wow, wow, wonderful, thank you, thank you. And also this event has been blessed with amazing key sponsors, which is Polaris International, Hedge & Sachs, Asa and Abloy, Hager, and we also have our industry partner, which is Scene Recruit. Can we have a loud applause for all of these partners? Well, this event, I think we couldn't have found the best person to start this event, so that he can give the opening notes for this event. This guy is an ACM 14 pass out. He hails from Pathankot, Punjab, and I think I have seen very few people who are so committed, so dedicated, so dynamic, extremely energetic guy. And he's also done his MBA from Glasgow. He's been in the industry for almost 2 decades, but in the last 2 years he has been on his own. He's got his entrepreneurship hat on. He's creating a lot of ripples here in Dubai. So let's welcome on the stage with a huge round of applause, Mr. Balkrishnan. Loud applause to Mr. Balkrishnan. Over to you for the opening.
commitment to keep our alumni network vibrant and entertaining has truly been Mr. Cyrus, thank you very much for joining today, sir. And continue meeting Nicmarians Alumni. Once again, welcome to this spectacular engagement and here to the stage. I would like Dharmendra to come on the stage and share the journey about effectively the first job was in Dubai. I came in on 28th October 2003. So it's almost 20 years, and this coinciding with such a great meet. It's great to see you all here, right? So I'll just take you through the key objectives, and the overall journey so far. Yeah, next. All right, so first of all, we started with a small WhatsApp group, and today this community is over 8,000 globally. We have around 14 chapters. We have over 150 volunteers working for this alumni body, globally. We have 8,000 plus members registered on Agni app, and that's the power of Nicmar, and that's the power of this strong community globally. The idea is to keep a strong, connected alumni body which meet, transfer knowledge, maintain the thought leadership. Key objectives with which we started with was to create a strong alumni network and leverage the power of Nicmar and the industry we have, right? So the first thing, the core of it is to create a connected alumni. So today, as I mentioned, we have 8,000 plus Nicmarian connected. So if we have to say hello in a span of a second, it can reach out to 8,000 Nicmarian globally, right from US, Canada, Tuticorin, Nagarcoil, Ladakh, I mean, you name it, and you have that connected power, with us. Second is to maintain the thought leadership in the industry. What we realize over the period is there are construction companies, there are real estate bodies, there are project management bodies, there are EPCs, but there's no one larger thought leadership community, pan-India, or I would say globally also, which really converge all these areas of real estate and construction, into one. And I think Nicmarians have that power to really take that thought leadership ahead, whether to work with the government, academia. That's the second core objective we have. The third is to foster knowledge and bringing excellence, right? So we know how much dearth of excellence we have in the industry. Theoretical knowledge is available, how to replicate, how to imbibe that theoretical knowledge into practical aspect. One of the key agenda when we were deciding for this meet is to keep that at core. So fireside chat in the second half is purely an informal session wherein we would like to share the stories of Nicmarian, how they moved, So all the meet, that's the key at the core, We have a strong Agni business community, and last year, in measurable terms, we generated new revenue of around 20 CR through this community. If you will say passive, it must be, 1,000 crore plus, wherein the business is, has seen hand with Nicmarians being there, because you go through a process and all, but this is like tangible terms, Larger industry benchmarking and excellence, as I mentioned, is another core objective. Entrepreneurship development, we're working with Nicmar closely on the startup club. Within the community, we would like to create a startup fund. That's one key objective which we'd like to work on moving forward. At the core of all this is giving back to the alma mater, giving back to Nicmar, giving back to the society. So the last 2 points. Changing the narrative, right? So we have 900 plus Nicmarian passing out every year. They're looking for good life, right? But changing the narrative towards excellence, changing the narrative towards leadership thinking, changing the narratives towards healthy lifestyle. So many of our initiatives, if you see, are really stitched around it. Agni Fitness Challenge, which we hosted in 2018, and this year again, the idea was to recognize the fitness excellence, So many of these initiatives are just to change the narrative, the way the Nicmarians, think. This is the present provisional steering committee. I think we've met some of them. And I covered on this, but largely this is a journey so far. So we started on 3rd June 2018 with 3 friends meeting over a beer drink, on a Sunday, and created a WhatsApp group. By the evening, that first WhatsApp group was filled, 257. That's the first time we came to know that 257 is the maximum strength. We met on Sunday. By next Sunday, we have 14 WhatsApp group, right? So, and then that lead to creating smaller chapters. So Mumbai, Pune, Kolkata, Kerala, Chennai, UAE, MENA. So that's been journey so far, and I think there's immense potential in this community working with the industry, and we look forward. I'll request Manan and Yati to come forward, and just take the snippet forward. Right? We have a small AV covering the journey so far, and I'll request the video to be played. Yeah, thanks. Looking forward to it. Thanks.
Wow, that was wonderful. I think kudos to this core committee of these 5 gentlemen who have been making sure that we all are able to network, able to connect to each other. So can we have a loud applause to the Agni team here? Loud applause, come on. Wow, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I mean, I really heartfelt gratitude to all of you guys, what you're doing, because of which we all are connecting globally. And I think I heard that statement, which was like, 8,000 Nicmarians, you can just say one hello and it goes to all of them. It's a proud moment for all of us to be a part of this wonderful community. Well, at this moment, I would love to now bring upon on stage this amazing gentleman who has a bachelor's degree in civil engineering with a distinction from NIIT Kurukshetra. He's also has the master's in urban planning from School of Planning and Architecture, which is New Delhi, and a PhD from University of Ulster, United Kingdom. He's also the alumnus of Harvard University with training in higher education, leadership, and change management. He's a fellow of the Higher Education Academy of the United Kingdom. I think this is an impressive bio that I'm reading out here. Well, he is also the first president and chancellor of Nicmar University, Pune and Hyderabad both. And he has 30 years of experience in practice, academia, and research, both in India and abroad. And in his leadership roles, he has been the head of UWE Bristol School of Geography and Environmental Management, deputy head of Coverty University of School of Energy, Environment and Construction, and the founding professor and director of RICS School of Real Estate, before taking up as this wonderful role as the president and chancellor of Nicmar, Dr. Anil Kashyap. Welcome, sir. We would love to hear from you. So I think we've all been a part of Nicmar, and when the president as well as the chancellor is here to address you, I think there are a lot of nuggets that we're going to take up from this wonderful talk that we are all looking forward to hearing from him. BK, all set here? Okay. So, sir, with your permission, can I just interact with the room till then? Can we have the lights on till then? The lights, please. Okay. All of you here today, some of you shared that you're here to learn something. Some of you shared here that you're here to network something. And the eminent speakers are going to talk about amazing things. But can we have the lights, please? Okay, we should get them. Okay, cool. So, yeah, thank you. Here. So in order to network with each other, in order to bond with each other, how many of you have been to a pure networking event anytime before? A pure networking event. Okay, I can see, barely 4 or 5 hands up where you've been to a pure networking event. How many of you are here at a networking event for the very first time? At a networking event for the very first time. Awesome. And some of you are like, very simple question tha. Gaye ho ya nahi gaye ho? But still, I could see some hands which were like, Kedar, tu kuch bhi baat kar, we are not going to raise our hands, okay? So the whole idea here is, when you come to a networking event, okay, how do you network? What is the key to success in a networking event? Anybody in the room? Anybody in the room? What is the key to success for a networking event? Anybody? Let's hear some shares. Anybody? Some of you have been to a networking event, and even if you've not been to a networking event, what do you think? What's the key to success in a networking event? Be open to meeting new people. Wonderful. Thank you so much, ma'am. Can we have an applause for her? And in a room full of over 100 people, to stand up and speak in itself takes a lot of courage. So thank you so much for saying, be open to people. What else? What else? Approach. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. What else? Sorry? Communicate and be open. Wonderful. Absolutely. You know what? I'm going to give you 2 key skills to be a powerful networker. Okay? The first thing is you should be extremely good at listening. How many of you been to school? Yeah, everybody's gone to school, right? And in school, we learn to read, we learn to write, okay? We learn to speak, but we never learn to listen. And networking is all about listening. If you are a wonderful listener, and you need to listen with all your 5 senses. If you are able to listen with your 5 senses, you can make a connect, you can make a bond with people, and that is where networking starts to happen. And the second thing is, in any networking place, if you want to be remembered forever, you should use the 5 magical words. And if you use these 5 magical words, anyone whom you meet in a networking event will remember you forever. Should I tell you those? May I? Yes. Yeah, because I was like, किसी को सुनना नहीं है तो नहीं बताऊंगा. Okay, the 5 magical words are very simple. How can I help you? The moment you ask that other person, so if I'm meeting Yayati, I might ask him, hey Yayati, how can I help you? And that person will be like, wow, this person is genuinely keen, interested in me, to helping me. I would love to connect with this person. So any networking event, don't ever go and first push your card saying, oh, I am this, I am this. No, listen. And how do you listen? By asking a simple question, how can I help you? How many of you are going to do that? You will do that? Okay, some of you are like, no, I still can't do that. Okay, that's okay. You know, start to learn, because we've never learned how to network. We've never learned to listen. Some of you must be wondering, why am I talking about it? Okay, I belong to a group which is called as BNI, which is Business Network International. It is the world's largest networking organization, and I am their national trainer for BNI India. So that is why I'm speaking something about networking. If you can use that, it can help you generate more connections and bring in a lot of prosperity in life. And I think we are all set with the Chancellor of Nicmar. So can we have a loud applause for Dr. Anil Kashyap?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and Nicmar alumni. It is my great pleasure and privilege to be here with you all in Dubai for this international meet of Nicmar family. I'm really, really pleased, and I'm extending my welcome to all of you to be here this whole day and getting in touch with all the colleagues, seniors, family, and friends in this alumni meet. This is sort of an historic moment here. We have come together after a long time. The previous meet happened before COVID, and we were stuck with the pandemic, and we had limited opportunities to connect. However, during that period as well, I have been in touch with the core members and the key alumni around Pune, Mumbai, and in India, and it was really heartening to see how much enthusiasm and belongingness Nicmar alumni have got with the institute. And that's where whole my passion and motivation to be in touch with all of you had come from. And that has not died down till even this last invitation, and I was really happy to jump on this and gather a quick team of colleagues here, including our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sushma Kulkarni, and Dr. Srividya Sridharan, all these, and then working with the committee as well, that we got this whole thing together and we are here in this historic day. And I'm sure we will have more of them, and I have got some more dates in my diary as well. It would be really useful to go through the sort of journey where we have come from, and it will be really helpful to recap, because the saying goes that you need to know, if you need to go forward, you need to know that where you have come from. Nicmar has been not just an institute, it has been a mission. And it has been a mission which has been led by our current chairman of Nicmar board, Mr. Ajit Gulabchand, along with other key members. And if you can look at here that who we have got, and these are the industry leaders. These are the industry leaders, SP Shapurji Palonji, and I'm really delighted to welcome Cyrus Engineer for gracing this occasion. Thank you very much, sir, and very warm welcome. And the contribution has been enormous in last 40 years from the group as well. Very well representation and very active representation earlier by late Cyrus Mistry and currently by Shapur Mistry as well, who has been really inspirational in our board meetings, and thank you very much for all of your support. We have got Simplex, we have got Gammon, is the core members of the trustee, along with the major infrastructure and materials companies here. We can see, L&T, Ultratech, ITC, Patel, all these construction federation, and this has become a powerhouse in terms of our composition and the foundation is concerned. So on these solid foundations, we in early 1980s, along with these key educational institutions, Loughborough University, University of Michigan, MIT, UNDP, ILO, Mumbai University, crafted the first postgraduate program in advanced construction management. And that was the beginning, and that was a very small batch, and now we can proudly say that Nicmar is running world's largest postgraduate program in construction management. No other university in the entire world have got 750 or 800 plus postgraduate construction management students studying under one roof at one point in time. So this is the kind of achievement, and I'm really, really thankful and grateful to the supporter of Nicmar, and we are really, really blessed with such an insightful leadership with us. You can map perhaps your journey on this timeline. This is a little bit hazy in terms of number of key points and the milestones, but you can clearly see here that how we have evolved over a period of time, right from 1990, 82, 83, when it was founded, with Pune campus in 1990s, then Delhi Center started added into mid-90s, Hyderabad Center or Hyderabad campus and center in 2000s, early 2000. Goa Center was added in 2014-15, and we have now pan-India presence with the university in Pune as Nicmar University, and Nicmar University Hyderabad is coming very shortly with some legislation. Approvals are yet pending, but it has been cleared by the state government of Telangana to become a a university in Hyderabad. So we are really, really proud of the journey what we are actually have traversed over last about 4 decades. If we are there as an educational institution of eminence, we have to have a vision. And this is something which we are really proud of. And we really proud of the vision which we have now sort of grounded in our day-to-day life. And there are really significant meaning to some of these words which we are actually putting here in our vision, which is to be a global university to promote sustainability, embrace enterprising values, produce industry-ready professionals for responsible built environment. And this is where we are at the minute, sitting here. We are truly global with so many professionals contributing to that vision. And the word responsible here has been put, with very, very, with thoughtfulness as well, that entire universe is striving for sustainability, the resource conservation, but at the same time, ethics as well into built environment. Ethics are so important. And that's where we are saying that we want to produce responsible built environment professionals. And that's the USP which we are trying to promote and take it forward as Nicmar. And that will be going, in our day-to-day life, in our programs, in our, projects and everything. We have got number of values as well, and these values really determines what we are and what we will be. And these values are in terms of excellence, to be ambitious, collaborative, to be inclusive, and to be enterprising. And these represents the values of what we are sitting here collectively as such, and we are taking them forward into our future planning as well. As Nicmar, we have always been one family. We have always been together. There is hardly any differentiation, distinction between, where we have come from, graduated, studied, but we all are Nicmarian. And that's where I say, we are Nicmar and I am Nicmar. As a part of reorganization and new development, which I have just shared about university in Hyderabad, university in Pune, it was time to look at our compositions. And at the minute, it looks like that this is still work in progress, but as an entity, when we say we are Nicmar, we are a university in Pune, we are a university coming up in Hyderabad, we have got strong executive education, and we have got another campus plan for NCR, which will be our own entity as Nicmar. I will just briefly touch upon some of these reorganizational things as well, just to give a flavor that as a result of, and since you have graduated, how Nicmar has got regathered and reconstituted itself into a more structured university and higher education entity. And this is an example of our Pune campus. We have got 6 schools at the minute. There are more, in terms of new developments are coming up, and we will be adding those entities as well. But at the minute, we are mainly organized ourselves into construction management school, project management. We have been really proud to add architecture and planning into our real estate portfolio as well. School of Engineering with BTech, School of Energy and Environment with our focus on sustainability, and Nicmar Business School with the MBAs in specializations as well as bachelor's program in business administration. And it has now, you can see the spectrum of the university, getting up, and you will hear more from Vice Chancellor later on about university and its initiatives and its programs. But look at the spread here as well, and the bottom is tied up through executive education and the doctoral school as well. So Nicmar is really proud, and this is a first step that we have got a Nicmar doctoral school of our own. We have got 20 PhD students, scholars working on campus in Pune. And as we grow and as we expand, it has become really, really popular. Those 20 graduates, the scholars, have come from an application pool of almost 100. So now we have got our second application round on, and already hundreds of aspirants expressed their willingness to be doing PhD with Nicmar Doctoral School. So we are really getting into the research part of it more and more, which is R of Nicmar, the last letter of Nicmar research, and we are getting into that as well. Philosophy-wise, concretized onto number of aspects of quality learning environment, highly trained faculty. You have seen that. High-value employer engagement, tie-ups with Indian and foreign universities, and culture of research and entrepreneurship. This actually makes us really unique in terms of construction, management, and research domain. In order to go forward and go as per sort of our vision plan, Nicmar has started developing its Nicmar 2030 strategy, and these are a number of pillars of the strategy. And if we have these pillars concretized, and at the minute I speak, these are getting developed, and once it is ready, then we will be able to then map the journey and map the indicators that where we are excelling on these pillars. And that's where this whole process has already started, and we have been working hard on getting Nicmar strategy in place as well by end of this year. And that is a challenge, but we are trying to get all the stakeholder engaged, number of consultations are happening, and all these inputs then get into the Nicmar strategy, and that's where we are. So with this sort of quick whistle-stop tour of where we have come from, where we are at the minute, and where we are heading to, I'm really delighted to be with you and be part of this August gathering. Number of distinguished guests are here. I would like to speak with them as well and take some feedback, and that's where we are going forward. And I again welcome you to this alumni meet, and thank you very much. There is a there is a QR code here for some feedback on the strategy. Please use that and give us some feedback. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir? Thank you for the wonderful enlightening of where Nicmar is currently and what is happening back at Nicmar. I'm sure all of us would love to connect back to Nicmar as much as possible. We have amazing memories of this wonderful institution. So can we have a loud applause for Dr. Anil Kashyap there? Thank you, sir. Thank you for enlightening us where we are. In fact, when you were speaking, I remember one of our late professors, Professor Patwardhan, who used to teach contracts for us. And I remember in one of his sessions, he was sharing with us that he has been, an alumni of IIT. And when he went to IIT, he said that time IIT was not that big. People did not, rate, oh, you are from IIT. Okay, that was not happening. And he said, what? it's now that IIT has become so big that we are cashing on the benefits of IIT becoming IIT. You know, I could really sit there and have those goosebumps, feeling that, yeah, now Nicmar, the way sir is saying, we have gone to such a level that we have that, we can carry that pride as Nicmarians. So really, really proud to be a part of Nicmar. And I think right now there are a lot of Nicmarians right now here in Dubai. How many of you are based in Dubai right now? Okay, wow, make some noise, guys. Give yourselves a huge applause. Okay, and we would love to also, appreciate few volunteers who have helped this event happen from Dubai itself. So I'm going to request them to please stand so that we can see who they are, we can connect to them, network with them. Sam, can you please stand? Santosh, Aniket, Divakar, Ehsan, Hussain, Kamal, and Akhilesh. Okay, guys, thank you so much for doing everything that you're doing for this event to happen a success. Really appreciate that. Well, at this moment, I am going to invite upon stage this wonderful gentleman who's going to talk about some leadership mantras. Okay, he's going to give you leadership mantra. He's been in the industry for over 35 years. And I think that's one long time. And in 35 years, he started his journey with MEAs, the Military Engineering Services. That is where he started his journey as an employee there. He grew slowly, steadily in this whole journey. He did projects in various cities in India as well as various countries across the globe. Moving on from this journey as a team member in MES, today he is the director of Colliers, and he's heading this wonderful company which has over 1,600 professionals. 1,600 professionals is a huge number of people to handle. And the beauty, what his company is doing amazing, because he also has a core team which he believes, which is also full of Nicmarians. So really, really appreciate him, the way he is handling this wonderful company of his. And he is the director of operations, the director for Colliers. And he has, I would love to mention this, something very specific, that since the acquisition of Synergy, Sankey has helped deliver 120 million square feet of real estate development across multiple asset classes. I think really, really amazing. We would love to hear from you what amazing work that you have been doing for in your journey, the leadership mantras. So ladies and gentlemen, let's have a loud applause for Sankey Prasad.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Nicmarians. I love the name Agni. I first would like to thank Mr. Raghavendra. He's been a client, a great friend, for inviting me to speak to you on this occasion. The dignitaries who are here, proud to see all of you. And I don't think that I know much or I have the capability to speak to such a great gathering of stalwarts who are in the industry, I think, who know better than me and who are smarter than me. However, given the responsibility to speak to you on two things, I was told one is on entrepreneurship and on leadership. I love these subjects, and I was told by Raghavendra that you can take 30 minutes. For me, 30 minutes is like a little difficult, but I'll try to do justice within the 30 minutes. So let me start with telling you about my life and my career, which can give you an idea about entrepreneurship and how I embarked on it. I'm a civil engineer from Bangalore, passed out in 1982, and started like any engineer as a junior engineer. As you heard, started first in the government of India with the defense. Came out of it very soon for various reasons and moved into the private world. And I always was ambitious, let me tell you. I always was ambitious, and I always wanted to be at the top. In fact, may not be the best of advice, but to move ahead of someone who was above me was always my goal. And I was one of the youngest project managers. When I was about 8 years of my career, I became a project manager to head some leading projects in Bombay, then moved to various parts of the world, including representing Paul Reichman in London for the Canary Wharf and building the Canada Square building. I was a project head there, and then I moved on to, I got an opportunity to come back to India to head a company called the TCG Soros Group, which just came to India to head the real estate and be one of the directors, board members. Ran it for 7 years. At all the times,
as I told you, being ambitious, I had one vision and one goal personally, that is to be at the top. And I think it's God's grace and wonderful people around me and the opportunities that I got that helped me to start something when I was about 39 years old, a company called Synergy, which was purely into project management. Now, that comes into the point about what's entrepreneurship. So in 2002, when I started Synergy, believe me, project management was not something that was prominent in the industry. There used to be construction management. You've had a lot of companies that were doing construction management, but I wanted to do something different. I wanted to provide a solution to the problems that was faced in India in the real estate industry. The first point was you always found developers complaining that either an architect would blame the project construction managers, the engineers, or the structural consultant. There was a blame game with no one realizing that the problem or someone's money is at stake, and delays and problems that are happening in the projects were leading to a huge disaster in the end delivery of projects. So I thought that I should start something new, and believe me, all developers and clients had a methodology of doing the project management themselves. So I started Synergy with a goal and a vision, that is to provide a first to last solution to the project management or the development industry, and give them a solution right from the management of the design to the procurement, to the construction, cost, quality, time, and to deliver the end product, which was something which was unmatched. Now, remember, I was starting something which didn't exist. I was starting something which was new. So there was a huge risk. There was a challenge, but I was very sure that I wanted to start something new. Now, what were the ingredients that were required for it? You just heard a little before about networking. That networking in the past 7 or 8 years, I did. People knew me. And so it was easy for me to go and present this new methodology. So from doing it in-house, people started trusting this new philosophy, the new technology that I was proposing and promoting, that this is going to make a difference. And it made a difference to those developers. The second ingredient was a great team of people. The Nicmarians, quite a lot of them who have grown with me. I've seen a few of them here today. And a lot of them are there across the globe today. Nicmarians who've been partners with me, and some of them are still with me. And let me tell you that that really made a big difference. So when you talk about entrepreneurship, it's starting something that you think can make a difference to what is there. It's just not to start any other business, but to start something which makes a big difference and provides a solution to the problems that are there. And more importantly, also lead to something called as giving back to society. I see that one of the most active alumni that I've seen is the Nicmarians, to be honest with you. Full appreciation. You really need a big round of applause, because it's one of the best that I've seen as active and who do such a lot, including giving back to society. And entrepreneurship is also about giving back to society. If you look at, the key ingredients, first is to have a definite purpose on any business. It's not about, if I'm a very simple engineer who not even was a topper in college, by the way, I'm sorry to all the academicians here. I was not one of those toppers. I was one of those who was the backbenchers. And, but let me tell you, it's, if you have a definite purpose, and if you can set goals and follow them to accomplish them, it's easy to set goals. It's like dreaming, we all dream big, but there's very few who pursue the dreams. As long as you can dream and stay focused and pursue your dreams, believe me that you can achieve the best. Like there's an old saying that you dream for the moon, you'll at least be among the stars. And I think that's where a few people like me have reached. But the key is that you have to accomplish your dreams by setting the goals. Always keep looking for new ideas. As entrepreneurs, I think the successful entrepreneurs are those who keep changing the ideas, keep getting new ideas, keep setting new goals and achieving them. Don't wait to start. Many of the times, the biggest problem is people waiting to start. You think that, oh, is it the right time? Is it the right time? It's this the right time. You've got to start, make a plan, and get going. And last but most important is to find the right audience. You need to make sure that it's not everyone. Sometimes you feel that everyone you meet is someone who's going to buy what you're selling. It's not. You need to find the right audience. You need to find the people who understand and who appreciate whatever you're doing, and that's going to make a big difference. If you look at some of the leading so-called entrepreneurs, be it from Musk to Oprah Winfrey, even, I'll tell you a small story about, I know you might have heard this about Adi Dassler, the one who invented Adidas. When he invented Adidas, there were several sports companies who were making shoes, and he had a lot of competition, to be honest. But what is the difference that he made? He used to listen to all the sportsmen and what are the problems that they're facing when they are running or in all their experiences. And he created shoes solving those problems, and he became Adidas, which is, as you all know, one of the leading sports providers, and right from Olympics to football to name it, every single sport he had invented the best. It's about understanding, making a plan, the requirements of the tenants. Entrepreneurship is all about really understanding. But among all these, whether you talk about, I told you about Oprah Winfrey, Musk, Jack Ma, anyone, you take all the entrepreneurs, at some stage, there's something called as you give back to society. One is to make a business profitable, to see that the business grows with the changes and with the times, and keep inventing, keep growing, and keep doing new things, the changes that you can bring about. And most importantly is to giving back to society. Entrepreneurship, let me tell you, is something that everyone should try. There's enough opportunities in this country for everyone to be entrepreneurs. So my advice to you is be confident. This is the time. Seize the opportunity, move forward, and be the great entrepreneurs who also give back to society, make the country, make the world a better place to live. Now, I'd like to move to leadership, which is something which is a very favorite subject of mine. Many people misunderstand leadership as a designation, as a position that you hold. But let me tell you, to me, leadership is quite different. It's stewardship. It's about how you can carry all your people with you. What are the important qualities of a leader? What are the important qualities of a leader? I think that with my practical experience about leadership, it's first is a vision. A leader will have a clear vision on what he wants to do, where he wants to be, and what he wants his people to do, the so-called followers. Now, please remember, when I say followers, it's not a leader who chooses the followers, but it's a followers who chooses the leader. That's because a person who leads by an example will end up getting followers automatically. It's a huge process wherein you win. Like when I was introduced, they were telling me about, they were talking about the people who have been with me, Nicmarians and the SPAs and IITs, and a lot of them have been still with me for 30 years. In 40 years of my career, I have people who've been with me for 30 years. And they're still with me, and they're partners with me. So the important thing is a vision on what you want to do, and where you want to be, and how you want to grow, and how you want your people to grow is the key to give the vision, and making your people believe the vision and to understand the vision is the key for a leader. The second thing is courage. I think that a leader should have the courage which is just not one where fear overtakes. In every situation, a leader should be one who leads from the front. You will always find that there are people, when there are problems, they try to throw the problem at the people or try to find someone to solve the problem. But then you have people who step in at the time when there's a problem and start leading from the front. That's a leader. To be courageous, to face all problems. Problems are going to be there, let me tell you. Who are the leaders? I compare this to, the story of an eagle. I always tell this story in most of my talks. I'll tell the story of this eagle where you have these sparrows and small birds which during a rain and storm, when there's thunder, lightning, you find them hiding under the shelters, what you call the chedjas. I'm sure all of you will understand what's a chedja. The sunshades, they'll go and hide, find a place to hide. What does an eagle do? It flies right through the storm, through the clouds, through the lightning, through the thunder. It doesn't get, it has no fear. Goes beyond that and soars and sails beautifully above in the blue skies. What does that teach us? The lesson that I've learned from the life of an eagle is to soar beyond the problem, face the problems, go through it, and not fearing death, not fearing anything that comes in the way, but moving beyond and reaching to the blue skies is what causes the eagle to be a clear leader and to show that courage. So a good leader would face all the problems, lead the people, go through the storms, go through the problems until it's a safe place and they all soar together in a great level. The next point which I felt a good leader should have is integrity. I think there's nothing beyond integrity which is for a good leader. The more truthful you are, the more honest you are to your people, to your organization, to what you're doing, and be transparent in everything that you do leads to the qualities that people will follow you as a leader. Your leadership qualities should contain at all levels the transparency and integrity, which leads to a huge amount of fan following and people following you all the time. Humility is my next point. One of the biggest enemies of leaders are the ego. Let me tell you, the moment an ego comes into play, that leadership is lost. You start going down the ladder, facing a whole lot of problems in facing all the issues and starting becoming negative. To be humble, to be right down to earth is something that's very important. Let me tell you, egos are the biggest enemies of even organizations going bankrupt today. It causes enemies, it causes problems, it causes friction. And let me tell you that if you have the humility of, like we just saw, that it's nice to know from where you came, where you started, the moment you have humility, that's a first sign of a true leader. However great you become, however big you are, you might be the CEO of Apple, you might be the CEO of the biggest company, but if you can stay humble, be the same person, accessible to everybody, you are the leader and you are the person whom people will follow. And you don't have to worry about the success that will follow automatically. Your focus. I believe that leaders should be very focused. If I look at my life, I'll tell you that I had one focus. That's what should be my way forward in life. Even today, I'm focused that today morning I got ready. I should come here. I should talk to you. And I have 5 other assignments today. But a whole planning for what I need to do. Though I don't make presentations, I'm sorry for that, being a backbencher, but I'm able to talk to you with my practical experience that are focused. I always give the story of many of you, I'm not sure if you see the National Geographic, where if you see how a lion hunts, it sits and watches a herd of sheep or the buffaloes running. But have you observed that it doesn't chase anything or everyone? It may chase the fastest of that buffaloes or goats, but it looks, focuses, and then it chases, and it attacks and it gets it. The laser focus, what you call, whether it's on your life, your future, the organization, your vision, your goal, your people. As a leader, your focus should be not just on your personal life. More important is to how to create a growth plan for your people. When you care for your people on how they grow. Today, Nicmarians, after they have passed out, have all grown. Many of them, I got a card just now of the CEO of a large company. How did it happen? It's because someone saw the potential, helped you to grow. The growth is something that a leader looks at. How to grow your people. Every one of the people working with you have to grow. You need to think about their development. A leader's focus is more on them than himself. As I told you, it's very important to accept mistakes as a leader. In my organization, I accept 100 times and say I make the maximum mistakes. It's not a shame and it's not a bad quality. No one is perfect. I make the most mistakes. When I started Synergy and ran it for 20 years and then Colliers picked it up, I had the first investment of Blackstone in my company, which was in 2008 when they picked up 35% stake in Synergy. And then I bought back 50% in 2017. And in 2019, I sold it to Colliers, and I still hold 22% in Colliers, India. The whole idea was to tell you about in spite of all these that I do, I still accept that I make the maximum mistakes. We learn, it's experiences. I think the admission of making mistakes is the first quality of a true leader. And when you hear someone give you an advice to listen, you heard a little before, I loved that point someone said about listening. I tell you, the best leaders are those who listen. If you have the patience to listen to your people, believe me, your people will really trust you and people will follow you like you. It's unbelievable. There's no one who is better than what you call that, one who can listen and one who accepts his mistakes and one who takes advices and grow. Next is to delegate. Delegation is another big point where people have a big fear of delegating. Will he do it right? Will he do it the best way? Like there's an old saying that if you want to do small things, you can do it yourself. You can keep doing it yourself. But if you want to do big things, you need to delegate. You need to have a greater team and have a trust in them. You need to trust them to do it. There's a beautiful story of a butterfly, which I'm sure many of you would have heard it. There was a man who was very intrigued in watching how a butterfly is coming out of the cocoon. And he was watching it with a lot of interest, and he found that the cocoon is it's struggling, the butterfly is struggling to come out of the cocoon, and he is watching, and he thought that, okay, let me make it easier, and he just cuts the end and lets the butterfly comes out. And to his surprise, he finds that the butterfly is like bulky with fluid and not able to even move. And what was the reason for it? The reason was that the fluid in the body of the butterfly is pushed into the wings, and when it is fully spread into the wings is when it comes out. It is prematurely that this man cut the cocoon, whereby it could never fly and it just kept crawling and its life ended like that. What's the moral of that story is, many a times we don't have the patience when we delegate to our people and give them the authority, give them the right to do things. Even if it means to make mistakes, we make mistakes. To allow them to do, we turn to the option of using the scissors to cut and to do things, and we'll never let that person grow. The more you give the freedom, the more the problems they face, you're making leaders grow within your organization or wherever you are. So, I always love to tell stories about various leadership skills. Another story that has really, touched me is from the story of an American Army sectional officer who was sitting on a horseback and whipping his soldiers to dig the trenches and prepare themselves for sheltering from the enemy, and he was going on abusing and whipping them when a passerby comes on a horseback and stops by and tells this sectional officer, what's happening, what are you doing, why are they struggling, why are you not helping them? And he says, if you feel so interested, why don't you help them? He gets off the horseback, he gets into the trench, helps them, and takes care of them, and works with them with his hand, digs the trenches, makes it ready, and he goes back to the sectional officer and tells him, the next time your position is preventing you from being hands-on or working with your team, let me know. I'll give you a better position where you can sit back forever. Means you can go home. And the person who came was General Washington. He was above the sectional officer. So the key to the story is the best leaders are the ones who lead from the front, the ones who work hands-on with the team of people. You need to be one among them. The other point of a good leader is to take to manage failures and success. How do you manage failure and success? When there is a failure, how you manage the failure is actually the important thing. Success is easy to manage. For some people, success, it just goes to the head and you just think that you're above the world and above everything else. But let me tell you, managing failure is a very important part of one's life. I know most of you are successful, and I'm sure that you will be even more successful in life, but remember how you manage success. So I'll give you a good example of Dr. Abdul Kalam, who tells a story of, when the first satellite was being launched, it failed. And when it failed, the world press was sitting in the front and wanting to listen to him as a reason for the failure. And then the defense secretary, the ISRO chairman, Satish Dhawan, he goes and says, I will face the press. He goes to the press and says, we failed, but we will come again. He said, and he went back. And after 2 years later, they successfully launched the satellite, and this time Satish Dhawan tells, what's his name? He tells our Dr. Kalam he tells Dr. Kalam, now you go and tell the success to the press. That's facing failures. A leader will face it as his failure and not expose his people. The protection you give to your people, is how. And Kalam goes on to say, that's the day he didn't learn it through his MBAs. He's a highly qualified person, highly educated person. But he says that I learned it practically with my leader who was there and who showed me an exemplary example of how failure was faced by him. So this is something that teaches us that we need to lead with a lot of example, with a lot of vision on how we handle failures. But last but not the least, I tell you the empathy. You need to have empathy. In my organization, when you look at if a office assistant or someone who is in the lowest level of the organization walks up to me and tell me, I have a problem. This happened the other day, last week, just before I left Bangalore. They asked me, he comes and tells me, my mother is in hospital and I need some assistance. Can you help me? And I called there are about 20 layers before he could come to me. But when he comes to me and talks to me, I tell the 20 people, they ask me, why didn't they come to us? I think the reason is he has a confidence that you will solve his problem. I told them that. The day you know that your people can confidently come to you, be it even for their personal problems, be it for their problems in the work, then you become a leader. I'm sorry that I'm not, as I told you, boring you with a lot of things that I've learned, but I tell you the true, what you call as a leadership is about creating leaders, growing leaders within your organization, your own people, taking care of your people, making them leaders of tomorrow, and looking at how you handle success and your failures. The decision making is another key factor which we find leaders fail today. You see, managers are the ones who say, go do it, I don't care how you do it, and leaders are the ones who say, come, let's do it. Means it's always like together. let me tell you that for you as you who are going to be the leaders of tomorrow, I'll leave you with a thought. Are you willing to do that sacrifice? Are you willing to do that hard work in creating a leadership quality of empathy, to be having that, to have the courage, to be the decision makers, to be confident in accepting mistakes, to be confident in telling, leading with a vision, with a guidance and a focus which is unmatched? Believe me, whether it's your own business, whether you're leading a business, you cannot fail. More importantly, it's for us, and I think India has the highest potential, and today I'm sure all of you who are here in the Middle East see the potential that you have. But even I tell you that throughout the globe, you find that the leaders with qualities of leadership are rare to find. I challenge that Nicmarians, I know, have grown just as I have grown from a junior engineer to where I am today. You can do it. Anyone can do it. How do you do it? It's to stay focused, to look at what is best for you, be whether you want to start a business as an entrepreneur. Remember the few ingredients, that is to focus on what you do differently and do it right, do it better, and create leaders that will be an example for not only for you but for the future, and creating many, many, many more entrepreneurs and businessmen and leaders in this world. Thank you very much for this opportunity once again.
I'll call you.
Hope all of you have a great time today. I've got to rush out for some other functions and hope to catch up with you sometime. Thank you very much.
Sir, we will want you to stay back on the stage for a minute or two, sir. But guys, I think this was wonderful, enlightening from Mr. Sankey Prasad. Can we have a loud applause for him? I think I was taking a lot of notes, sir, when you were saying. I could note that, courage, integrity, humbleness, being focused, be open to doing mistakes, delegate, and managing failure. I think brilliant leadership pointers that we all have. How many of you think you can use these pointers to become powerful leaders? Yes? Okay, wonderful, sir. Really, really thank you for enlightening us. And at this moment, I'm going to call Mr. Raghavendra to please come up on stage to felicitate Mr. Sankey Prasad with a small token of appreciation from all of us. Over to you, Raghavendra. So can you come in the center, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you for these wonderful nuggets of wisdom that you've given us.
Questions, I think we can take one or two questions and then in the break. Just one question and then...
Okay. So, sir, we would love to have open to the audience one question if anybody wants to ask him, so that we could take some insights out of his, amazing, wonderful entrepreneurship that he's doing. Anybody has any question? Yes, ma'am. Sir, an interesting question to you.
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful question. When I was an employee, was doing well and working my career, the biggest risk, the challenge, the fear is your own family, to your friends, to everyone, discouraging you. Do you want to do this? The fear of failing. And I think that if you are confident, your confidence level and your vision and your focus that I will do it, I'm not going to, falter or fall back. But the one good thing is, even in case there's a failure, you know that you have had that experience, you've had the backing, that you can always get back to where you want to. But I think that the confidence level, 1, 2, that the only thing that can pull you back is that fear and your own circle of family or friends telling you, do you want to do it? Do you want to do it? What if you fail? What if you fail? But if you can overcome that, by saying that, no, I can do it, I will do it, believe me, you will not fail.
That was amazing, sir. That was very quick. Thank you. I think it applies to that story of a frog which I had heard. There was a group of frogs and they were about to reach a tower top. And all the frogs tried somewhere, half the way they went and some fell, some fell. Finally, only one frog made it to the top. And then they checked with this frog as in, how did you make it to the top? And they came to know this frog who made it to the top was deaf. Correct. So he did not listen to all the naysayers and he went and did that. So thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful insights that you gave us. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And you know what? Right now we are going to have some amazing leaders which are coming up on this stage. But one thing which I recently saw out of leadership and what I've heard of leadership, because we heard leadership, right? And all of you said you want to lead. So I want to talk quickly to you guys about a leader. And this leader has actually scaled the 5 levels of leadership. Anyone heard of the 5 levels of leadership which John Maxwell says? Anybody heard the 5 levels of leadership? There are 5 levels of leadership. And out of these 5 levels of leadership, ye kaisi hoti hai, kya hoti hai? Let me tell you with one simple, powerful example, which is an amazing gentleman who joined the Indian cricket team in 2004. And in 2004, he joined the Indian cricket team, and in his very first outing, he was out for a duck. Yeah, some of you kind of guessed whom I'm talking about. I'm talking about Mahendra Singh Dhoni. Well, this guy went all the 5 levels of leadership by doing something amazing. He started at level 1 of leadership in 2007 when he was made the captain after India lost to Bangladesh. And he was made the captain, that is leadership level 1, which is leadership by position, which sir was speaking very strongly that sirf position hoke kuch nahi hota hai. And that is where he was leadership by position, that was his level 1. There were players in the team like Sachin, Saurav, Sehwag, all of them were stalwarts, way senior to him. And that time he was just a leader by position. And sometimes you might be leadership by positioning. But later on, what you do after that is important to grow to the level 5 leader. The level 2 leadership is leadership by relationship. He started building relationship with all these super seniors, all the members in the team, all the juniors. He started building relationships. Because जब leadership by position होती है, तब लोग करते हैं because करना पड़ेगा. Just because you are saying. But when it becomes leadership by relationship, it is done because for you. Because who you are, what you do, because you create that bond. And that's level 2 leadership. Level 3, I think, which I could see here, is you go them and show the way. He went to leadership level 3 when he performed in 2009. He was the highest run getter in the calendar year. That is leadership by performance. And, after that, he went to the 4th level of leadership, which sir rightly said, which is delegate. You create more leaders. He created a Virat Kohli. He created Hardik Pandya. He created leaders under him. That is leadership level 4. And the highest level of leadership, which is leadership by respect. And that comes by just being who you are. By the moral values, by the, the way sir said, integrity. The integrity that you carry. The person who you are, Captain Cool. That's what he's called. And that's leadership level 5, which is leadership by respect. Very few people are at leadership level 5. Somebody like Mahatma Gandhi, somebody like Nelson Mandela, somebody like Sachin Tendulkar. All of these are leadership level 5 leaders because people follow them just because who they are. Now I want a question to all of you guys. Where are you as a leader? Are you leading by just position? Are you leading by relationship? Are you leading by performance? Are you leading by creating more leaders? Or are you leading by respect? Well, most of us are at leadership level 1 by position. If you want to go to the next level, what you need to do here is network. If you want to lead by relationship, you have to build a bond. And right now on the table on which you are, we want you to quickly connect to whosoever is on your table right away. Okay, I'm going to give you exactly 3 minutes to each one on the table. Introduce yourself in flat 15 seconds. Okay, everybody gets just 15 seconds to tell everyone on the table that who you are, what you do, and what is one good thing about you. Can you tell that? Who you are, what you do, and one amazing or good thing about you. Can you tell this on the table? Wow, I can hear such a big silence here. I'm not asking you to talk about the person next to you. I'm asking you to talk about you. You know what? Jo dikhta hai, wo bikta hai. Okay, if you are seen, you know, you will reach higher levels. I'm sure he can vouch for that leadership thing. Okay, so quickly on the table. Sir, you guys are just 3 of you. If you mind joining any other table, you will be able to network with more. Yeah, Manan, you can go back and join them. Manan, go back and join them there. So guys, go ahead. Quickly, your 3 minutes time starts now. Go. Everybody introduce yourself on the table. Okay, guys, take a seat. Take a seat. So it's a very simple introduction. Name, what you do, and one good thing about you. Seconds left, 60 seconds. Can you reduce the music? Okay, guys, begin finishing up. A 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And give yourselves a loud applause. Come on, guys, make some noise. Okay, awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for just taking that one step towards networking. I'm sure you found somebody interesting on the table. During the entire course of the day, we will meet more and more people. And may I request all the men to pay attention right now? The men. Yeah, the men. Yeah, I'm talking to all the men. Some of them are still not paying attention. Yeah. Okay, you know what? Guys, I'm a part of a networking group big networking group. And one thing that I've learned, you know what? Men, we need to learn how to network. Women are natural networkers, okay? Women are absolute natural networkers. So may I request all the women in the room to please rise. All the women in the room to please rise. Can I request all the women in the room to please rise? Please rise, please rise. Can we have a loud applause for all these wonderful ladies in the room? Loud applause, come on guys. I mean, you guys are amazing networkers. We keep learning from you. And thank you so much. Thank you for all of you wonderful ladies being here. Because this is the time where, you can take a seat. You can take a seat. This is the time where we are going to, right now speak about the, rising to the top, the women in construction and real estate. We are going to have a wonderful panel here. We are going to call all of you wonderful, amazing, powerful powerhouses of your amazing companies to come here and share few nuggets with us, how, you have made a difference to your company. So right now, I'm going to call upon on the dais, Archana Mahajan, who's the director of Middle East Savills. Yeah. Welcome, Archana. Yeah, guys, keep clapping as they come up. May I call upon stage Ashwini Walsang, the director for Deals PwC. Loud applause for her. Calling on stage Miss Madhulika Pise, Director Design and Sustainability. Madhulika, wonderful. Thank you so much. May I call upon Mandana, who's the founder and MD of Audley's International. Loud applause for, yeah, you can come up on the stage. Yeah. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Miss Rovina Armale, Director Design, Ellington Properties. And, well, this is an amazing panel we have here. Yeah, you can take a seat. Yeah. And on this panel, this entire Women in Construction panel is going to be moderated by the Vice Chancellor of Nicmar University, Sushma Kulkarni. Can we give a big round of applause for her? Okay, I think just if you ladies, you can just turn around and see your names have been posted on the screen. So you can then switch around. So ma'am, you will go right at the other end. We need 3 mics, 1 for ma'am and 2 for the panelists. So can we have 3 mics there? Yeah, it's there, right? Wonderful. Sushma ma'am, over to you. You can take up the mic. The mic is there. Thank you.
Hello, yeah. So good morning to all, and thanks a lot for the great introduction. All the men have to listen to the women over here on the stage. That's good. Because we all know construction was supposed to be men's world, but now, of course, a university like Nicmar, which is leading in construction and management, is being led by a woman. I think that's a great opportunity given to me. And I must really thank the vision of our chairman, Mr. Ajit Gulabchand, to think a woman can lead a university like Nicmar. So people are changing, society is changing, that's a positive note. But then, just to brief you a little bit about some statistics which makes us think and why this panel is over here. So some statistics is, so from the limited statistical data on the topic, she figures given by Singh in 2002 and 2009, it appears that a gender gap remains in leadership of higher education globally. She figures, 2009, reported that throughout the 27 countries in the Europe, 13% of institutions in the higher sector were headed by women. So just 13%. Only 9% of universities that award PhD degrees were headed by women. So you see the discrimination here. When it is PhD programs given by university, the leadership has gone down. Highest shares of female rectors, vice chancellors, were recorded in Sweden, Iceland, Norway, Finland, and Israel. Similar dismal trends were noticed in Asia. So in Japan, it is just 2.3%, India, 3%, Kuwait, 3%, Turkey, 7%. Sweden, you'll be surprised, is 43%. I think that's a great thing. Norway 31.8%, Sri Lanka 21.4%, UK 17%, India, as I said, is just 3%, and Japan is 2.3%. India is ranked 112th out of 153 countries in gender gap in year 2019. As reported by Gender Gap Report 2020, which is a slip of 4 positions from its 108th rank in 2018. So situation is not improving, my dear friends. It's slipping down. These are some of the reports. So one of our own great institutes, Indian Institute of Management, IIM, a management institute of world repute, which was established in Calcutta in 1961, with now 20 IIMs all over India, got its first ever woman director in 2017. See, so it's the change in thought process which is required. It's not that women are not there. It's not that women are not taking education. They are into higher education, but then the perception that a woman can be at the top and she can lead, that mindset change has to happen in our society. The Indian Institutes of Technology, IITs, which are predominantly male-dominated, had 2 women in 2014 in the IIT Council, the apex body of 16 IITs, for the first time since 1951. See how many years it took for the premier institutes like IIT to think of women leadership. Only 49 universities out of around 1,000 have a woman vice chancellor, of which a major share is of women vice chancellors in all women universities. Okay, so it's all women universities, so women can lead. So this data was collected by Scholar. According to YPO Global Chief Executive Gender Equality Survey, only 5% of CEOs are women. And it takes them longer to achieve that position than men. I think that story we'll all hear today on the stage, that why it takes longer for women to reach the top than men. And of course, to sustain themselves over there. So these are some of the challenges. And as has been already introduced, we have a wonderful panel here today with Ashwini Valsang. She is Director, Deals, PwC. She has her Nicmar ACM Pune 2006-8 batch. Then we have Ms. Archana Mahajan, Director, Middle East, Savills, Dubai, Commercial and Residential Properties. She has her education from Symbiosis Pune, MBA, Business Management, Marketing and Sales. Madhulika Pise, Director, Design and Sustainability, Freespans, Green Buildings, Dubai. She has her education from Virginia Tech, MS Architecture in Building Sciences. Then Rovina Armoure, she is Director, Design, Ellington Properties Development, LLC, Dubai. She has her education from Lebanese American University. And Ms. Mandana Daba, Founder and Managing Director of Audleys International, Dubai. She has her education from University of London, BSc Honours in Economics. And PG Diploma programs also she has done. So welcome all to this panel. So from, I think I'll start from Archana Mahajan.
Thank you, Sushma.
Of course, your personal journeys, I don't know much, but like I had floated a few questions on our WhatsApp group that these are the thoughts in my mind, because the purpose of panel today is that a lot of women take education. The statistics is 1,000 women enter into the system and only 1 reaches the top out of that. 1.5, so I'll say 2 reach the top. So the statistics are alarming. And why and what are the reasons that women don't think of leadership roles? Why women do not think of rising to the top, and that's why the panel is today labeled as Rising to the Top. So what are the factors, what are the different parameters, right from childhood to the position you are holding? They all influence your thought process. And if we create that awareness amongst men and women both, because we have to coexist, isn't it? each one has to believe each other's abilities to take up challenges, to take up risks. Just now we have heard Mr. Sankhe, and what a wonderful talk he gave. And I think those leadership abilities are, they are not based on gender. They are based on the thought process, your upbringing, and your own way, your own vision, your own goal for your life. So they are apart from all these factors. So to Archana Mahajan, what I would like to have is, so your personal journey, you can refer. And what were the challenges you had to overcome, and how mentors supported you during your success?
Thank you so much, Sushma.
Yeah.
A very good morning to everyone. And a big thank you to Nicmar University, CN Recruit, for inviting me here and be a part of this esteemed panel. Born and brought up in Chennai, I finished my education from Etiraj College. And honestly, I was not sure about what I wanted to do in my career. And one fine morning, I actually looked at the paper, and there was an advertisement for British Airways. And I said, why don't I give this a shot, and maybe I should go for the interview. And I would say that's where my journey started. So my first job was with British Airways in Chennai, where I worked for 8 years in different roles. Started from customer service, went on to sales, account management, and then I was handling sales for the South India region. The success in British Airways, I would definitely contribute to my mentor, Mr. Romel Wallace, who actually believed in me, and he saw the potential and gave me opportunities to grow. So I would say that was the first turning point in my career. Soon I had I got married, I had children, and then I thought I should maybe look at some other industry. For a brief time, I was with media and didn't really enjoy being there. Then moved on to real estate. My journey in real estate started with a local brokerage firm, which was called Realistic Realtors, and they are based in Gurgaon, in the NCR region. I worked with them. I was heading business development for them. That's where I actually learned the basics of business development and commercial real estate. From there on, I joined property consultants like Colliers International, Cushman & Wakefield, and then Savills India. And I think there was no looking back after that. But throughout my journey, I have to say that the role of mentors has been very, very vital in my growth. Very recently, 4 months ago, I moved to Dubai in a new role, wherein I'm heading business development for the Middle East region. I was very nervous because I'm in a new country, and I was learning the ropes of the trade. But again, I've been able to find mentors here. I've reached out to people for support, and here I am today, 3 months later, feeling confident talking to all of you. So a big thank you. But what I would like to say is that you have to believe in yourself always and love what you do. Because if you love what you're doing, you will definitely give it your best shot. So that's all for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I do agree with you. Mentors play a huge role in your life. And, excuse me. So if you have right mentors, so everyone is not bad, People, when they talk about their challenges and struggle, they always point out those people who discouraged, those who made you feel low, those who told that you can't do it. We remember those people much more than the ones who encourage you, who motivate you and guide you. So I think mentors in the positive way really change and shape your life. Thank you so much. Now coming to Ms. Rovina Armare. She has a set of questions which she has chosen. So the question is, how can organizations create a more supportive work environment in construction, ensuring equal opportunities and treatment? Followed by is, have you encountered any specific situations during your project implementation which made you feel, okay, I should have been a male, it would have been better life for me? Yeah. So what unique perspective you feel is there in the construction industry which you really need to focus?
So again, thank you all for having me here today. And I also want to thank BK. I don't know if he walked out. Everybody in the real estate and construction industry in Dubai, I think, knows BK. And if you don't, you should meet him. He's wonderful. He really takes care of his people. And whenever he knows that there's an opportunity for someone to help and support, he just contacts them directly. So thank you for inviting me. I've been in Dubai for about 15 years. I've been quite lucky to move through from design to real estate and to even construction on site. I have to say the UAE is one of the main places that really push and support women in our industry. I have never seen a place where that's been pushed so much. I've been raised in Lebanon and in Canada. So Canada is very neutral also, where women are also pushed. But in the Arab region, you don't feel like you see women really growing. But that's not the fact here. We're all supporting each other. And creating an environment for your team members that's proactive and positive for them to grow, I wouldn't say is specifically for women versus men. We need to create that environment regardless. And the words that kept repeating this morning from the speakers were listening, empathetic, having empathy, and how can I help you? These three things really need to be there with leaders and with anybody who wants to grow their groups. Sometimes there is unfortunately a lack of empathy when it comes to bosses and directors and so on, and I'm not calling them leadership. People sometimes grow and they got stuck in a circle and they stopped looking around them. But when people are joining your company and your group, whether you are a partner or you are a staff member or you are from the senior team, you have to listen, always listen to them. We are recruiting many people at Ellington at the moment. We're lucky the team is growing. We were recruiting a lot of people also when I had joined Eagle Hills. That was growing from 0 staff member, grew to 450 within 3 to 4 years. And I was the first team member in that group, hiring people and supporting with that growth. And as we all know, we contact HR, we give them the role that we want, HR get 100 CVs, we select 10, and then you start the interview process. As I was interviewing a lot of team members that were joining us, I had realized that there were a few that were missed and didn't come to the interviews. And I called HR and I told them, why aren't these 2 team members within the list? And the HR team, actually, they were ladies, and they told me they didn't go through the screening process. So I asked what the screening process is. And they told me we just asked them what their notice period is, what the title they have, what salary they want, questions like that. I'm like, and was that the question? And they said, no, it was the office hours. I said, what do you mean it was the office hours? They're like, Rowena, your team stays at the office till 10 p.m. And there are some women that ask to leave at 5. Okay, but ask me, why do they want to leave at 5? We don't know. All right, can you please bring them in? Of course, we always want to hire the different people, the crazy people, the ones that have weird things in their CVs because they're the ones that stand out. So they're always the best. They give you trouble, but it's just for the project's benefit, not for their own. One of the ladies had been a director at HBA, very good design firm. Then for 2 years was a professor at AUS. Also, great. If you're a professor, you can also teach and you'll bring a lot to the team. Why can't you come and join us? Because when I was a professor, my hours were flexible. I have a 2-year-old son. I really would like to be home by 5:36. These 2 hours give me a lot. They give you a lot. Okay. What do you want to give your staff? What is something everybody asks for and your team members? Everybody wants recognition. Everybody wants growth. Everybody wants ownership. And everybody needs empathy. So these 3 that they know they want and the one that they know they need, can you still do your role and leave at 5? Yes, they can. In fact, they're more productive than others because a person that has no reason to leave the office early might stay till 10 p.m., linger, go on cigarette breaks, even though they don't smoke, but they're going around, but that's the way they grow. So in our company, we don't have people leaving at 5. Actually, at Ellington, we didn't have that. Not because they were forced to, but they didn't want to. Our vibe at the office starts at around 4:35. People stay till late because all the sales team and design team are together. So a lot of other team members started seeing that 2 or 3 people from the ones that I had hired recently were leaving early. And the partners asked, Rowena, why are your team leaving early? Are you treating them differently? And I said, no, treating them the same. They are hitting their deadlines. They are doing what they can. They go home, they're with their kids. They get on their laptop if we need them. And actually, when we need them the most, they show up because they've seen what you've done to help them with the how can I help you. And then, although the partners hadn't thought about it, now they see that, no, well, we want to grow this in our field, and we want people to know that we're open to moms that want to start working again after 3 years of being with their kids at home. It is good. You have your partners at home that are helping you grow, and you need that at the office as well. So we're lucky we can give that kind of empathy. And I am guilty that 80% of my team are women, and I love it. And it's not by choice. I did help it happen because so many women are applying into our field. But you just have to listen to everyone. Some other people have different priorities. If they give you what the company needs, and if you want a sustainable team who grows, you have to listen to them and give them the tools they want. They will not let you down. That's all I can give.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing those experiences. Now, since we are having paucity of time, I got a chitti from the audience saying we have timelines. So next question is for Ashwini Walsang. So how do you think we can move on to balancing work and life and go beyond, stretch yourself and advance in your career? And this is what you have chosen, how to break through the glass ceiling in the industry where you are working. Because glass ceiling is a very common word used nowadays, but I think she's the right person to explain.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'm so glad to have been sitting here and humbled to be here amongst my seniors, friends, and industry leaders. I'm Ashwini Walsang. A quick intro, come from India, spent time studying in South India and did my Nicmar ACM 2008 batch and was very privileged to be working with HCC for almost 4 years and then had my stint into consulting, PwC, EY, and PwC again. When we talk about glass ceiling, when we talk about failures, adversity, I think one thing which is so common is adversity is gender neutral. I'm so happy about it because we all face it, be it male, female, we are all into it. It's something which we have to see as inevitable, something which we have to face. And when I see myself, what are the strategies that I follow when I'm going through the failures or something which is more like an adversity and hits on your face when you know you really can't do much about waking up in the morning. The only thing that probably helped me through the years, and I have a long way to go, is, I just procrastinate my judgment and my decision to give up. It's very easy to see those failures coming on a daily basis sometimes when you see things not happening your way, but the best thing that you can do is stop thinking about it and look for what you are into it. And that's something which has taken me a long way. And it's not easy, definitely not easy, but nothing worthwhile comes so easy, right? So that's something which I want to probably say is keep moving. And like you said, leadership is just a title. What you're doing, how you're leading, what you feel about yourself is something that's more important right now.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so yes, as I said, leadership doesn't know any barriers, no gender barriers over there. It's what you wish to do, but it's the ecosystem which helps you, motivates you, gets you going, and helps you to fulfill your aspirations. Yeah, so coming to now Ms. Madhulika Pise. What advice would you offer to young women considering a career in construction, and how can they prepare for challenges and opportunities in this field?
Okay, firstly, I would like to thank Agni to calling me here on stage and to be a panelist amongst such dignitaries. Okay, so coming to what advice, so I'll just briefly tell you what I went through, so probably if you could derive some advice out of it. So basically, I started off as an architect, then, I took time to think about what I'm good at. So the first thing that one needs to look at is see what you are passionate about. And I realized, sustainability, environment, this is what is the right thing. And I was passionate about it. So that's where I thought, yes, I have to hone my skills in that. And so becoming a green building consultant was a natural course. So that is what firstly, be passionate about what you want to do, and you create a niche for yourself then. And it never ends there. You keep learning, because whatever you are doing, you cannot just, stay relaxed, like this is okay, I'm done. You keep learning, and down the years, I've been doing this for 23 years, and I'm learning. Every day there is something new to learn, even as a green building consultant, in the environment, climate change, you learn so many new things. So that is the next thing they should do. Keep learning whatever you do. And then once you think you are doing this, try to promote others, mentor others, celebrate their success. So that is something which is always good. So again, what I did was, I'm part of a group of women. We call it as the Real Women. It's a community of women in construction, which has 5 chapters in India. We are growing globally also. So I would really invite all our women over here to, join us. So we promote each other, we celebrate, and that helps us, we exchange knowledge, if there are any problems, we try to resolve them. So so you have a group, you have a network, so that is what helps us. So, if you follow these things, probably it will be something that will help you in your success.
Yeah, thank you. But ma'am, Madhulika, I would like to ask, any challenging moment, in your journey where you felt that, okay, what is the way out? I really don't know.
Basically, see, the things that I do as a green building consultant, it comes broadly under what we call as the STEM field. And there are very few women there. So what happens is, people always coming up with unique questions. Every time there's something new, there's something new which has come. So you have to always go back and look for answers. So you're also learning. So it happens, each project there will always be a challenge. I can't enumerate that. Every project has a new challenge. Every time you go back to the drawing board and you try to learn, and then you educate others. So can't enumerate just one. Everywhere, every time, every day is a new challenge for me.
Yeah. So now coming to Vandana, and yes, she has not chosen her question. If she has anything to say on her own, or for me, from my end, what I would like to ask you is, what advice would you give to young women who aspire to enter the construction field and rise to the leadership roles?
I had selected another question.
Yeah, and you can, yes, you can.
So, thank you everyone for having me here today. I'm really humbled to sit with such ladies, by the way. I feel a little bit like an imposter here in this seat, but anyhow. So what I would say is I wanted to speak about being a woman in the real estate field. I'm now 17 years in real estate. I work on the transaction side, not the construction side. 15 years in Dubai, and what I would say is that as a woman, we have to take ownership that we are different, we are women in the field, and the word that's been going around, Rowena said it earlier, and it's been said a lot today, is empathy. I find that when I speak with my clients, the empathy as a woman that I can give my clients sparks a different sort of conversation, a more open dialogue. And in complex negotiations where I see my male colleagues maybe have difficulty communicating and resolving negotiations, is maybe sometimes there's a little bit of an ego battle between the two men. But when the clients receive the advice and suggestions coming from myself or from a lady, sometimes they're a bit more open. You know, they listen to it in a different manner and they take on the suggestions on board. So I find that having this empathetic approach, being a lady in the field, it does actually offer a lot of advantages as well as the challenges that we do face. That's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. So the organizers have been showing me the watch. Actually, I wanted each one of them to just sum up in 1 or 2 sentences. But then, yeah. So just last 1 minute sum up by each one of you. What's your message to the audience sitting here? Because we have men and women equally competent in the leadership roles, and how sensitive they can be for balancing the gender in their workplace. We all talk of diversity, inclusion, isn't it? So talking is easy, but actually making it work in your workplace requires initiatives, support, especially with women. Small children are there, family becomes the primary responsibility. So how we can support women during that phase of her life when her children are small and they have to be brought up. So there are lots of challenges we all understand here on the panel. As a society, we have to coexist. So with that reference, I request each one of the panelists to sum up in 1 or 2 sentences. We can start from that end.
No pressure.
No question, just sum up.
The most important thing, I think, is that we make sure that everybody around us is not treated in exactly the same way, regardless of their gender. They are treated according to what they need and to their growth. They say sometimes that an A student got an A, but somebody got a better paper and he got a B, because actually the professor checked what his potential is and what he can give or she can give. So be empathetic, help each other grow, and always celebrate the people around you. They'll always be there for you as well when you need it.
Thank you.
I would just say always be ready to ask for help. Don't be scared if you need help, because there are people out there who are ready to guide you, to support you. So always be open and communicate when you need the help that you require. Thank you.
I think for me, I truly believe in a diverse workforce, whether it be women and men or culturally diverse. But I think that everyone is an individual, and individuals bring more to the team. If everyone, comes in and they're the same, they're working the same hours, they're doing the same thing, the company as a whole won't grow. So I think as a leader, it's always best to foster a model of diversity with genders and cultures.
Thank you.
So what I feel is, you always have to be present for people who work for you, and also you have to be there for people with whom you work. So try to make them comfortable. Then I guess that helps it in the long run.
I've been very fortunate to be where I am and have been supported with a lot of mentors, seniors who have been there to make sure that I get my platform. The message right now is to the women out there, not many right now in the room, but go. There are opportunities, there is a platform ready for you. Make sure you take up your space, and it's very important right now to women to probably move ahead and take that space. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, ma'am,
So,
you want
yeah,
to have a closing note?
Yeah, closing note is, yes, as women, we also have aspirations. We also want to rise to the top. Yes, the gender differentiation may be crept in some years over the period, but of course the correction mode has already taken over, and we are all here to take the responsibility. The world is with collaborations, partnerships, diversity, inclusion is the buzzword. And keeping all that in mind, there is a society called Global Engineering Deans Council. It's a society which works to improve the quality of education globally with some 400 plus members. And this is the book, Rising to the Top, which has been initiated by GEDC, and I'm proud to say that I'm the production editor of this book. It is sponsored by GEDC and IFES. And financially, monetary sponsors were Dassault Systems, Arcelic, and it's a story of 30 Indian women leaders, because actually there are 4 book series. First 2 were global series. Luckily, I was one of the authors for the global leader book series. This book was given to me for the India, because everywhere customs and traditions play a major role in defining the shaping of the personality. So this book has story of 30 Indian women leaders, and very wonderful, inspiring how to break the barriers, the glass ceiling, and how we can, it's especially for young girls, the school-going girls and the college girls, that how we can sow the seed that I can do it. Let me think of leadership roles. It's just not a job I am doing. Let me aspire for leadership. So that's my message. Thank you. Thank you so much to the organizers for giving the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful panel moderation that you did. And thank you for all the wonderful women in construction. You are all true leaders. And there was a lot of wisdom that we all got. And the best part that all of you said, that it's not men against women. It's collaboration, and it's going forward together. So let's have a huge round of applause for all the wonderful 6 women leaders who we have there on the stage. And may I request Mr. Sankey Prasad and Sir Cyrus, so can you please come up on the stage here, and we would love that both of you would felicitate all these wonderful women leaders. So can I request both of you to please come up on the stage? I think you will have to probably just walk across and go on the other side of the stage, because the awards on that side. Thank you so much. So on that side, yeah. So let's quickly felicitate all of these women leaders here. And first, may I request Mr. Cyrus Engineer to felicitate Archana Mahajan, the Director of Middle East Savills. May I request Mr. Sankey to go ahead and felicitate Ms. Ashwini Walsang, the Director of Deals for PwC. Mr. Cyrus, can you felicitate Ms. Madhulika Pise, the Director Design and Sustainability, Meet Free Spans. So may I request Mr. Sankey to please felicitate Ms. Mandana, who is the founder and managing director of Audleys International. And may I request Mr. Cyrus to felicitate Ms. Rovina, who is the Director Design for Ellington Properties. And I'm going to request Mr. Cyrus as well as Mr. Sankey to felicitate the amazing moderator of this event, Ms. Sushma Kulkarni, the Vice Chancellor of Nicmar. Thank you so much. Thank you to our distinguished guest, as well as the moderators. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Well, at this moment, we would love to call upon our sponsors, which is Polaris. So I'm going to ask Polaris International team to please come up. I think their presentation is all set there. There's a video, I believe, that is going to be played first. So Polaris International team, do we have you here? Thank you so much. Thank you. Yep. So BK, yeah. Yeah. So may I request the events team to quickly pull off the chairs from the stage because the video can't be seen then. Okay, so we'll play the video. Go on. wow, that was one wonderful presentation for Polaris International. So, Mr. Surve, he's also a Nicmarian from the 19th batch, and I think he would love to share a few words. Give him a huge applause there.
Thank you. Thank you. Started in 2020, and the reason we have initially one of the vertical, that is Vedas, and after that we thought to have this one more vertical of Polaris, because after COVID the market was very weak and the job loss was there, big industries were getting closed, and I thought it's the right time that there should be something in market which can cater to mid-segment and not have a humongous setup, but at least an appropriate setup which can do 3 stars to 4 star and cater a mass production requirement. And that thought inculcated in my mind, and I thought, let's start with that. We initially started with just 17 people. Even when we started, we had faced many issues like borders were closed and the setup was made. But being a Nicmarian is always the right place, because there are every company you go, every big company or every big project, there is one Nicmarian who is there to help us. You know? So my first order was, the setup was done, people were almost only 17 people. We had recruited around 50 people from there, considering the setup, and the orders were not there. I made a call to one of our senior, Mr. BK. He came up with great support and immediately gave me a first order. You know, thank you, sir. In first month itself, we were able to secure 100,000 order only, but in 1 year also was not good because COVID came, the borders were stopped and business was not running. The setup was huge, but somehow we thought, okay, let's not stop. Every place as our people are there, but the determination was there to win. First year, even though we did 3.5 million, we were able to do and retain a good quality customers. With that, we were able to spread across. And second year, we did apart from UAE, we started a business in Mauritius. We also started in Senegal. And this is where second year, we were able to achieve a business of 70 million. Okay. Our basic principle was passion, precision, perfection. So even though in first year we were not able to, achieve, but I was very passionate to run this vertical. And I wanted this vertical to go in such a way that quality and sustainability was my thought process. So even though we secured the projects, the market over here is so driven by the consultants, and developers are very serious about the cost. So they always emphasis on value engineering, as well as there is very short margin, it's very low margin. So I brought few value engineering products in the market. We were able to convince the consultant and designers with their so-called specified suppliers. And we made a change that even though we do not have the pre-qualifications, we have that ability to engineer and deliver the product in that reasonable cost. And this way we managed to secure around 4 5-star hotels, okay, wow, in the same cost, and got into the market more. So second year gave us confidence, and third year, today we are in Saudi. We are again, we have secured one project in UK, that is supply only, and as well as in Africa, we are in Tanzania, we are in Senegal, plus in UAE, we are doing 3-star, 4-star hotels as well as 5 stars. So the best part about it is that it doesn't matter that we do not have pre-qualification, we do not have someone big people, big local sponsors, or a big organization. A small individual, if he is thinking that yes, we can get this done and every project deliver in time and quality, we can achieve it. This is what Polaris is known for. Now, what we have thought to do some innovative products. So we are now started with pods, office pods, as well as we are doing mid-segment products which can cater to mass production. And this is our new product which we are going to do. In this way, we can reach to not only B2B, but B2C. And then, with the help of our showroom, we can achieve this in 15 countries. This is our next project to be achieved. I hope your support will, help us to reach us. Okay.
Wonderful. You want to add something?
No. What I want to add is I want to give chance to my colleague who will explain me about one more vertical,
Sure.
JKV. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for Polaris.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Prince, and I hope you all are doing good. Thank you for, first of all, to all the sponsors and organizers for giving us this opportunity to present ourselves. So let me introduce JKB. So JKB is comes under the same umbrella of Polaris and Vedas International. So we are a forex broker in which we provide forex trading platforms to our clients and customers, in which you can trade up to many pairs like currency, forex, EFT, cryptocurrency. And we are in this market since a very long time. And in this market, you can generate a passive income, which you will make your money work for you. Okay? And recently, I'm happy to share that recently we just recognized as the best emerging broker in the MENA region and top 100 brokers in the MENA region. And other than that, our CEO, Ms. Zai Kadam, also rewarded as the top 50 financial CEOs in the market. So if I tell you about JKB, we are regulated brokers in which we are providing all the trading platform to you where you can invest and trade in this platform. So not taking much of your time, I will ask my colleague, he will brief you about what is forex trading actually. He is Mr. Ala.
all deal with the judiciary. Now it's the right time to invest. It's a great opportunity. Unfortunately, in the time of war and geopolitical crisis or events, people feel scared. You know, money are scared. They go for safe haven, such as gold. And in the recent days, we saw the conflict in the Middle East. It might spill out and become out of control. So people are basically converting their dollars or dirhams into gold. They're buying gold, which caused the precious metals to go up. That is one of the ways that we are following the market, fundamental news and financial news. Now, pretty sure many of you are millionaires and you want to become multi-millionaires. Please visit our stand. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Okay, guys, we have come to the intermediate section here. So right now the time, to be precise, is 11:52. We're gonna take a quick break and we will be back in the room at 12:05. Can we all commit to being back in the room at 12:05? Because at 12:05, an amazing session is going to be here for all of you guys. It's also a panel, but super nuggets that we are going to get right here from our amazing distinguished guest, Mr. Cyrus Engineer. So he's going to be speaking here, something really powerful which you can take back to your own careers and take back to your own companies. So let's go ahead and quickly be back at 12:05. Can we all commit to doing that? Yes, so give a huge applause for the event that has happened so far, and let's be back at 12:05. Thank you guys, thank you so much. Okay. Okay, guys, so we are on time. It's 12:04, just 1 minute to go. May I request everybody to please come back into the room. May I request all those who are there right at the door, get everybody back in the room. BK, can we get the entire support team to help us? Manan, can you help? Manan, can you request all the teams to push people inside? So there's a video. Requesting the Agni committee to please usher people inside the auditorium. Yeah. Give yourselves a loud applause for being back in the room. Loud applause, come on everybody. And may I request everyone to please take your seats. Amit Vandere, can you help everyone take their seats? Because if I start calling out names, special segment that is coming up here. Okay. Okay guys, because honestly I would love to introduce this next amazing speaker who is going to come up on the stage. But until unless the room doesn't settle down, I cannot introduce because I would love to respect the next speaker as much as... so may I request all the committee members there to get people seated. Manan, Amit, both be there and make sure people are seated. Make sure people are seated. Sam can help. Get people seated. Get people seated. You need not go out, just all those who are inside the room, be seated. Okay, I think we have fairly brought the Nicmarians back in the seat. Okay, so welcome back to this wonderful, construction leadership conclave 2.0, and I am glad that you guys are all back in the room because I would love to right now, introduce a pragmatic and detail-oriented leader who contributes significantly to the problem solving and identifying strategic solutions to businesses. The next speaker who's going to come up on the stage, he has been named as amongst the 50 most talented CMOs of India in 2014 by CMO Asia, and he happens to be amongst the top 25 real estate professionals in India in 2012 by the Estate World. He has also received numerous awards and was recognized for his achievements throughout his career. He has successfully completed the executive program in real estate strategy from the Harvard Business School. He also holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, and he is leading a wonderful construction company. He completed his mechanical engineering from the Shivaji University in India, and he also has a postgraduate diploma in public administration from Nursing Moldy Institute of Management Studies. Well, ladies and gentlemen, he is none other than Cyrus Engineer. He is heading Shapoorji Pallonji's international property development business. So let's put our hands together and welcome on the stage Cyrus Engineer, Managing Director, SP International Property Development LLC. Loud applause.
Can I just tell you a very short story? I know. communication, both in terms of transparency, in terms of what you communicate. Also, today we find that this new world order of word correct, autocorrect has taken over. You will be surprised, but in a day, I will actually proofread emails for about an hour, especially those emails that need to go out to our chairman, which need to go to our fund, just to check the grammar, the tone, and all of that as well. So communication is something each one of you needs to focus on, both in terms of content and in terms of how it's communicated as well. Compassion, communication, and collaboration. Today, this is a knowledge industry, a knowledge economy. We all know the power of collaboration. One by himself can achieve one thing, but 2, 3, 4 joined together are actually insurmountable. So please learn to collaborate both at the individual level as well as at the company level. So that finishes NIC. A in my mind, 2 things which will separate you and make you future-proof as teams and individuals is attitude and accountability. Very often I've seen promising team members who are very good, very competent, professionally very good. Unfortunately, today they have a very wrong or mixed or negative attitude. You must realize that you need to grow up the ladder in terms of contribution, in terms of how you handle interpersonal relationships as well. Attitude and accountability. Very, very often when I'm walking, I very often hear people saying, "Ye mera kaam nahi hai. This is my role, it's very well defined." I don't agree. If you want to grow, if you want to really contribute effectively, you've got to do away with the borders of saying, "This is my confined role. I look at project management, I look at contract management." Of course, that is your core, no doubt at all. But what more can you contribute and how can you be accountable for what is given to you? That's a question you need to ask yourself. So NICA, last is the R. R in my mind is something which today, unfortunately, again, the newer generation, which is the digital generation, my kids are always lost on a little screen. What happens is we are living this virtual world at the cost of building relationships. So the R stands for relationships. Today, each of us represent our companies. But let's not forget, as individuals, we have relationships in the industry with colleagues, with peers. They will go with you wherever you go. Today, we know that jobs are not from womb to tomb. You will change, obviously. That's the nature of the beast. But if you can add value, and we heard very early, how can I help you? If that is your attitude, you will be unsurmountable. So NICMAR, knowledge, integrity, compassion, communication, collaboration, attitude, accountability, relationships. Thank you.
It was really amazing. I think the way Nicmar was used as an abbreviation to add value, I think that was simply brilliant. Can we have a thunderous applause there for Mr. Cyrus Engineer? And something that I hear from his team is, one of his key reasons of success as one of the most successful CMOs also is relationships. Because he will get in touch right from the lowest cadre to the highest cadre. Each and every one is what he gets in touch. Something I came to know from one of your team members. He told me that is his trait of being a super successful leader. So hats off to you, what you do. Loud applause to Mr. Cyrus Engineer. And well, we all are, leaders of tomorrow. In fact, we are leading right now in our organizations also. But we need to build teams. The most powerful man like in the entrepreneur industry, Jack Welch. Do you know which company he owned? GE, General Electric. Jack Welch. And he quotes this one really, really amazing thing that, he has a lot of companies, a lot of plants, a lot of machinery. He says, you can take all my companies, you take all my machinery, you take all my plants, you take all my resources, and only leave my people to me. I will build the next GE in just 3 years. So that is how important teams are for each one of us, and that's something that comes from Jack Welch is really powerful. And so to learn how do you build teams for tomorrow, right now I'm calling upon a wonderful panel which we have here. Amazing, eminent speakers here are going to come on the panel. Mr. Kabira Bhatporia from the head of HR from Meena JLL. So can I request her to please come up here? Okay, I'm so sorry. There was a misprint here, so my bad. Okay, and I will obviously call upon Mr. Cyrus Engineer, the Managing Director, SP International. Guys, keep clapping as we have these amazing, amazing panelists which are walking up here. Mr. Amar Tahilani, who's the CEO of Mirage Leisure and Development. Okay, guys, if you could sit in the sequence. So yeah. Ma'am, can you come up here? The first seat. Okay, wonderful. The third seat, Mr. Amar, you can take it up. And Mr. Brad Boyson, the co-founder and CEO of HR Learn In. Welcome. And we have, right now, I'm so sorry, there is, okay, we have one more person, right? Yeah, because on the screen I can see only 5 faces. Okay, so Mr. Chayor Ahmed Khan, who is head of construction, Danube Properties. Can we have him here on the stage? Welcome, sir. Thank you, thank you. And to moderate this panel, we have an eminent moderator, which is Falguni. She is the founder and CEO of See and Recruit. So can I request Ms. Falguni to please join us on the stage? And Falguni, the stage is all yours. Thank you.
Technical perspective from Mr. Goyal, and I'll kind of moderate this panel. So welcome everyone, and our pleasure will be to kind of have some interactions with you all. Now, real estate industry is one of the largest employment provider and economy driver. We here have audience who are at different stages of their careers or into businesses which are aligned to this sector. Now, the key objective of this panel will be to inspire, motivate, and the new approaches of building teams, discussing the future skills which will be required, leadership approaches, and the methods which are needed to thrive in this ever-changing environment. So 5 topics which we would like to cover in this panel would be future skills, hiring process and the skill gap, diversity agenda, embracing sustainability, talent development, and retention. So, flow would typically go as, since the topic says building teams for tomorrow, we would actually start the discussion. What are the trends in construction technology, and where do we see the skill gap, and identify the future skills which are required, and how do we incorporate those in the hiring processes. Now, while discussing the talent agenda, we'll also discuss on diversity and sustainability, and how corporates would adopt talent development through focused skills and development. So I'd like to start this panel with Mr. Cyrus. Maybe he can just throw light on the critical traits which are required for building successful teams.
I just spent 5 minutes saying that. But I think
new.
A company is only as strong as its team. And very quickly, as I mentioned, if your teams actually have some of these traits, it's something which will really put you head and shoulder above the rest in competition today. Today, frankly, it's a knowledge industry, it's a knowledge economy. Every company has access to the same resources. What sets you apart? What creates an Emaar, a Danube, a Damac, or a Shapurji that is different? That is the company culture. That's something which I think Kabira can tell us in terms of HR, etc., and all of that, but I think it's intrinsic to the core of the company.
Sure. Thank you so much. Now, my next question will be to Mr. Gior. Dubai market has been actually adopting a lot of new technologies and trends in construction. What, in your view, what is that core skills which civil engineers need to have in order to stay relevant for the future hiring?
That's right. The technology is playing a major role nowadays, particularly during the COVID, and lots of new technologies is coming in. Like recently we are seeing AI, all the people of that. But I will not take any particular name like a BIM or any other. All the youngster, all the civil engineers, they should adopt the new technologies in terms of the construction because time, cost, quality is very important. And technology is playing a very major role in for achieving these goals of the time, cost, quality. Mr. Cyrus will be achieving it all this, and he has given elaborate on this. So I hope they should take the advanced technologies what is coming. Giving a particular name, I think it will not be appropriate as of now, but there are lots of apps, lot of technologies are available, which everyone should adopt it. Thank you.
So in short, you need to be relevant with the new technologies and adapt that to kind of be employable in future. My next question to Mr. Amar. With the changing demands in the industry and the clients, what skills according to you are the most important and what do you see the skill gap? Where do you see the skill gap?
I represent a technological firm which is into the business of construction. Mirage, who I represent, is a development project management firm, and it has technical services offering, quantity surveying, etc. In our business, we, at leadership level, deal with a lot of clients. And what we feel is the current prominent gap that we have is the ability to communicate and express yourself, understand the requirements, and have a listening ear. In terms of how to address this skill gap, which would probably be a lead-up question, a lot of training and development. Intrinsically, the people we hire, and I'm sure all the companies are like this, the people they hire, they have belief in these people. We need to help them. We need to support them. We need to give them a roadmap of how they grow and empower them through training and learning, development, assistance, sometimes good mentoring, and sometimes interjection from external environment through training courses, specific courses for their development is what we look as a company to provide to our employees.
Great. An all-around perspective. Thank you so much. Next, Ms. Kabira. HR plays a very pivotal role in shaping the future of the company. Now, keeping our topic in mind, building teams for tomorrow, what I would like to ask you is, what role do you see an CHRO in navigating and identifying skills required to build a future-ready organization?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and absolutely I enjoyed whatever I've been hearing. And obviously, all of us know what has to be done. It's about just bringing it out there and reinforcing. So coming to your question, I've been in the industry of HR for more than 25 years now. I think its HR role has evolved. It's a partnership with the business and not anymore, just policing or just having guidelines. So the moment you say partnership, meaning you sit on the table with the business to understand the business vision, the strategy, and then you support the people strategy. There's nothing right or wrong. Skills, you can always, you can always get them to train within the organization as he explained in it. It's more about creating a culture which attracts the right talent. Then you give them that experience of right onboarding. So give them time to learn what is required to be, and then support them with tools and resources to grow. When that happens together in partnership with HR and business, you'll definitely see more high-performing individuals, more retention, and that brings in better performance and client retention.
That's where I think patience is most important, which a lot of organizations fail to have. And that's where...
I guess it's the vision, right? If you have the right vision and you know that this is what you want to achieve, then you automatically see the results if you start investing rightly in people. And as one of the persons who was speaking, he said about Jack Welch and said that people is what is the key, right? And especially industries like real estate or construction, where your people are driving the delivery of the client. So it's not the product, it's the people. So you have to be core, people has to be a core strategy, as part of your core strategy. And then you can always achieve that, yeah.
My next question is to Mr. Brad. You've seen West as well as Middle East. I would like to ask you, what relating to the hiring process best practices. According to you, what strategies and best practices can you recommend corporates to be embedded in the selection process to assess the future skills and learning capacity?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. One of the things I really enjoy is I spend a lot of time talking to HR people. And when I speak to people from engineering backgrounds, and often they get the science of HR better than a lot of people in HR get, talking about the science of culture. And specific to your question, the job market has two tracks, right? There's the referral track, and then there's sort of this HR bureaucracy track, right? And when you talk about talent, usually the first bucket that we go to is your referral, right? You ask, do you know someone who's good at? Right? That's not HR. You go to HR as your plan B. But HR needs to be effective in what it does. And the ideal is kind of a middle ground, right? In HR, and I'm an HR person, I teach HR. We teach HR people to filter people out. You know, you think of the sales funnel, right? A lot of people would be involved in the sales funnel process. That's what HR does with talent, is we bring people into a funnel and a pipeline, and we filter people out to get to, hopefully, the better quality candidates. That's actually the wrong approach, because plan A is the referral, right? That's the first thing we go to. What's the middle ground between those two? The middle ground is filtering people in. Having a strategy in your HR function that filters people in. How do you do that? Well, you don't create online application forms with all these different questions that take 2 to 3 hours to fill out. You ask one question. And that question is going to be unique to your organization's culture. And it could be as simple as, what unique value can you add to our organization? Right? That's not going to get the spam. That's not going to get the press the send with no skin in the game. Self-selection is the best way to find talent. Enable the people who want to work for you to find you. Right? The referral pool is only so big. And that's where we start. But eventually, if you're growing, you run out of that pipeline, and you have to go to the bureaucracy of HR. And HR is a bureaucracy. If you really want to be the quality in the middle, you have to create a talent pipeline that helps people self-select in.
That's a great inclusion of the candidate with the organization even before joining. Good perspective. Now, Mr. Cyrus, you've been building teams which are aligned to the businesses. I would like to know what has worked for you, in talent attraction and retention of people.
Okay, I must confess that the current team we have, and we are a young company, we're about 8 years old, I think our retention is almost 96%, which is shocking. Of course, we're a small team. But something I guess we've been doing right, by default maybe. But I think what we do consciously, Falguni, is we create an environment where everybody's voice matters. As somebody felt, the biggest attraction for today's employee is the feeling or the need to be heard. If I can make a change as an employee, I feel valued. And that, I think, is our biggest differentiator. Are we the best paymasters? Answer is no, clearly not. I've had colleagues who come and shown me offers which are probably 2x of what they're getting. But they themselves confess that this environment that we have within our little team is irreplaceable. So the feeling of being valued, the feeling of being able to contribute, the feeling of being able to walk onto any door, we don't have doors, but you can enter anybody's cabin, have a discussion, and ensure and know that your voice will be heard, I think is the most empowering. and goes far towards attracting and retaining talent.
Great. I think your team has already said the same while you were saying it. Ms. Kabira, can I request you to share your experience of building robust hiring process and help your views on how to make that talent which is a good fit in terms of culture, ethics, and values?
So I'll take it in two things. To what Mr. Cyrus said is absolutely true. Today's, when you go out and look for talent, the ask is, of course, compensation is one of the key part. No one can deny that. Everyone works for compensation. But it's much above and beyond that. So the ask is about the empowerment, the flexibility, the culture which you drive, is where you then bring that niche factor or the X factor which attracts and retains talent. So I absolutely agree with you on that, and I guess that's where every company is striving towards, because competition is there. You're working in an environment which is very dynamic. You're competing with Saudi, you're competing within UAE, so compensation is never going to be the key way of moving forward. Coming back on your selection, I'll speak about what you said about the referral. So one of the things which we felt was very successful in our organization is having this as a policy. So we make our own employees ambassadors, which means that when we have a role, it's opened up for employees to refer. So it's part of it, and we see around more than 7 to 10%, or sometimes it goes up to 15% of the employees which come into the organization are through our own employees. So again, if you know what the market is and what the way to attract talent, then that's the best way to, you make your own employees the ambassadors, so they are selling your brand for you. Secondly, the employees are coming with someone who has colleagues, buddies, friends, so it's much easier for them to settle in, and then you have much better retention. So I hope that gives.
Great. Mr. Amar, we've seen global organizations with strong focus on sustainability and environmental responsibility, and there is no debate on the importance of this topic. However, while building teams, how do we bring that consciousness and motivate our team members to embrace sustainability? And how do we incorporate sustainability in the company values and ethics?
Good question, very relevant for today's times. I think the company leadership has to set the goals and the vision out. There are strong referral points in the present that we are today. It's a COP, it's other areas, we see devastation all around. And it's a subject that has touched everyone, not just here, every part of the world. The company has to set the standards and the vision, and then it is down to the leadership to harp on this again and again. Create some working groups, bring this to the fore of the company's culture, and make people the ambassador of this expression. And that's how I think this could be embraced within the organization.
Interesting perspective. Mr. Brad, can you share your thoughts on how companies must navigate the process of setting targets for sustainability, how to measure that progress, and how to recognize achievements in that area? And if you can share some examples, it will be great to hear.
It's sustainability is kind of a buzzword today, isn't it? But not all buzzwords come and go. Some actually have substance to them, and I sincerely believe sustainability is one of them. You look at the ESG, for example. We talk a lot about the E in many industries. In fact, I would dare suggest the ESG is really focused on E. And as an HR person, I really focus on the S, the social, because that's the workforce. And even some of the G is part of the workforce. Diversity is in the governance. And so one of the projects that I'm working on internationally with the ISO, or International Organization for Standardization, is developing standards for the workforce. And one of the strengths of doing this, and again, I think I'm, as they say, preaching to the choir. Engineers, you get that which gets measured, remember from the presentation before, gets managed, gets done. But HR has a bad habit of thinking that doing is achieving, that activities are outcomes. And HR people need to have more of an engineering mindset that focuses on the system That is
Kabira, do
the
you agree to this?
organization.
Kabira, does she agree to this?
I may not agree totally, but that's fine. Everyone has a view.
And so, again, building on what previous presentations have said is if you went back to the 1970s, we talked about Jack Welch and building a team. In the 1970s, 90% of large organizations' value came from their tangible assets. Their land, their property, their buildings, their inventories, their machinery, their equipment. Today, it's flipped, completely flipped. When you look at the most valuable organizations in the world, 90% of their market value comes from intangible assets. Well, what's an intangible asset? Well, when I studied finance, we started off with goodwill. Well, you know what? Everything can't be just goodwill. Goodwill gets broken, disaggregated into its elemental parts. It's knowledge, it's intellectual property. And you know what else it is? It's the capability of your workforce. So, it's interesting. You go around the world, you go to the US, and Jack Welch is actually not well talked about these days. You go to India, you go to other places, and he's a hero. Because in his time, he was exactly right. You build a strong team of talent, and they will perform. And the market is reflecting that today. 90% or more of the S&P 500 organization value comes from intangible assets. The source of creating intangible assets is your workforce. That's the causal loop. HR people need to think more systematically rather than in terms of activities.
In fact, just to add to what Brad is saying, within our own company, we don't call it as HR. We call it as human capital services, because it's human capital.
Excellent.
Human capital is the expression for the capability of your workforce. Think of it in sports. You could have a superstar in sports, but does that team always win? Often that team doesn't win. One of the examples I often use is if you go back, it's a few years now, more than a few years. Remember in the semifinal World Cup, Brazil, Germany, 12, 14 years ago? Brazil, superstars. Here's the Canadian. I can name half the team on Brazil. Ice hockey's my sport, but I know these superstars. They're celebrities. Couldn't name a person on the German team. What was the final score? 7-1. Teams win, not superstars.
Great. I think a small change which you mentioned goes a big way in getting inclusion from all the different functions of the organization. Now, I'll have few questions on diversity. I'll come to Mr. Gheor. UAE is a home of more than 200 nationalities. So, while diversity agenda addresses issues based on gender, age, disability, social economic background, and more, given that our last panel was also on, women in construction and real estate, I would like you to share your views on gender diversity and how future of gender diversity looks like.
As of today's market, for the world is growing it, the women are working hand to hand with the men. And the best example we have seen is the Vice Chancellor of Nicmar is, that's the example of that one. So I believe that is the answer for everything of that. But it's a growing industry, and sky is the limit for the women. There is no difference, and the women are working very nicely in this industry, and they should continue. I think Madam is the right example. For that.
And I see a lot of women in this forum as well, so it's good to see that. Now, my next question would be to Mr. Cyrus. Can you share your views on importance of having diversity agenda and how leaders can outline the strategies, initiatives, and policies to promote diversity?
I think coming from a country like India, where most of us come from, the clear diversity or the richness of diversity, whether it's Nicmar or whether it's RIT, I'm looking back 30 years when we were there in college, you experienced various states or provinces, in your case, Brad, is what Canada calls them, and there are different countries. When you learn about the richness of that, you realize that you've been living a monochromatic life. Sadly, many organizations suffer from xenophobia, where they want to stick to their knitting. They don't want to look at experiencing other cultures. But the richness that comes in by breaking that barrier is immense. I think when we advertise for a role, we just give a role or job description. We don't say male, female, color, caste, creed, or age. May the best person win. Man, woman, agnostic. That's one. Coming back to your previous point of women, and that's something very close to our heart, because as I mentioned that our team has 45% women. I think in our industry, which is an old world brick and mortar industry, it's also very important to be empathetic to the needs of women, especially on construction sites. You can't really expect your mothers, your sisters, your wives, your daughters to go undergo the kind of hardship we see on construction sites. Of course, Dubai is a far cry from the rest of the world. You need to create facilities, amenities, which are conducive for both women and men, which are world class. So with that, you'll see a lot more women entering the workforce and working hand in hand with men.
Ms. Kabira, you know what leaders need to do today to foster diversity and the methods which are used to track diversity matrix, monitor the impact and impact of the initiatives, and how do we report success on these parameters?
So for us, diversity is just not male, female. That's one thing which we should be always speaking about, because it's more than that, as you also said in your initial opening thing. It is about bringing in inclusive culture. It is about allowing a voice to be spoken and listen, both, right? It is not about top-down approach. It is also bottom-up approach, or understanding what's the need. It's about nationalities, language, age. So when you are looking at a department, and when you are sitting down with the business lead to discuss about the people strategy or resource planning, you should be talking about all these things. Also, early careers makes a very important role. You want to establish, or at least go to universities or schools and educate and make them aware about our industry, and start making them think about it. We strongly believe in having a lot of early careers, young talent coming in, and that's the pipeline we nurture and try to then build into the organization. So that's one way of getting in. Then, as I said about having different nationalities, we have around 65 nationalities in our organization. What does that bring? It brings different perspective. It brings much more holistic thinking. It challenges each other and allows us to come up with much more right decision, which ultimately you are serving a client, but at the same time you want to penetrate into as many clients as you can, or as much market share you get as possible, right? But you want to also do it in the right way. So when you have this sort of holistic approach, it allows you to do that. How do you measure? There are different ways of measuring. One of the key things which we believe is people survey. Having that regularly, and maybe even more than once in a year, gives you a pulse of what your staff is talking about, what people are asking, what is their key pain points, or what are they saying which are your key strengths, and how do you then action orient that to bring it out and give back to your employees that yes, we listen to you and we include you. The last bit I would say.
How frequent this can be?
We do it twice a year, but again, it depends from organization to organization how often they would like to do it. The reason we do it twice a year is to just keep the pulse, to know the pulse, at the same time also have some short actions and show them that we are listening. So that gives us good outcome of it. And I mean, in the end, one more thing which I wanted to add was also equip your managers and leaders. Sometimes you think that person is high performing and you put them in the role without giving them the tools and the skills to become a manager. Being a manager is very different to being just a high performing individual. So we have trainings like unconscious bias training or inclusive recruitment training, which is something which we encourage leaders or team leaders to take regularly, just to upskill them and provide them those tools in order to be a right leader.
Great perspective. Now my questions will move towards, talent development and retention topic. Mr. Amar, how can leaders foster a culture of continuous learning and development?
I think there has to be a policy and a system within the company which emphasizes on the development of the people. Nobody joining a company or a firm or whatever wants to stay where they are. Everybody has certain aspirations, and we need to clearly benchmark and roadmap how do you grow. What is the requirement for that specific role and how the company can help. These can be formally documented, should be formally documented, and the managers and the section leaders, they need to motivate the people to go through these trainings, help them get the best out of themselves. And then there should be a training and development aspect to it, which could also be from within the company, or it could be sourced externally to help get people the requisite skills to upgrade their career and rise to the top.
What has worked better? Internal people doing the training or external?
It should be a combination. Not everything could be done internally would be the answer that you will get from most of the managers. There are subject matter experts who only do these things, and some sessions, some activities, some programs should be oriented with consideration of these external advisors, people who can help nurture the staff of your company.
Mr. Brad, what role does mentorship and coaching play in talent development and retention?
I would start with kind of an academic answer, actually. I'm not an academic, but the first place to start is understanding the difference between a coach and a mentor. Even in the field of coaching and mentoring, it's almost 50-50. They define each as similar. I would say, here's an example to understand the difference. If you are working in an organization and you're thinking about leaving your organization, would you tell your coach or your mentor? The person you tell is technically your mentor, right? The coach is a more formal role, and it's often even paid for by the organization. So understand the difference. Whatever word you use, coach or mentor, at the core, who would you tell the more personal things to? Who would you tell the more functional, organizational things to? The second piece of advice I would give is become a coach or mentor. That is so important. I can't tell you how much I learned today by mostly mentoring. And it's part of my business model. Because you get to a point in your own your career, your self-development, where you need to challenge yourself. And I know it's a cliche or an old expression, the best way to learn is to teach. You really have to know what you're talking about. I remember, when I came here and was working for MR, that's what brought me to Dubai. That was about the time when the new hires would come on for new joining, and the smartphones were coming into the environment. And when you're used to talking to people and getting their attention and then competing with the smartphone for attention, you better know what you're talking about. You better be more engaging.
That's the Gen X generation, which we are
everything's being checked in real time, right? And so becoming a coach or mentor is one of the best ways of self-development. It's not just charity, it's not just giving, but it challenges you to keep becoming the better you.
Great. I also learned quite a bit from, Cyrus as well as Shanky in there, and I made notes of, a couple of things there. Great.
Falguni, I just wanted to add, reverse mentoring does very well as well. I mean, you should also encourage in your organization to have reverse mentoring. With the Gen Z employees coming in, there's always something to learn. So learning is both ways.
Completely agree with you. Mr. Gior, how can leaders identify high potential talent and nurture their growth?
In my opinion, it's a good question as of today. The leader should give the vision to achieve the SMART objectives of the staff of that. He should take care for the emotions and how to achieve the goals, particularly in the construction industry when we are talking time, cost, and quality of that. As previously you asked it, using the technologies, taking care of the emotions of the staff, and giving them the right goal and path, that will be the good of that one. A leader should create the leaders, not the followers, in my opinion. That will be a good leader who create the leaders behind that. Thank you.
Mr. Cyrus, what strategies can leader use to address employee engagement and job satisfaction? I think nobody can answer better than you.
I think creating an environment where every single employee feels he's empowered. One single word, empowerment. Empowerment means allowing the employee to A, make mistakes as we heard previously, but learning from those mistakes. That is most important. If I have the comfort of knowing that I have a safety net, if I fall, I can stand up again, I'll be that much more empowered, enthused, and committed. That is it. Empowerment is one single word I would say. Thank you.
Ms. Kabira, how do leaders model and encourage inclusive leadership in talent development and retention efforts?
Authenticity. Being very authentic leader, which means being inclusive, meaning, as Mr. Cyrus said about being empowering, listening, celebrating as a team, recognizing, I guess once you have all these ingredients together, you automatically become a good leader. I mean, there's no way one person can be winning, right? It has to be a team. So when you start encouraging that team to take forefront and guide them and nurture them to, and as he said about safety nets, right? You want to be feeling comfortable that if I take certain risk within I am protected, so that gives you an ability to go an extra mile. Most of the time you'll be successful, but should you not, you don't have to, you have a team who's there standing with you. So that's, I guess, the leader's role.
Great, great. So one last question to all the panelists. What is that one skill which, according to you, each leader must have to stay relevant in the future? We'll start with you.
Okay. I would say three
You want me
things
to repeat?
No, it's
What is
fine.
that one skill, according to you, each leader must have to stay relevant in the future?
Yes. So I did say about being authentic, but I would say agility, adapting, and action-oriented, along with being, authentic. I guess that's where you can then always remain in the game.
In my case, very quickly, I'll differentiate between a leader and a manager. Manager has various skills. For the leader, in my mind, there's only one single trait if you're handling large teams, that is compassion. Know where it hurts the other person and being there for them. That's it.
Be selfless and promote the team around you.
When you first asked the question, my first instinct was to say very similar in terms of be adaptable. But the more I thought about it, it's going a bit deeper. If any of you have heard that expression, that term, be anti-fragile, right? Anti-fragile is more than just adapting. It's actually when there's turmoil and chaos becoming stronger. That is extremely challenging. And I would suggest we're living in an emirate and in a country that is anti-fragile. I've lived here for 15 years, and I can't tell you how many times people from the outside come in and they say, I don't get Dubai. I don't get it. I don't get it. Yet it keeps growing, doesn't it? And I tell people, if they understand the dynamic of anti-fragile, that is Dubai, that is the UAE.
In my opinion, a leader should create a path where success is the journey.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being part of this panel. I'll leave it open to the audience if you want to ask any questions to any of the panelists. Yeah, Ashish.
Our industry in terms of intakes at the graduate levels and undergraduate levels. As a panel, my question is, anybody who would like to answer is, what can we do to make it more attractive at the grassroots level for people?
Sometimes they're not even aware that there's an industry like this.
Plus, it's not very attractive, our industry. Nobody wants to be in this.
To be very honest, it does seem like that, but it's very attractive. There are a lot of things within real estate which one can be very, very good, and it's just a matter of awareness, in my view.
Thank you.
And also having mentors from the industry, going to the schools and discussing with them will add a very different flavor and attract them to kind of work with corporates.
If I may, building on what was said, I was at an event like this maybe 4 months ago here in Dubai talking to the insurance industry. And the same comment was made. Our industry is not that attractive. How do we get more talent into it? I love the word being authentic. But one of the examples I've used as an HR generalist is, you know, if you've ever seen the videos, and it's kind of leaning into social media, a day in the life, soft sell what your industry does to find people. There's someone perfect for every job, but they need to see. They don't know what they don't know. And this idea, and I used this several years ago in the oil and gas industry, you know, the big companies have, here's a day in the life working on an offshore oil rig. A lot of us, that's probably not the right work for us, but for some people, it's the perfect job. So you as your industry, I would encourage you to get the message out, and do it in, you know, in today's sort of social media world. Get videos out of what it's like, a day in the life of something.
Any more questions?
Just to add to that, I mean, it's a little frivolous, but I'll still say it. Food, shelter, clothing, roti, kapda, makan can never go out of vogue. So yeah, we will have competition in terms of artificial intelligence, X, Y, Z, but these are here to stay. You need food, you need shelter, you need clothing. You'll always have careers and people who look at making careers in these.
Any more questions?
In all the organization, the people feel the HR is pro-employee or pro-owner.
So it's obviously, yes, this is a thing which everyone would want, that the employees would want HR to be supporting employee things, and the management would want. I guess it's, I don't want to sound cliche, but it's a partnership, right? And you have to be also managing both sides. Sometimes you take a view slightly more objective. You have to have compassion. I totally agree on that. But also you have to think on a much more wider level. Sometimes you're creating policies, you cannot think of one person and just create a policy, which may not be right for that person, but you're also thinking much wider. So it's a lot of times I get to hear from my colleagues saying, I don't want to be in your role. Thank you, I'm not in your role. So it's challenging, but at the same time, I strongly believe that if it comes truly from compassion and you make the right decision, at some point employees will understand that why such thing was done. I don't know.
I think HR function works on a very tight rope.
I think in our case, the one guiding principle for HR or human capital is just be fair. If you are fair, you are not biased, and that people understand.
That's very important too.
There's an interesting cultural element to this question too, is you will travel around the world and there's a slightly different answer. If you go to the United States, you work for the employer. That's the cultural aspect of American culture. Even being here, when I was working at MR with a lot of people from Europe, and one country in particular in Europe, they looked at me as being their shop steward, their advocate. And so I think wherever you are in the world, if you're working in this role of HR, I had someone say, in the downsizing in this industry in 2009, I was here. And I remember sitting in one of the buildings here, and we were reducing our workforce significantly. And I was sitting beside one of my colleagues in HR, and he said, this is a lonely job. And he's right. But it's a very rewarding job when you do it well. Because in the same conversation, I thought about it, and I said, if you're doing HR, you're kind of walking on a fence between the employer and the employee. And that's not for all people, because some people want to be part of this tribe or this tribe. But if you are good at HR, you actually see your role being like the oil in an engine and making it work better. You're not one or the other. You're making both sides work better together. That is not for everyone, in fact, and people who come into HR, they fall into HR. A lot of them are predisposed to one or the other, and they're not very successful. So be the oil in the machinery, wherever you are in the world. for better or worse, you are an employee of the organization, and in the chess game of last moves, you often have to act in the best interest of the organization. But that's not necessarily your first move, your second move, or your third move.
I just wanted to add, during COVID time, when suddenly everything was lockdown happened, I guess it was an unknown for everyone, including us. But the expectation was that we should have answers for everything, right? What are the COVID guidelines? What do I do? I'm stuck here. I want to go home. So again, that's the time when we all got together as a team and worked on it. I mean, I had employees who were stranded in various locations because they had traveled with family and they couldn't come back. I had people in Saudi who were having depression because, you know, they were staying all the time. So things like this, I guess it's a role where you have to be fair, but at the same time also work within that unknown situation and try and come with solutions which work fairly for both, for the management as well as for the employee. Yeah, I guess.
I would just also like to add one more thing to it. I think today everybody is aware of everything. Usually in some companies, I won't say everywhere, HR gives standard answers. Nobody likes standard answers. We're not fools. Yeah? Be clear, be honest, let people take their own decisions, is what I would recommend.
You to please stay back here. We would love to felicitate all of you wonderful people who have, you know, right now there is one thing, this panel, what I could see is there was so much of, you know, communication which was not happening just one way. You know, there was, you know, a lot of two-way communication that happened. And the entire room, I think as organizers, the team, we were like, you know, the whole room is sitting like a sponge. You know, they are all just absorbing, and, you know, you could just sense, because there was so much of value add that each one was taking. I think really this panel deserves a thunderous applause. So kudos to you guys. And I'm going to request right now Mr. Basam Saman to please come up on the stage to felicitate this amazing panel. And I want Mr. Ashish Jain to also join us on the stage so that we can felicitate this wonderful panel that we have here. And on this panel, we would, I'm going to request Mr. Basam to start off the felicitation by felicitating Ms. Kabira there. So Kabira, can you please, ma'am, walk on the other side? Thank you so much. Guys, can we have a loud applause for Ms. Kabira? Thank you. And I'm going to request Ashish to right now felicitate Mr. Amar Tahilani. Can we have a loud applause for Mr. Amar there? Ashish, thank you. Sorry? You? Oh, the photographer is there. Oh no, I missed him. I'm so sorry. But we have, the committee has jumped in saving the photographer there. But if we could get the photographer quickly there. Yeah, that's absolute teamwork. And you know, we just had building teams of tomorrow, so we have a teamwork right away, right there. So may I request Mr. Basam to felicitate Mr. Brad Boyson. Hey guys, can we have a loud applause? Yeah, can I request Ashish to felicitate Mr. Chayor Ahmed Khan? And may I request Mr. Basam to felicitate the moderator right now, Ms. Falguni, who's the founder and CEO of CN Recruit. She did a wonderful job at this moderation, moderating this event. Kudos to you. And I'm going to request both Ashish as well as Basam to give away the felicitation for Mr. Cyrus Engineer. Can we have a loud applause for Mr. Cyrus there? Okay, Mr. Cyrus, I would want you to be back on the stage because there is something else in store for you too. So I'm going to request the committee. I'm requesting the committee members, BK. Yeah, BK, quickly, please come up on stage. Yeah, the entire core committee. All of you guys, quickly, I'm going to request all of you to please come. Vivek, yeah, Raghu, please join on the stage. Yeah, please join on the stage. And we have Yayati, where are you? Yeah. Guys, a loud applause there for the committee, and this is for the amazing value add that we got from Mr. Cyrus Engineer. Thank you guys, thank you. And guys, you guys have been a wonderful audience. I think so much of respect, so much of information that you guys are, everybody is taking in, soaking in this wonderful learnings. But you know what, today, you know, there are a lot of things. I think we heard the changing scenario, how Brad was, you know, talking about. Initially, it was only the employers who had the whole control, and the HR used to work for the employers. That was the only perspective. But now it's going, you know, towards a direction where it is a much balanced approach. But at this moment, you know what? What's the new currency? You know, what is the latest currency? What depends? You know, there was machinery was the new currency. Then manpower became the new currency. Okay. Now, what is the latest currency? It's data. Absolutely. Data is the new currency. You know, if you have the right data, if you have the right analytics, you can absolutely achieve anything, because in today's rapidly changing technology, the world, the way we are all experiencing, I think data is the new currency. And for talking about something really, really special, which, you know, how do you harness the power of generative AI, you know, using ChatGPT and prompt engineering? How are you going to achieve, you know, brilliance in what you are doing? I'm going to call upon right now on the stage a wonderful gentleman who is the co-founder and principal data scientist at Decoding Data Science, with around 20 years of experience in data science, AI, and machine learning. He is somebody who has worked in diverse domains like retail, digital, e-commerce, talent and HR, marketing, real estate, and technology. He's also worked for MAF, Nakheel, Accenture, HP, and Dell. Well, he has his bachelor's degree in electrical engineering and electrical and electronics engineering from BIT Mesra, and he also holds an MBA from the Asian Institute of Management. He's extremely passionate about using data and analytics to drive business success, and has mentored 250 plus people in the same field. So he'll be illuminating us on the power of generative AI and its usage in different areas. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mohammad Arshad Ahmed. Can we have a loud applause? Thank you so much. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, guys. Am I audible? So let me, the slide. So I'm standing between you and the lunch, so please bear with me. And
and just waiting for the slides to come up. So till the slides come up, how many of you in the room have used ChatGPT before? By raise of hands. Keep your raised hands if you're using it professionally. So very few people are using professionally. So basically today's talk, I'm going to talk about more about this generative AI. So what is ChatGPT is just a small form of generative AI, and all of us in the room know about ChatGPT since the launch in November 2022, and it has come up front. Everyone has heard it and is playing around with this new technology. So quickly, what I'm going to talk about, what is generative AI, because this is a term that everyone is using, but just to give an idea to the people in the room, what is it? Then there is the use cases. So just before coming to this talk, many people were asking what are the use cases? And this is the best approach for all of you in the room as business leaders to know the use cases. Then only you will be more inclined towards learning about these technologies. Then there is something called as a prompt engineering. So this is the main skill that every one of you have to start using as a user to benefit from this particular stuff. Then for the room, I'm going to talk about some of the best AI tools that you can start using professionally. Because ChatGPT, many of us are just using it for personal work, but we can also start using it from, after this session, you can start using the tools and take it professionally. And the moderator talked about myself, so I'm not going to talk much about myself. So I'm from BIT Mesra, worked in HP for around 18 years, and in the last 3 years, I'm working in a startup in Dubai, that is decoding data science, and I can talk more about that later on after one-on-one after the talk. So now what is generative AI, and why generative AI people are talking about? So any one of you can guess how old is AI? So it's very old, right? It's around 66 years old. 1950, this term was coined. But right now, because of the generative AI concept, like it is coming up a lot more user-friendly, because AI is now helping every individual to do their tasks quicker and easier. So the three main components of generative AI are, as I'm telling, it is an AI that helps generate content. It can be an audio, it can be a text, it can be images, it can be 3D modeling, because many of you are from construction, you will understand the importance of 3D modeling. All this can be generated. And what are the three things that are required? The first thing is the prompt engineering, what you are asking the machine to print, what you are asking the machine to give you an output. The AI engine, it can be ChatGPT, it can be OpenAI, it can be Facebook, Llama, any of these technologies, how you are getting that AI engine to give you output as desired. And why I mention output as desired? Because you can, if you don't like the output, you can re-prompt and you can ask it to give me a better output. And this is the good thing about generative AI, that every individual sitting in this room can start using it. You don't need to depend on engineers or technology person to get outputs. You can talk to the AI engine and you can get the outputs accordingly. So now use cases. This is very, very interesting, and every one of you can associate with this even in the construction and real estate industry. There are these main 6 verticals that you can start using. AI, generative AI specifically. Any company, any industry, these 6 verticals are the starting point for companies to use generative AI. For construction industries, there are very specific use cases like 3D modeling and all those things that are very specific. I'll not talk more in details about that, because that will become tool agnostic. Here I'm going to talk about these 6: marketing and sales, operations, IT and engineering, risk and legal, HR. So we had a panelist here talking about HR, and really these technologies can help you do good hiring and funneling it. And then the last is the utility and employee optimization. So one thing is that when we are talking to industries, we see that constructions, there is a lot of opportunity to start using these technologies, and they are not using it so much because of a lot of challenges. And I was just talking to a few gentlemen before coming to this podium, is 60% of the work in real estate happens on the desk, right? All the planning, all the approvals, all the hiring and everything happens on the desk, and the 40% happens on the ground. So, and these technologies can really help the construction industry, real estate industry, to use these technologies and save cost and planning. So in Dubai only you see there are a lot of projects that get delayed because of lack of planning and all those things. And these technologies can help us do the planning, and that is why industry experts are really keen on at least understanding these concepts and using it in the industry that is required. So these are the main 6. I will just talk about the use cases. Maybe the organizers can share all of the members the slides. But these are the main, every company has these teams and they have started using this. And I will, maybe I will not read it much, but operations, development, these works are there. But one thing that is very important about, I wanted to talk more about risk and legal. We all know that when we are working with contractors, vendors, we have lot of risk, lot of documentations that happen, the supplier agreement and all those things. We have to prepare a lot of documents and all. And these things, generative AI can really help you do that. One of the panelists told here about, I think Cyrus engineer, he told the importance of communication, right? How important it is to write proper emails, write proper documents, give proper presentations to the counterpart. And these technologies can make it easier for you to do it. It will take part of all the grammar, all the structure. You just need to give the input of the examples and the prompts that you want to do, which I will talk about in the later slides. So risk and legal is very, very much important. You can, suppose you have a supplier that gives you a document. Last year they gave you one document, this year they gave you another document. You cannot read all the pages to make sure that there is some difference or not. You can use these tools to compare and highlight the things that have changed, and then you can only focus on that. You can start summarizing documents. So just before making this presentation and knowing about construction industry, because I'm not working in the construction and real estate, but I did a lot of research work using AI to understand the things that I need to talk about. So these things really help in doing research, preparing for talks, doing some analysis, and you can use these AI tools very much important. Summary, the thing that I mentioned about employee utilization, this is the lowest hanging fruit, and every one of you in this room can start using it. So most of us, if they are using a laptop, they have Windows 11. And in the latest upgrade of Windows 11, there is something called as a Copilot, which I'm going to talk about in the tools. So now what is Microsoft doing is, it is getting ChatGPT type of interface, Bing Chat, in your computer itself, in your laptop itself. And if, now many people ask me, right, is it safe to use these AI tools? So now if you're using a Microsoft laptop, if you're in a company like JLL and you have a Microsoft license, so you are using Outlook, you are sending emails, you are creating PowerPoints. Is that safe? So you are using a Microsoft Enterprise, so you have a trust that Microsoft is keeping your documents in SharePoint safe. So if you are using these AI tools that is coming up from Microsoft, so it is safe and your data is protected. So if you are using an enterprise version, whatever you are asking, summarizing, whatever things that you're asking the AI to do, it is within your company's infrastructure and it is not going out. And this is important. Why I'm telling this? Because you need to use your company's infrastructure to do these things, and always talk to your IT team once before you start putting confidential data in these tools. And if you are using Copilot, then your data is safe. But if don't try to use any other AI tools without talking to your IT team who is managing these software resources. So now coming about prompt engineering. So how many of you in the room have heard about this term prompt engineering? So there is one gentleman. So whatever we are asking in ChatGPT or in these AI tools for an output, that is called prompt engineering. And why it is engineering? Because you need to have some guidelines when you're using, because the output depends upon the way you are asking it as the prompts, the way you're asking it a question. So there are 4 guidelines that you need to keep in mind whenever you are asking anything to these AI tools. It can be for generating 3D models, it can be generated text, images, or anything that is there. These 4 guidelines are very, very important, and you need to keep this in mind. And this is a part of prompt engineering. One is the role. So you need to mention to the AI tool what is your role. Suppose you are a construction consultant, you are an engineer. mention about the role. That is very, very important because the AI engine should know who is asking this question. Then we have the task. You can tell them the exact task what you want to do. Create a document, create a project document, create a slide for this use case. Then you need to give the constraint. The constraint can be how many pages, how many words. The details about this is very, very important. And then the last one is the expectation. And expectation is the type of the tone that you are using, right? Is it a formal tone? Is it a, what type of tone is there? Because it is going to, the more the details you give, the more the personalized the output will be. And this is one thing that is distinguishing a general prompt with a specific prompt. And this is the skill that is very, very important. So nowadays what is happening, if people are from the tech industry, they used to tell coding, software coding is going down and prompting is coming up. So now prompting is the new coding. And this is very, very important because you can give them these tools, the task, they will do it for you automatically. If you want to print any 3D models, if you want to print any images and text, you can ask them to do it, and it is already happening. Like as we speak, companies like Autodesk, AutoCAD are integrating AI, and they are calling it as an AI assistant or AI co-pilot, wherein they are going to help you to do these tasks. Now, just one simple example, right? Suppose you want to write a document on an article on a particular topic. So as a beginner, you will just write one line and you will get a very generic output. But if you want to keep the 4 guidelines into perspective that I just talked, role, task, constraint, expectation, it is going to give you, and this is a little bit specific to SEO, if people know about search engine optimization, it is going to give you a proper text which is plagiarism free. Like this is like something that is originally designed, and it is not like it is copying from somewhere. It is because you have given all the 4 tasks, and it is very, very specific, and you can say, and it is very helpful to give you an output. And tones. So I talked about writing styles and tones. If you can see, if it is not blocking, conversational and formal. You have to play around with this AI tool to see what is the writing style and the tone that helps you and is impersonating you. So there are a list of around 18 tones right now, but you can also train the AI model to know your tone, and this is very, very interesting. And here I have used formal and writing styles also. There are around 18 plus, and then also you can train the AI to understand your writing style. So if you generate any email, any content from these AI tools using this particular prompt engineering, the output will be very unique, and you need to just quickly review it if for any hallucination or means the information is correct or not, and this is very, very interesting. So now about the AI tools, I just wanted to quickly tell the thing. If you can start using these AI tools, there is something called as an advanced data analysis in ChatGPT 4+. This is very, very interesting. You can create PowerPoints about any subject. Just give them the details that I showed you in the previous slide, and it is going to give you slide by slide the talking points and the things that are there. Take that information, download the PowerPoint, and you can use Microsoft Designer or Canva AI to make it beautiful. So now creating slides has become 10 minutes work by using these tools. Bing AI Chat, this is a part of the Windows 11 Copilot, which is available in everyone's system who is using Microsoft 11 enterprise level version from the company that is there. DALL-E 2 and now DALL-E 3 has also come, and Microsoft designers are very good to create PowerPoints, and they give you suggestions. So suppose you have a data, it is going to give you suggestions of the artifacts and the images that you can use, and it's very, very helpful. It is saving a lot of time. So the slide that you see here that I'm presenting today is also being developed by using these AI tools, and this is very good. Harper AI is very, very good for summarizing articles, summarizing. So now one thing that is very, very relevant to every one of you, we have a lot of online meetings that are there. So if we have to write MOMs, minute of meetings of the online meetings. These tools, what it does, it summarizes the whole transcript of the recording. It converts the audio, the video to text, and you can make MOMs, talk the main headings, the main takeaways from that particular call. Even this is very, very powerful, and many companies have started using this, and these recordings have, because they need to be documented, right? Because many companies, they spend a lot of time in meetings. How we can document the meetings, what were the main key points of the meeting, summarize the meeting and make an MOM and send to the whole leadership. And this is very, very important. In AI RPM extension, this is a plugin over ChatGPT which gives around 5,000 plus different use cases that you can use. Like you can use it for summarization, you can use it for creating PowerPoints, social media research work, creating PowerPoints. So this is very, very powerful. So these 5 tools are there. These are one of the most used tools, and it is relevant for each one of you to start working and at least exploring these tools and use it in your employee productivity. And it will make you more effective. And the best way that I tell people is take one use case at a time and start implementing it, and you will save a lot of time. So challenges, as we know, this tool, and I just told before you use any of these AI tools, if it is, just talk to your IT team. If it is Windows 11, if it's integrated in Windows 11, it is safe because it is Microsoft ecosystem. But if you're using any other tool like ChatGPT or DALL-E 2, make sure that you talk to your IT team, because if it is a confidential data and you're using it, you're uploading it, it may be a risk. So better to be aligned with your IT team. And data security, this is very important. As I was telling you, if it is not aligned, it is same like that we are doing right now. Every company tells us not to download any software from the internet. You have to go through the IT. The same way, these AI tools, you need to go through IT to make sure that the data is secured. Because if it is through the IT, and if the enterprise, there is an option to keep the data local. So whatever we are asking the ChatGPT or these LLMs or these generative AI tools, it will not give your data to others to train. It is going to keep it safe and secure, and it is only going to give you outputs for you to use. There are some biases and all those things which we have to be just aware when we are using these tools. And we always, I tell all the people that I talk to, review the output right now, because these technologies are very new as of today, but we are improving it. Like as calculator came, we used to, now we don't, no one does calculation by themselves. Similarly, these tools are going to, in few years, no one is going to even validate this. They are going to believe that whatever is coming out of this is going to be true, but till then, review it once to make sure that before you share it, because even if you share it using these tools, you are responsible for the output. So better to just review it once before you send it out for now, because the tools are just developing and we are making better and better as we speak. So now conclusion is, as I told you, take one use case. So there are a lot of use cases I showed about risk and legal, comparing documents, creating presentations, making emails, summarizing content. Take one use case, start using these technologies, and you will see a reduction of time. So suppose one work you should take 2 hours, you will see it will happen in 10 to 15 minutes. Do that, practice about that, and take the second use case and start integrating it. So this is going to happen at the ground level. So we tell every employee, so I do workshops for companies where we take some small use cases and tell to the employees. So the employees were spending 2-3 hours in doing this type of work. Now they are using 10 to 15 minutes, and they are saving a lot of time to do more of creative work, more of research work. And learn about prompt engineering. So this is a word that you will keep listening. Prompt engineering is the way you are prompting, because every one of you as a user can do prompts. The way I showed you, if you put all the 4 guidelines together, you can make it much better, the experience will be much better. So that's it. I'm on LinkedIn and I have an AI community. If you want to scan, I do a lot of workshops around these technologies. And I know the organizers told me to rush because we are late, but if there are any questions from the audience, I'd really love to take it. I'll be here for some time. I hope my 20 minutes of talk at least gave you an opening to the door. Take generative AI as a learning step. So because this technology is going to stay and it is revolutionizing every industry. Construction is little bit, they are not coming up as of now, but a lot of other industries like manufacturing, marketing, retail, they are already embracing this technology hands-on. So thank you for your time. I know, and if there are any questions, I can take it or we can talk offline. Thank you.
So thank you, Mohammed. I think it was brilliant what you did right now. with AI, I think I was just telling the team that I would love this PPT because especially there was that one section where you explained very clearly AI is something that we all are excited about it, we want to use it, but he taught us how do you tame the AI. You know, that whole 4 or 5 step process is extremely important. I think all of us got that wonderful takeaway. And if you have any questions, I think you can pass it on to the organizing committee. They can, you know, take it back to Arshad and he can get back to us on that. Do we have somebody out there? Yeah, you have a question.
Yes. So good question. So I did not talk more in details. ChatGPT as a tool does not have the capability to do maths calculation. So many people who want to try out maths calculation because it is a language model. So there are some other specific customization that you need to do if you need to use the numbers that is there. But ChatGPT as a tool, it is a large language model. So many memes you can see online that people were trying to ask a mathematical question and ChatGPT was not able to give the answer because they don't understand numbers. So they don't have a calculator or functionality behind. So you need to use another agents to do that. And one more thing I wanted to add, so nowadays they say that AI, many people misrepresent that word. Everyone, it is the new electricity. So the mentors and the leaders talk about it as a new electricity. And now you will see as steam engine, in 1920s when steam engine revolution came, industry revolution, now this is like an industry revolution. And this technology is becoming general purpose technology. And you will see in every industry, in every tool, AI is going to get integrated. I was there in GITEX for 5 days. Every booth had the word AI written. Everyone is using the word AI powered. And this is like a new electricity. We have been using electricity and it is very tough for us to imagine not living without electricity. Similarly, AI is going to do that in the next, it's already doing that and it is going to be more and more relevant as we speak.
That's amazing, Arshad. That was really, really awesome. Can we have a loud applause for Arshad there? And may I request Manan to please join us on the stage. Manan, please, can you come up on the stage? Arshad, we would really love to felicitate you for, you know, adding so much of value to all of us. So Arshad, can you please come up here? And Manan is going to do the honors here. So, yeah. Guys, can we have a loud applause there for Arshad for adding that amazing value for all of us? And yeah, we have the photographer also, so thank you so much, sir. And so I think the time is 1:40 right now. And we would love to all have some nice, sumptuous lunch, which is already served. So, you know what? There is a contest that is also happening. And you stand a chance to win an iPhone from that contest. And to win that iPhone, all that you have to do is you have to visit our sponsor stalls. And one of the stalls is going to be giving out iPhones to the winners. The winners will be announced in the evening. So during the breaks, during networking, please go and visit our sponsors for an opportunity of winning an iPhone there for you, or you can carry it back and give it to your loved ones. So we'll be back right now at 2:15 sharp. We'll be starting the post-lunch session. iPhone 15 Pro. Okay, so that's the promise. Let's have a loud applause for all the presenters and let's be back at 2:15. Thank you so much. Thank you. You have to visit all the stalls. Oh my God. Thank you. Very nice. afternoon, everybody. Let's come back to the room. All those who are having the sumptuous lunch, I'm going to request everybody to please be back in the room. We have some amazing speakers coming up. They are lined up here right away. I can see only 4 people in the room. Let's have everybody back in the room, including the core committee. Requesting everybody to please return back into the auditorium. Okay, may I request the committee to please support in getting everybody back to the room? So Team Agni, if you can get everyone back into the room, that would be great. Okay, all those who are back in the room, can you guys quickly take your seats? Let's have everyone take their seats. Okay, all those who are standing, can you please take a seat? All those who are standing there right in the center of the room, may I request you to please take your seat. Okay, obviously, events like this cannot happen without the support of our sponsors. So before we get into the second half, we are going to go ahead and start this section with one of our sponsors, which is AIMS. And to speak about AIMS, I'm going to call upon Mr. Ramesh, who himself is a civil engineer, a chartered quantity surveyor. He's also a renowned mentor and trainer for APC interviews. And he's going to talk to you about his company, which is AIMS, which is Akhil International Management Solutions. So let's give it up for Mr. Ramesh. Let's have a loud applause for Mr. Ramesh. All those who are in the room, let's have an applause. Thank you. Mr. Ramesh, over to you. Yeah, can we play his video? Suraj, if you're around, please come to the console. Suraj. Suraj, you're needed at the console. Suraj here.
Hi, good afternoon to all.
Mr. Ramesh, I think, hold on, let's just quickly
Would like to play the video?
play the video and then we can have you. I think it's going to take some time. You can go ahead, present, and then we'll close it with the video. Yeah.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you so much for Agni to provide this opportunity to meet all of you here. And first of all, I congratulate all the Nicmar to conduct this type of a great event again and again every year. And we are glad that I also congratulate Nicmar for attaining the university level. And truly, I appreciate all the Nicmarians being a part of your unity as well as your collaboration to conduct this great event. At the same time, I would like to specially appreciate the great efforts by your committee and also the team who did a great job. Connecting the connecting professionals is not a small thing because we are such a busy professionals. And I truly appreciate Thank you so much for all of you for great questions. And I would like to tell you the 3 important points about AIMS. AIMS we established in 2015 for the aspiration of many career aspirants, especially civil engineers, who has come to this part of the world, Middle East, as civil engineers, site engineers, quantity surveyors, planning engineers, and also various areas where they did not reach their aspiration. That's why today I can see all the young aspirants here in this room who has come from Nicmar, Hyderabad, Pune. I know you're all initially, in the beginning, you are struggling with your great hard work, morning 6 to evening 6. That too working with contracting firms, it's not so easy. So for your professional development, many of us, we live in 3 zones. One is called comfort zone. Second is called fear zone, which stops you to learn into the learning zone, which is very important. Leads to the next zone is called growth zone, which makes you finally, your dream, it's called earning zone. So all the youngsters in this room, don't stop your continuing professional development with your engineering, 4 years academic degree, and also what you studied in Nicmar, either 1 year or 2 years, that is basically awareness about the construction industry. Moving forward, once we land in this part of the world, Dubai is a place of hope. The hope which fills in the last 18 years of my career. I came to Dubai as a quantity surveyor, and today I own 3 companies. One is back to India, AIMS LLP, and AIMS Dubai here, FJD, one of the company from Ras Al Khaimah Free Zone. And recently we started one of your aspirations, that is you want a great jobs. What type of jobs you want? Jobs with great good consultancies and also good clients, handful of salaries. These are all possible. As civil engineer or any engineer in this part of the world, when you work in the built environment, you have 3 extraordinary skills. One is your analytical skills, your logical skills, your rational thinking skills. But no university taught us 3 important things which no university can establish as a course, which I built in AIMS. Number 1, common sense. Because it's so common, you should have a sense to understand. Number 2, happiness. Happiness is one of the important signs. Even US also scared to build it because they are not happy. But in Dubai, we have a lot of happiness centers, but they never smile when you go. That's why being a professional today, you all have to live with your confidence. Confidence is equal to competence. Competence is equal to not only your ability, your capability. Today, I have attended several lectures and also suggestions given by the extraordinary professionals on this stage. I learned a lot today. Learning is a continuous process, but only thing is, earning should also be a continuous process. Otherwise, we cannot stay in this part of the world. That's why, for all of you, what I can suggest is, try to come out from the comfort zone, and also try to enter into the learning zone. The learning zone you require to spend your time. The 4 letters time, if you don't have to spend, you cannot sell your time. That's what consultants do that. Today when I can see the great leaders from Shapoorji Pallonji and also Mirage Consulting Company, Danube Properties, such a great companies in this part of the world, in the last 18 years of my mentoring, more than 6,000 professionals. And being I'm the 8th Chartered Quantity Surveys from Indian community, when I received from RACS 3 international awards, that kept me a responsibility on my shoulders as a mentor. That's what the quantity surveying profession, and also coming to the aspects of not only billing and quantity takeoff or costing, which deals with commercial, contractual, legal and financial aspects to advise the clients. You all should attain the competence, which currently through AIMS we are imparting 27 practical competencies, plus the 3 subjects which I told: common sense, happiness, and the last one is called success. That's why my AIM stands the 4 letters. Your aspiration is my inspiration is your motivation, and your motivation to leads to success. And once again, I thank all the Nicmarians and also Agni for providing this great opportunity. But before leaving here, we are all entering into 2025 zone leading to 2030 zone. Everybody search World Economic Forum has given important 10 skills which are upcoming. In that, there's no technical skills. Sorry, planning engineers. There's no logical skills. Sorry, quantity surveyors. What required is flexibility, adaptability, innovation, diversity, and the last one is look for your happiness. With these skills, for all the youngsters, I think many of my mentees are here, and also successful people, and some of the senior management professionals, for all of you. AIMS, we started a new company called AIMS HRC, HR Consultancy. I've been connected with more than 35,000 professionals across Middle East, 1,000 construction companies and consultancies in 8 countries. So far, I mentored 35 nationalities. We will be with all your aims. Join aims to accomplish your aims. My mission is to go here to aspire to inspire before expire. That's the vision we started, mentored more than 6,000 professionals so far, and very happy to continue our journey. Once again, thanks to Agni and also Nicmar, and as well as all the sponsors for this event. Event is spectacular. Thank you so much. Once again, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramesh, for that wonderful presentation. Do we still have those two? Yeah. Okay. So, now this is interesting. We found 2 phones, which were, anyone missing a phone or 2? There are 2 missing, like 2 phones which are up for claim. Anybody, if you can tell us the details of the phone? Yeah, there is an iPhone and there's a Samsung. So if you can let us know some more details on that, then we'll hand over the phone to you. In case not, then just check out if somebody is missing that phone. Just check your own phone if it is there. Okay, yeah, cool. So before we get into the next speaker, I'm going to quickly call upon one more sponsor. Right now this sponsor is all set. You're set, right? You want the lights off? Okay, can we have the lights off for him? Okay, so we have, actually, that was my bad that I said it's a sponsor. He is a sponsor, but right now he happens to come up here and he will be guiding us on financial investments, which is the company called as Hedge and Sachs, Mr. Shivansh, and he's going to give us some amazing information about financial investments so that we can take the right decisions as a team, as a company, so that we can scale up and bring in more money in our companies and in our lives. I think how many of you would love to make a lot of money? Wow, that's it? I mean, I was expecting everyone, and the whole idea is, you know, it's, Shivansh, I'll tell you, you are in a graveyard shift right now. Sorry? So it's a graveyard shift which is going to happen. So, you know, that's why even for making money, I couldn't see a lot of hands up. So I'm going to ask again, how many of you would love to make a lot more money? Yeah, now I can see that. And so can we have Shivansh coming up on the stage for the next presentation from Hedge & Sachs? Let's welcome him with a thunderous applause. Loud applause, guys. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Welcome.
So, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all of you. Honestly speaking, for me, this is an honor to see myself here in between such an intellectual group of people, and that too coming from one of the prestigious colleges in India. So for me, it's like first time I'm having this event wherein I can see all the intelligent people on the same floor. So also I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the council member of the Agni team who has actually invited me and helped me to participate in this event. Briefly introducing myself, my name is Shivansh. I'm the founder of Hedge & Sachs, and we have been dealing into investments from last 3 years. And when we started this journey back in 2021, we were a team of only 3 people. And I take this pride to let you know that one of the Nicmarians he decided to be a part of that organization. We didn't even had the Google address. So Mr. Raj was the guy who take that courage to come across and help the company, which was at the scratch level, and today we are working with 200 seasoned professionals across 3 locations in not only in Dubai, but in India and Kuwait as well. So as of now, if I talk about the growth story of the company, we started, of course, with simple products of banking solutions, and also we started with identifying and helping our investors to identify the right platforms for investments initially. But as of now, today, in the 3 years of short journey, we have reached into multiple other businesses that since we started with an investment perspective of business, but now we are having a full-fledged asset management company, which is basically registered in Luxembourg, and which has a regulatory body governed. The whole setup of that business is governed by CSSF. So that is our one achievement in the due course of 3 years. And apart from that, we are also into regulatory governance and the public policy advisory consultancy business, wherein we actually help our institutions and corporates to understand the regulatory paradigm of operating any business in any particular jurisdiction. So this whole thing actually happened because when we were trying to develop the whole ecosystem for the company, wherein actually we can advise retail investors, professional investors with their investment policies. So we also had to do some internal developments in our company as well. So in that course of operations, what we did was we actually collaborated with the seasoned professionals from the different spectrum of investment banking, plus also the corporate banking, and then we came across with a good pool of people on board in the corporate governance structure of the system. Now, these people are actually helping us not only to limit our services to investment banking, into asset management, but also into investment banking and the regulatory governance. So these 3 more things which we are doing in the Hedge & Sachs as the corporate structure. Apart from this, we recently, in last 1 year, we also ventured ourselves into the real estate business as well, wherein we also advise our existing clients and the new clients to find the right opportunity for investment in real estate properties. So that is something which we have been doing last 3 to 4 years, and trust me, when you have the right people with you, when you have the right people with this very sensible decision wherein you can actually help them in identifying the right skills for your companies that actually help you to grow in a longer duration of time. I was completely having a very short goals when I started with 3 people that I only can vision for 3 or 4 years of what I'm planning to do. But with the right people in place, like Mr. Raj, when he came to the corporate structure of the business, then I could actually look for a longer miles of the whole journey. So it actually helped to grow from 3 people to more than 200 seasoned professionals, and now we are doing exceptionally good in terms of every department, be it asset management business, be it in investment banking services, and be it a regulatory policy or advisory, and or be it a real estate aspect. Apart from this, since this all is more of a structure of finance and real estate, we also had a new initiative that is called Investor, which we launched early this year, and this is one of the very dearest thing to me, because in this particularly what we're trying to do is we are trying to connect with more and more women, and we are trying to motivate them to not to keep their money only in their checking account, but also to divert some funds for investment, be it a real estate option or be it a financial investment. So that is how we are actually planning the whole structure of this business. And furthermore, since we already have a good corporate governance system in our business because of the skills we have already onboarded in the company, they are also helping us to explore our hands in further more segments as well, which is definitely I'll be coming up with once we'll have those things also established. So this was my whole story about the whole structure. And just to advise you, from the investment perspective, with the 3 years of experience and my personal experience when I started the journey in the stock and equity investments. So since we are living in a geopolitical situation wherein every day we see something or the other happening in the political system, and if we talk about the international perspective, then some political unrest keep on happening. So our investment should not be limited only to the real estate or not only to the equity investment, which is basically a listed investment in the national stock market or maybe in the international indices, but we should also look for a greater shift towards the new upcoming businesses wherein which we can see that there are many evolving companies. There are many companies evolving day by day, because these companies are something which can actually they are fundamentally very good. They are actually doing good profits. So we could explore those opportunities also wherein we can find those asset classes as an investment. So my portfolios are actually giving you that blend in which you are not only limited to just real estate investment or an equity investment, but we can also give you an alternative investment strategy where we can actually include those companies as well which are not listed, which are doing really good fundamentally, and they are operating from last 4 to 5 years, and they have been doing very good profits in the annual year. And also, not only these companies, but since we are living in an economy wherein startups are being into a trend, so we can also give that blend also into your portfolio, wherein you can actually exceptionally make good profits. And from last 3 years, we are able to generate some exceptionally good profits and sizable alpha returns for our clients. So that was something which we are very expertise on, and later on what we are planning to set up more is still not disclosed now, but yes, since we have a team, since we have a seasoned professional from different industry, from investment banks and from the corporate banking, so we are trying to come up with more solutions for our institutional and corporate clients, and also for the retail investors as well. And before concluding my statement, I would like Mr. Raj to come on stage, since he has been there with us since the initial day of our business, so he knows. Actually, I want to understand his experience. I don't know, as a startup, as a company, how we have contributed in his professional or his personal life, but he definitely has a great asset for the business. So I would like him to highlight a few things for us. Thank you.
First, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Shivans Rachit for his motivating introduction and inspiring words on investments. And then I would like to thank Agni Council for hosting this remarkable event. Seeing so many familiar faces here in the audience today is genuinely heartwarming. As I stand before you today, I wear 2 hats, one representing Hedge & Sachs and the other as a proud Nicmarian. My journey has begun where I spent 2 enriching years doing advanced construction management from Nicmar University. The values and principles I absorbed during the course of my time in Nicmar have left an indelible mark on my personal and professional journey. You might wonder how someone can transition seamlessly from a construction background into investments and wealth management. It indeed was a challenging project for me, but I embraced it with open arms. The key to this transition lies in the firm foundation Nicmar provided me. Nicmar taught me that innovation and adaptability are the keys to success in any field. Today, Hedge & Sachs stands as a shining testament to this belief. We are not just an investment consultancy, but we are the architects of progress. Shivans highlighted that our success transcends mere numbers. It's all about fostering progress and transformation across various sectors. We believe in the potential of investments to redefine industries, be it construction, technology, healthcare, or any other domain. Well, I have had the opportunity working for some prestigious companies like A.W. Rustamani and Altair, where I held comfortable position in the management. Yet I decided to take a new challenge and venture with Mr. Shivans and get into investment. However, embarking on this new journey from construction to investments was indeed very daunting. We started with nothing but an idea. Today, Hedge & Sachs is home for over 1,000 clients who entrust in us with their financial dreams. Our journey is marked by innovation, resilience, and perhaps most crucially, the courage to take calculated risks. As the saying goes, the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. The principle is woven in the very fabric of Hedge & Sachs and been our guiding light on this incredible journey. Speaking about the clients, I must say thanks to those Nicmarians, fellow Nicmarians, who trusted in me and invested with us right from the beginning when Hedge & Sachs was just an inception. Their contribution was invaluable, and we are proud to have opened up new income streams through the world investments for you. On behalf of Hedge & Sachs and as a proud Nicmar alumnus, I extend my gratitude to all those who guided me on the path of resilience, taught me the value of an open mind, and nurtured my ability to take calculated risks. Today, I stand as a living proof of what can be achieved when innovation and investment merge seamlessly. Thank you, and I wish you all a day filled with enlightening sessions and invaluable connections. Apart from this, I would like to say, भाई पैसा बैंक में रख के कोई फायदा नहीं है. Invest करो, जहाँ invest करना है करो, different market में करो, because trust me, the bigger, as I said, the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward is, right? So keeping it in bank is not going to give you much return. Thank you.
That wonderful insights, Raj. Thank you so much. And thank you for Hedge & Sachs for being our partners, sponsors for this wonderful event. Well, before I want to go ahead and call upon the next speaker, trainer, who's going to add a lot of value here. But before that, I would love to have some interesting discussion with all of you guys. In the morning, I had asked you all, ki, why are you here? And some of you said networking, some of you said learning, and then one of the speakers said, I think, only when you learn more, you can earn more. So, all of us understand that part. But I've been to trainings, I've been to seminars, I've been to session after sessions, and I've seen one thing happening, okay? In a lot of seminars, I see just two people who are sitting absolutely next to each other, the way I can see Ashish and Raghu sitting there. And, one of them just goes out and creates wonders, and one of them is just there. Now, why does this happen? The trainer delivered the same content. Absolutely. The room was same, the food was same, the writing paper was same, yet there is a difference between one and the other. Why? Why? Anybody? Eagerness to gain from the mentor. Okay, interesting. Okay, yeah. How we implement, right? Absolutely. The difference is taking action. The moment you take action, only and only then results will happen. If you just listen and say, wow, kya bola yaar, maza aaya, tali bajaye, khana khaya, ghar gaye, nothing is going to happen. Unless you don't implement. And implement kya karne wale ho? We learned a lot today, right? Did you learn a lot today? We had amazing speakers right from the start. Like since morning, we have our Director General speaking. Then we had the wonderful panels, the two amazing panels, jahan se humne bahut information. And we had Mr. Cyrus who was also speaking some amazing tips, the leadership session, lot of learnings. I want you to quickly pull out your notepad. Pull out your notepad. Pull out your notepad. You can't be with your phones right now. Keep your phones down. Agar baaju wala apne phone ke sath hai, usko dhakka maro, bola keep your phone down. Okay, pull out a notepad there. I think there are a lot of notepads which are there on the table. Pull out a notepad. Take a pencil right now. Okay, and write down what are your top 3 learnings which you will go back and implement. If you don't implement these learnings, it's of no use. You have put in your time, money, effort to be here into this room. So let's write down what are your top 3 learnings which you will implement back. What are your 3 learnings to implement back? It could be any simple learning. It could be even some learnings. I remember there was one of the panelists, I think Mr. Gary. I mean, for me, one of the most powerful takeaways was the poise with which he was speaking. There were a lot of pauses. He was not just going like extempo, not with a very rapid pace. The poise, but yet he had a point which he was delivering. For me, it was a brilliant takeaway. Other than that, I don't know, some of you were all outside, but there was one interesting session which happened on ChatGPT. And that was extremely powerful by Arshan. Yeah, so he gave some amazing tips on how do you tame ChatGPT. ChatGPT, को अपने हिसाब से कैसे. I think there was amazing takeaways. I'm going to go back and implement exactly what he said. So right now, what are your top 3 learnings? और सिर्फ लिख के नहीं होने वाला है. Because we all said that we are going to connect, we are going to network, right? Okay, everyone quickly stand up. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Everybody stand up, stand up, stand up. My buddy here, he's like, Kedar, why? But yeah, stand up. Everybody stand up. Okay, quickly look around the room. Find one person whom you have not met, since morning. Go ahead, quickly find one person, stand face to face with that one new person. Completely unknown stranger, find one person. Find one person. Yeah, we have our next speaker who's right there also, yeah. Okay, find one person and don't talk. Do not talk. Okay, everybody find new person, stand face to face. Stand face to face. Okay, everybody stand face to face. Okay. Okay, everybody raise your right hand. Everybody raise your right hand, right hand, right hand. Right there in the center. Vineet, raise your right hand, hold on. Yeah, unfortunately guys, some of you I know by names. Sir, right hand. Here. I'm waiting. Sir, okay. Wonderful. Thank you so much. All that I needed was attention, okay? Now you have to quickly label yourselves A and B. Quickly label yourselves A and B. Sir, you can partner him there. Label yourselves A and B. A and B. Yayati, you can go and join him. He's alone. Okay. Okay, quickly label A and B. All the A's, raise your hand. All the A's, raise your hand. Point to B. Point to B. Quickly point your hand to B and ask him, what did you learn? Okay, partner B, your turn to answer. Go ahead, answer. What did you learn? What will you implement? Partner B, answer. What did you learn? What will you implement? You don't have a partner? Turn around. Turn around. Catch them. What did you learn? Go ahead, talk. Abhi baat karni hai. Tell your partner what did you learn. 3 things that you learned. And how are you going to implement? Only partner B should be talking. A, आपको सिर्फ सुनना है. That's all you have to do. Okay, stop. Give your partner a high five and tell them you have learned a lot. Okay, partner A, raise your hand. Point to B. Point to B. Point to B. And tell them, it's my turn now. Okay, partner A, you speak. Go ahead. What are the 3 learnings? And how will you implement? Okay, stop. Give your partner a high five and tell them you are learning a lot. Give your partner a high five and tell them you are learning a lot. Okay, guys, this doesn't stop here. Okay. Quickly find one more new partner, and you have to do this exercise once again. Go ahead, quickly find one more new partner. Find one more partner. उसके बगैर networking नहीं होती है. New partner, unknown partner. Yati, can you help get somebody for him here? Yeah. Okay, thank you, Siddharth, for doing that. Okay, go ahead, do the same activity. Partner A and B, quickly share 3 things that you learned. I hope both the partners have shared. Both ways, you have to share both ways. Okay, stop. Give your partner a high five and tell them you are awesome. Give your partner a high five and tell them you are awesome. Oh my God. Really? Okay. Please do not come back to your seats. Find a new seat on a new table and take a seat right away. Go ahead, quickly do that. New table, new seat. Go ahead, do that. New table, new seat. Leave the last row empty. New table, new seat. Go ahead, quickly. New table, new seat. Yeah, you can move forward because I think there is one empty table here. Nobody's going back. Move forward. Yeah, new seats, new partners. Okay, quickly. Take new seats, new partners. Move. Vineet, can you make people move there? New seats, new partners. Sir, can you take a seat? Take a seat now. Just take a seat. Okay. Take a seat. All of you, those who are... Guys, this is not the time to network. This is time to find a chair. Take a seat. Sir, take a seat. You know, this is business class. Yeah, a lot of leg room. Come on. Sir, all the way पीछे चले गए. कोई पार्टनर नहीं है. एक टेबल तो आ गया हो. Move. Okay. Guys, you went back to the same chair. थोड़ा तो move हो जाओ. Really? Oh my God. Okay, guys. Okay, did you learn something new from somebody else right now? Did this activity help? Yes or yes? Yeah, this activity helps. I'm sure it helps. It helps in connecting. It helps in knowing people differently. And maybe some brushing of our own learning. How many of you are going to implement what you learned? Yeah? Turn to your partner, give him a high five and tell them, go and implement. Yeah, give him a high five. Your high five dene ke liye bhi. High five? Arey, high five, that's about it. Yeah, I like that, Siddharth. Nice one. Okay, so you know what? Right now we are going to go ahead and, learn something really, really interesting from the founder and CEO of CMCS Middle East. With 40 years of service record, he's providing the best practices in digital transformation and lean construction management, covering various sectors from commercial, residential, oil and gas. He also holds a master's in construction management from George Washington University, USA, and a bachelor in civil engineering from Kuwait University, and has attended many executive programs. He's a co-founder of the Project Management Institute Arabian Gulf chapter, and his forte is project control systems, computerized project control, softwares, claims analysis, preventions, also risk analysis and management, design, supervision, training and business development. This is very interesting what I really knew about him. He has written more than 300 articles on project management and information systems, which featured in international and regional magazines and newspapers. And he is none other than the founder and CEO of CMCS, Mr. Basam Samman. Can we have a loud applause for him? And he's going to be talking about digital transformation in capital construction projects. So over to you, Mr. Basam. Yeah, the presentation.
Hi. Well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present the topic today about digital transformation in the construction industry. So, I hope, which one I can use to move the slides?
No, there's a clicker. We'll give you the clicker.
This one?
Yeah. This is the clicker.
So move it up and down?
Yeah, I think this, yeah.
Okay. Well, there are many slides, but you don't need to spend much time. We're just going to overall and explain what I'm going to talk about, and then we can have a Q&A at the end to verify any questions. So first, let's be very specific. What I'm talking about today, the construction industry and real estate development has so many aspects. So I'll be talking about one specific topic, and that is managing the construction project delivery. Now, for all of you, regardless of what project size you're involved with, there's always a document that we call the project management plan or the project execution plan. And this plan will detail all the processes that need to be managed when you have a project. And frankly, if you tell me that you are involved in a project without that does not have a plan, it's like simply you are operating a very costly equipment without even the user manual. So there is a very high chance that you will fail, and your project will fail, and you will lose all the funds that you have paid for your project. Now, project planning plan will add a different thing about the project. Again, it is not something that we are inventing. It is something that is documented, that you are familiar with. It involves the schedule, the cost, quality, safety, everything. And depending again on your project, what role you are playing in the project, you might need to manage it through the different project life cycles. So if you are a real estate developer, you are a much higher risk than a contractor, believe it or not. That's why most financial institutions, they hate to finance project owners. They will not finance contractors, but they don't want to finance project owners unless they can cover the risk. So again, depending on your role, you have to look into all these things. Now this screen, which I'm sure many of you have seen, we call the responsibility assignement, which simply is what to be done and who should be involved. And over here, I'm just showing for one of the players, being contractor. So you can see how much it is complicated to manage the project because you have so many players. And again, remember, project by definition is unique, which means that every time you have a project, this will not be the same. Every time you have a project, you need to go and build a matrix, a responsibility matrix that is specific to your project and the players on your project. And again, what's unique about the construction industry is that every project needs to have different players with conflicting interests. The contractor's interest is not similar to the consultant's interest. The consultant's interest is not the same interest of the project owner, and so on. So imagine that you have to be involved in delivering a project where every one of those entities has different interests than the other. And those are covered through the contract agreement that sets the obligations and responsibilities for each player. Now again, part of the project management plan, we have templates for communication that will help us to communicate in a more clear and specific manner.
those are quite extensive again. Depending on the nature of your project, you have so many templates that I will not go through. But you know. Now, for each one of those templates, there's a way to communicate it, a workflow that needs to detail who needs to create that document, who needs to review it, who needs to approve it or reject it. And things can get very much complicated and tricky when you are involved in performing cost management processes or processes that relate to cost, contract, etc. Where again we have in each project what we call a delegation authority matrix that sets the rules and authorities and approval authority levels for each player. So for example, I might be authorized to approve changes that will not exceed $10,000. If it goes beyond that figure, it must go to someone else to review and approve. And trust me, on projects, if you approve a document that you are not authorized to approve, I've seen it happening, then you have to submit a fraud, and the fraud will be penalized. You cannot say that, sorry, I did not mean to approve, so you get penalized for approving something that you are not authorized to approve. Which means that workflows can become now very more complicated, especially for cost and contract related processes, where you have to govern all these actions. Now, why I'm telling you all this? I'm telling you all this to show you that managing a project is far more complicated than you think, just sending papers and then the secretary distributes or document control distributes or me or X distributes. It's complicated. And today, in many countries, committing a wrong action, which is labeled as fraud, you can penalize. It doesn't go as easy as you might think. You might not say that, sorry, I did not mean to. No, you are committing a fraud. So, again, we have to create records, we have to create reports, and we share with different stakeholders. And again, all these reports and dashboards, what's the value of producing them if you are issuing them a week after the fact or 2 weeks after the fact? Things have happened. Those reports have no value if they are not being shown, not being presented at the spot. So, is this something that we are just fascinated about that we need to digitalize? No. The Project Management Institute, they run every year a study they call the Pulse of the Profession. And simply they try to understand how the managing project is performing across the globe. And they raise different questions and they try to see how those organizations will respond to. And the construction industry, the response to the construction industry is aligned with the other industries, so it does not vary. So whether you are involved in construction projects, IT projects, etc., the construction is very much aligned with those notes. And what they found, that the major factor that has improved the construction management industry was digital transformation. So digital transformation was the #1 factor of why there are less failed projects. So, why digitalization is important when it comes to managing construction projects? There are a number of points. I've listed 12 points, and let me take you through each one of those in a quick way. Sorry, I think I skipped the one before that. So the first one. I mean, today you hear a lot about the word data, policy, etc. When it comes to managing a project, you cannot have your data in separate silos. You cannot have your scheduling data away from your cost data, away from your risk data, away from your construction data. You cannot afford to do this. Otherwise, you will not be able to understand how your project is performing. Number two, without having the data in front of you, how can you predict what will happen tomorrow or the week after? You need to have data to be able to understand how it will affect the future results. And again, the famous word, garbage in, garbage out. So if your team is feeding you wrong data, incomplete data,
you have to do 4 things. You have to do 4 things for every course that you want to mention in a project, whether it is a change order, a progress invoice, an RFI, shop drawing submission, material sample submission, NCR section. Number 1, you must have a template to capture that information, which you are always doing it. You have it already on all your projects. Second, you need to attach all supportive documents. You must have a workflow that will detail how it should be processed. And number 4, you need to have an output so that you can share the information, whether it needs to be communicated formally or presented among us. So you need to have an input template with all the need data fields. You need to be able to attach all supportive documents to that template. You need to have a workflow that will map those tasks. And finally, you need to be able to produce it in the format that you need to generate. Using technologies or applications like what we use, which is called PMWeb, we're able to have different templates. There are many templates that come ready out of the box. I can design my own template in whatever language I want. I can create my document management filing system that aligns with my physical filing system on the side to upload documents and then attach those documents to every transaction. I can create a workflow that will detail all my decision points, all my approval authority levels, all the sequence that needs to be done. So when I link it to any transaction, I can see where is it now, who has reviewed it, exactly when this was reviewed, by who, on what date, at what time it was reviewed, and then produce the data automatically in the format that I would like to share it, whether it is a transaction, whether it's a report, on a single project, multiple project, dashboard, among others. That's really what's needed when it comes to digitalizing construction, as simple as this. Okay. Template, a list of attached documents, build a workflow that exactly maps what you need to do, and be able to produce data the way you would like to have it. And today's development with certain applications like Microsoft Power BI is taking digitalizing construction industry to a different level. So what I would like to share with you next, samples of some dashboards that today are being used on projects, whether it's my portfolio project dashboard. The beauty about those dashboards are all based on real-time data. Nobody's manipulating those dashboards. Those come automatically to the stakeholders to use this information, whether it's about the project portfolio performance, whether it's about my course performance, or even for a single project, for my risk, again, for my different activities on my project, documents, what actions I have to do for every project team member, and again, different dashboards, even for health and safety. For those who are involved in building information modeling, I can associate my project data with my build model. So whether it's the 4D analysis of what has happened in reality compared to what should have happened, or for my cost or cost estimate, or even for what work had been invoiced for this period, to see exactly what was invoiced in each period, what items were completed, among others. Or even when it comes to testing and commissioning, what the status of all my equipment that is tested, commissioned, among others. So you see, by having all this data, then I can go and have all these dashboards in the format. The very
what you call it, digitalized project delivery, then you have all these issues resolved. The first thing, and this is the beauty again about managing construction projects, by nature our data is structured. And for those who are involved in AR, they will tell you the nightmare they have to go through in structuring the data. But the beauty about construction, we have both data schedules, it's already structured. You already have the data fields already known. Whether you are building projects in UE, in India, USA, almost all the things. Come back. By having templates with predefined values, again, you don't need to worry about clean data. I can tell you that we have worked with clients that will use Excel. The data was a complete mess. Dates were input in different formats. Currency was input in different formats. Names were spelled wrongly for the same company, for the same entity. But if you have a platform that digitalizes your project delivery, you don't worry about your data, because if your data is not as per the defined fields, it will not be accepted. Remember, you are, every transaction in the project is being captured. So again, data sensitivity or source data is easy. That's fine. You know exactly who gets this information. Data dependencies. Like if you are managing costs, I need to know how this change order affects which contract, the progress invoice against each contract, so I can have all these links. So does this change lead to a risk? I can have all these things built in when I build my data. Data validity, again, it's real time. It's not historical data that without track record. Data volume. Again, if you start implementing digitalization on your company, you start connecting it across all your projects, and that's great value. Today we have clients who are asking us to migrate their data for the past 10 years into the system. Why? They start seeing the value.
You should have fireside पहले before lament. Lament से पहले fireside करो तो शायद better होगा, but पता नहीं.
Data integrity, again,
क्योंकि अभी इनका presentation तो has just really gone, taken the audience to sleep.
Documents, also information is captured. So by having all this data available to you, you can even do very simple AI analysis, like correlation. If there is a relation between quality of work on site and the number of MCRs issued to our team, maybe you don't see it, but if you start collecting all this data, you might find that there's a correlation between quality and non-compliance reports. Very interesting topic. We found that by doing correlation, projects that have high volume of requests for information or technical queries also have large volume of claims. Why? Many contractors use RFI as the base for building claims. So by trying to see that volume of RFIs and claims, you find that there is a dependency. But again, all these decisions, all these actions, you will never be able to tell if you don't have reliable data. I'm not sure how many of you know the story about the two physicians that they took a frog and they took boiled water. So they went into the frog and they cut one of its feet and they shall jump. So the frog jumped, but maybe less high than when it had the two arms and two legs. They cut the second one, they said jump, it went less. They cut the third one, the frog barely moved. And they cut the last hand, and the frog could not move. So what they wrote in their report? They wrote in the report that it's clear that the frog loses its hearing ability when it loses its arms and legs. But see, you can't come with such conclusions when you don't have the right data to rely on. Again, correlation is quite important. So, having said so,
not getting the last summary screen, but so in digitalizing construction, you have to look in those points. It's an investment, it's a change, but it's happening. And we see really after the COVID-19, there's like major adoption of digitalization of construction, because COVID has shown that today we don't need to be sitting in the same room to deliver projects or construction projects. We can be apart, but again, if you don't have technology, this will never happen. And I would like maybe questions. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to take them now. Yes.
Hi, Basam. Interesting presentation.
Just hold it closer.
Yeah. My question is pertaining to the project management side and the application of AI. Can you throw some light on what are the easy use cases which we can develop in project management in the artificial intelligence direction?
Again, as you know, in AI, there's different type of platform. Now, if you're talking about, I would say the traditional AI, okay, by building a model, training that model to give you like a prediction, what would be your cost to complete, what would be your delays, what would be the item. This item needs structured data to make that model. But again, talking about application of generative AI, there's also application of that. For example, today it's become very common that we do meetings using Teams, using Zoom, whatever. Generative AI can be used to generate the meeting minutes from that item. So actually I can generate my meeting minutes out of this document. I want to create some plan. Generative AI can help me with those items. So there are different type of risk register, for example. I want to have a new project and I want to look my risk register. It can help me to build that. But in everything I'm telling you now, it has no value if it's not trained properly, correct?
Of course. Yes.
The whole trick about all this AI, these people don't understand that AI can really give you, and unless it gets trained on what's relevant to you, it has no value. It's a nice gimmick. But it must, because you mentioned something which is true. AI application has bias. There might be, give you the wrong feedback based on whatever you have. Don't trust that. You have to train it. Training a model means that it must have the right data. Data that's relevant to you, to your own company, to your own region. Otherwise, it has no value.
Thank you.
Anyone else has any other questions? Okay, you can then send in case if you have any questions on a later date, we can always ask Mr. Basam to answer those questions. Thank you. Can we have a loud applause for Mr. Basam there? So thank you so much. You need to just stay back. May I request Mr. Sachin Negandhi to please come up on the stage so that we can felicitate. Can we have a loud applause for Mr. Sachin Negandhi, who is from Shapoorji Pallonji? So can you please come up on the stage? Yeah. Ma'am, can you get the award here? Hi. Yeah. You guys, can we have a loud applause? Thank you, Mr. Basam. I think it was wonderful having the right data, the relevant data, and only then things can really change. So thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, so before we go into the next section, right now we are having a very, very interesting session that is going to come up right here, right away, which is going to talk about the future of development. And to do that, I will be bringing upon on stage another civil engineer. We have been having a lot of civil engineers who have come up and spoken. We had just one mechanical engineer since morning, but we have one more civil engineer who is from the University of Strathcycle and is the member of Chartered Institute of Buildings and Institution of Civil Engineers. Well, he has over 24 years of experience in construction project and program management. And he has worked for marquee projects like the Network Rail, also the UK and Scottish Parliament building in Edinburgh. So he's done really amazing work, and he's also the global working group member at the Chartered Institute of Building, which is CIOB UK, and has previously held the position of the chairperson of CIOB's Dubai local hub, driving memberships and various events for the members. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Matthew Lamont, who's the regional director and project management at Compass Projects Consulting. Can we have a loud applause for him? And along with him, we will be having Bhavna, who is the assistant project manager at Compass, MBA in construction management. She'll be joining him. So can we have a loud applause for both of them here? Thank you so much. Sorry? Can we have a handheld microphone? Oh, you want this, something like this? No, just a handheld one. Oh, handheld one? Perfect. Sorry, can we have a handheld mic here?
Thank you very much for inviting us to talk today.
Thank you.
As part of the networking earlier on, I was asked if I was a Nicmarian, and I had to say no, I'm an imposter. I am Scottish, and as a result of that, I thought it might be worthwhile having a translator on hand as well, hence Bhavna. Our presentation today hopefully complements what Mr. Bassam has just said as well, and hopefully we can give you some other ideas about how we are moving forward with construction and development, and how the digitisation of that is assisting us all in the real estate sector. Yeah. Do you want this one?
Yeah. Okay, so Bhavna says she wants the mic here. So you've got me free flowing. Right, so why are we here today? Like I said, so very good introduction, thank you. Sorry, technical problems. Sorry, bear with us. Whilst we figure out the technical matters, I will try and do a bit of a summary. So my name is Matthew Lamont. Like was introduced, I've been working with the CIOB in here in the Middle East. I arrived in Dubai 2007, and I've been working with a variety of companies here since then. I am a chartered construction manager with the CIOB. I am also a chartered civil engineer with the Institute of Civil Engineers. Got a multitude of experience across 24 years, and I believe I'm a respected leader.
Definitely.
Thank you. So currently working with Compass Project Management. With me though is Bhavna, and Bhavna will give a quick introduction as to what she has been doing with us. But just to give a bit of a history as to my career up on screen here. So you can see I've been working, I came over with Bovis Lend-Lease. I've worked with AECOM, where I met Samagata, and recently I joined Compass last November. Bhavna, over to you. Why are you here?
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's truly an honor to be here, as well as co-present with Matthew. I am Bhavna. I'm from India. I'm an assistant project manager working with Compass. My background is I'm a civil engineer with MBA in construction project management from RICS School of Built Environment. I have worked in a couple of real estate, F&B, commercial, as well as residential projects until now. A quick timeline on my career, which is short compared to all of you in the room. I started working as a senior building engineer from KRIDL right after my graduation, post which I pursued my MBA, moved to CELA, and then I'm now with Compass.
Okay. Who is Compass? A lot of you out here have been asking me that question today when I met you. Compass was formed 9 years ago. We're a still fairly new company. We've grown rapidly in that time. We have very strong values that we share within the team, and that's reflected on the individuals that we employ and the way that we approach our projects. If you move on to the next screen, you'll see some very kind of high-level information, but just to give an example of the growth the company is going through, Compass, when I joined it last November, had 140 staff, and we're now well over 250 professionals in the organisation. We are RICS and PMI accredited. We take pride in what we do. In terms of service lines, we actually do at-risk construction management. That's a new service line that was added this year. The core business and the foundations were on project management. I'll go into procurement management a bit more in detail when we talk through some of the new exciting softwares that we're using. We do development management, taking you from the early stages. We do the program management primarily in Saudi, and then cost management and cost estimating is one of our really strong points, and we're working on a lot of projects in NEOM, Qiddiya, Red Sea, for example. Let's talk about the exciting stuff, or get on to the exciting part of it. But before that, though, what was the evolution? Where have we gone in construction to get to where we are now? Through obviously the prehistoric, where we've got hand tools, we go through the Industrial Revolution, through the mid-19th century, where really the industrialization really changed how we work and how we deliver projects. You move into that 20th century where the equipment, the machinery that's being used really makes life so much easier. But that's taken a long, long time in reality. And then we get to more recent times.
Of course. Which consists of power tools. Prefabrication definitely did change, I would say, a game changer, while BMI and CAD were definitely the ones. But prefabrication, we all are civil engineers, most of us here. We understand the time constraint we have in our projects. Well, this definitely helps in that. CAD and BMI was later, early 2000s, and as well as drones, which are lovely in site surveys as HSE.
I think interestingly, we all now have that the fatal email account where you get bombarded with emails. One statistic I seen was that the first head of state to send an email was actually the Queen of the UK in 1976. How things have changed since that early stages. We now face the new ideas and new thinking, and how are things moving ahead from now? And 3D printing is on everyone's thoughts and minds, especially in the construction sector. Is it going to be saving us time? Is it going to be saving us money? There are arguments that it's still in its infancy, and that 3D printing will, in time, when the volumes get such amount, that will actually be a cheaper alternative. It's effective when things are challenging, when you've got difficult designs, difficult construction required, and it's also effective where you've got multi-volume construction, so like modular type approaches with value 3D printing. We look at augmented reality and virtual reality, and I'll show you some of the solutions that we've got with that in the construction sector as well. And then we talk about this Internet of Things. What is this Internet of Things? The Internet of Things is everything. It's crazy. I don't know half of it. And actually preparing for talks this year about digitalization, the more you explore, the more you find out, the more exciting things actually are. Things are changing so fast, the pace of progress is so amazing. And then we also get into the sustainable technology as well. And it was interesting, I was talking to one of the colleagues earlier on about how sustainability is being looked at in the AI industry as well. And it's great to see that you've got tools where you can essentially take a photograph of a space, and that tool will tell you how to make that space more sustainable. It's really exciting what's happening just now in the industry.
I would like to take over from here.
Okay.
We are all project managers. I personally am, and I love my job. When I started project management, I understood there are a lot of things coming to me, as the speaker right before us spoke. When you have so much of data with you, you should know what to do with the data. If not, it's of no use. While AI helps us to do that. When there is a data with you, it's generally three sectors. One, you analyze, and then you resource allocate, and then you do the project management itself. Well, AI helps us in one of that, which is data management, support documentation, collaborative features, and project prioritization. As an APM, I would be working on a couple of projects, maybe 5 to 7. While as an SPM, as much as you move above the ladder, number of projects that you're handling would increase. Then you wouldn't have just project management, but also a portfolio management, which is much bigger and larger and wider. AI helps in that and makes your life very easy. When it comes to resource allocation, of course, it's considered as very crucial and critical, not just as a PM, but as well as a company itself. It shows how you're growing, as well as how you're monitoring your resources. AI definitely helps. We'll speak some of those in the later slides. And the project management itself, which is day-to-day task, scheduling, resource allocation, budgeting, as well as risk mitigation.
So in terms of what we're doing with AI, there's loads of new solutions, but the key thing obviously is around about that communication. How do we make our life easier? And I believe you've had talks this morning already about ChatGPT. There's new tools coming out from Microsoft which will essentially look at your server. You can tell it to go and explore the information stored on a particular project, and it can summarize where things are. Microsoft's new tool is called, what's it called again? No, the new Microsoft tool. I can't remember what it's called. Captain? Yeah.
Captain something.
Yeah, anyway. This is being launched very, very soon, and as a company, Compass will be embracing that technology. We already have technology that we use through a system called Ignite, where it will use a ChatGPT process to summarize large documents so that when you're going through your file explorer, you can understand very quickly what's in a document, and you know whether or not you need to actually open that. Obviously, task management, how do we deal with that? The sentiment analysis as well. AI can understand from how you're communicating in your emails and your letters, how your emotions are working. AI can actually help you understand people. I don't know if it helps you understand Scottish people, but it definitely helps understand other people. Knowledge sharing and search obviously is a key thing, and it can help make our lives easy through organising meetings and scheduling our lives. I'm going to skip over this one quite quickly because obviously ChatGPT has been discussed already, but for me, I'm encouraging my team in Compass to embrace ChatGPT and use it effectively. Use it to go and find information from the internet. Use it to make your life easier in terms of communication. There are so many people in the industry who come from backgrounds and cultures who struggle sometimes with English as well, and ChatGPT just makes that much easier for individuals who don't have English as that mother tongue, and you can very quickly create a good draft document that you can then develop. And I do say draft because, like any AI tool, and Bassam spoke about this as well, you need to have a professional there that can understand what is being generated and make sure that the information that then you use is then passed on correctly to your clients or to whoever you're working with. You cannot rely on it fully by itself. You can use it for that risk analysis. You can use it to help you make decisions. It can guide you in certain ways, which is fun. It's a fundamental change in terms of how we work, and it saves us so much time. There's some really exciting new bits of software out there just now. Not that I want to do planners out of a job, but there's a new software called Nplan. And Nplan uses data captured from over $1 trillion worth of construction projects. And it can create and generate programs on Primavera on its own. It uses data from these projects before in history, and it knows the accuracy of them, and it can now generate a program for you. You can also take a program that's been given to you by a contractor, throw it into Nplan, and Nplan will check the integrity of that program and tell you whether or not the program is actually giving you an accurate critical path. That power, the power of Nplan is amazing. And again, going back to it, you still need to have that professional who will review the outputs of that, because you cannot rely on it on its own. And for the contractors in the room, you probably don't want to rely on it on its own, because it will give you no float, probably. So yeah, so again, you need to be thinking about these things carefully. We move on to the world of BIM and how we look at things and create that digital twin. And everyone's talking about the digital twin. What is this digital twin? It's basically creating a scenario. It's a model that's the same of the real world. And that's where BIM started, building information modeling. But BIM is not about a 3D drawing. BIM is about data. BIM is all about data. But creating that digital twin can be hugely beneficial for people, not just in construction, but even in the real estate. Matterport has fundamentally changed how real estate works in terms of selling units, houses to the general public by taking you through and walking you through a house. It can also save on travel time for estate agents, and in doing so, it reduces carbon emissions. I think we've got a video of Matterport in action. Matterport's great. I've used it in construction, where you go through various stages of construction. You create a video that's a 360 camera. You can walk through an entire site. You get a doll's house view. You can change between levels of a building, an office. This example here is obviously showing you a house, but even in a house, you can go and use it to measure up walls or other areas and dimensions that you need as part of your day-to-day life. You can use it for site documentation. You can use it to look at clashes. You can use it to analyse the way of the progress on site. You can use it to create automated floor plans. But Matterport is actually getting quite old, and Matterport is not the way of the future. If we move on to the next area, and we'll get onto the video, but obviously the benefits of using 3D scanning and creating that digital twin are highlighted here, and I won't go through them because I think everyone understands that is the benefit. It's so clear what the benefits are. But moving into the future, and what's now available is a software called OpenSpace, and OpenSpace takes that digital twin model a bit further than Matterport does. You can go on, you can look at different timelines, you can understand from one picture to the next, and you can create, and at the bottom of the screen, you choose the date of what you want to be looking at, and you can compare on a 360 model. You can scan left, right, you can understand how things have changed over time. You can go beyond that as well, and when you look into OpenSpace a bit further, the opportunities to actually incorporate this digital twin and this real 360 photograph with a BIM model is an opportunity as well. And the next video shows you an example of that, where we've got an office space here. You can compare it side by side with the BIM model. You can then go directly into the BIM model and understand where you are in your construction and what things should look like. And those tools are available now. That can be used, and for me, that is now the go-to 360 video, obviously capture that we should be using. We've got some other benefits about AI in construction, and Bhavna's going to take you through some of the aspects that we can look at in health and safety.
I just want to ask one question to everyone here. When I say health and safety, what do you think of? 2 answers at least. Anyone?
Everyone's really shy, clearly. Any answers? Come on.
I can pick
Give
someone.
Give us a hand. No? Okay.
How about you? Sorry? Compliance. So are you? Risky. Okay. Anything? Health and safety? Mandatory. Correct. And sir? Hazard. Correct. While so many things run in our mind, it's also very important to see you need to address all of these. You cannot just address one and let go of the other. Well, as it says, it is health and safety, which is very crucial in any project. Sorry, I moved one. Yes. This is one amazing, I feel, personally, amazing software, which is called Field. When you start walking to a site, you might be or might not be trained in health and safety. If I walk into a site, I might know or I might not know which is a hazard, what is a hazard, what are the next steps to take. If I walk into a site with a video or a picture on my phone, this is both on desktop as well as on phone, the software. I can upload these pictures and videos. The software annotates and provides prediction as well as what are the hazards and how can I mitigate these. And also provides prediction. You can see in the first picture, in the picture, it just says pedestrian walking, parking, deep excavation, all of those. If I just walk onto the site, I cannot probably not see if there's a gas line or something, but AI is very smart, so it can capture that from the picture and share it to me across. So I am very much more informed on what's happening on site. This is how AI works, which is brilliant according to me. Well, 64% of it reduces the risk time consumed in risk assessment, which makes you can invest more of your time in the project itself instead of worrying on these things. It also reduces 42% of hazards and 80% of reduction in accidents. When we speak about health and safety, not everyone is aware of it because of one common language, which is English, which is all our manuals in. And not all laborers can read and write English as well as understand. If I'm a supervisor giving instruction to my laborers, they might understand and they might listen to me because I'm their supervisor and they might be scared of me. But will they actually follow it? If it is, think about it. If it is in their own language, if I give a phone with a couple of instructions in their language, a video about it on if they're starting scaffolding. If they click on the scaffolding video, it is in their language, irrespective of whichever region it is. Wouldn't that be brilliant as a labor for me to understand it much clearer, better, to connect it to it much better, and perform equally? One software is the Navatech, which is actually implementing that at NEOM currently for 7 different languages. Of course, AI helps in scanning the entire site and identifying PPE if someone is wearing or not. And then also there's IoT, which is brilliant in sensors. There's another software which is called, sorry, I forgot the name. Tender, yes, sorry, thank you. Another software called Tender. They're actually providing cameras on the forend as well as the back end of heavy equipments and machineries, which helps in analyzing on how much the equipment is actually used, the machine is used. Generally, we keep it running if it's 1 hour, and then another 1 or 2 hours, which is of break, and then again, there's some work left for the next following 2-3 hours. It analyzes on your working hours and provides a recommendation and a report and a dashboard, which reduces project costs tremendously. I think that's brilliant. Of course, using drones on site will help in understanding and capturing those critical things on site, like if there's a scaffolding, if someone is not wearing a PPE kit, if someone is not wearing harness working on the heights. It's brilliant. We should all actually try it out.
Okay, this one is for Sam. Sam Agata, being a procurement manager, might quite like this. Compass recently started using AI in our procurement team. Just to give an example of what the savings can be, in one procurement event, in one example that's been looked at, we've benchmarked, where you might spend 500 hours on that procurement event, we can save 200 hours of that by using AI. The tool itself actually takes you through the whole process. It will create the expression of interest emails and communications that go to the contractors. It will generate from a huge amount of data. It can generate the bill of quantities. You can use it then to also analyze the tender returns, and it will automatically create the technical tender queries and commercial tender queries, rather than you as a procurement manager having to do that. It will take you through that entire process, creating all of the communications that are required at each step. that for me is a fundamental change in terms of how we can deliver procurement much more efficiently. And it's great, and I'm really proud that Compass have taken on board this solution, which we offer to clients and we do internally as well. Yes, it does rely on a lot of data, and the data, and we've talked about data integrity, the more data we get, the more tenders we start working on, the better this will get. But essentially, we've taken all the data that we've had already, and from the tenders that are ongoing now, it's all getting plugged into this machine. So over time, we will be able to get much better results from it. We need to talk about data security. I know it's the really boring part, but GDPR rules and regulations cover all of us. And when you're talking about us working in Dubai and UAE or elsewhere, we probably are working with suppliers who are international, and they all have requirements from an international point of view in terms of how the data is saved. We can't ignore it. You need to know about the rules and regulations of data. Where data is stored is also quite critical, and you can take it to extremes where even Abu Dhabi, for example, the government organizations in Abu Dhabi insist the data is stored in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, not Dubai, not Ras Al Khaimah, not anywhere else. It's got to be in Abu Dhabi. You need to be thinking about that. If you work for an international organization, they will look at how data is exported. Is it being exported to another country? Because that can then have an implication tax-wise. It's so critical you know the ins and outs of data. I won't bore you any longer.
Well, Matt, I have one question for you, which is probably running in everyone's mind right now. Will people actually lose their jobs because of AI?
Are you worried?
I'm not.
The answer's no, in my mind. And it's not a definite no. There's going to be a change. There's going to be a change in terms of the skill sets. Yes, we've talked about planners maybe being left without a job to do because of this new software called N-Plan, but in reality, you still need that planner to analyse what's being output from there. If we're talking about the 3D printing on site, all of a sudden you've got robots that need maintained. So people have to be maintaining that robot. You need to program that robot. So there's a skill shift. You've still got to have people that go to site and understand what's happening and can see things. And yes, you can have open space. You can have that 360 camera mounted to your helmet and walk around the site. But in reality, you still need that person to walk around the site. Yes, there's going to be a shift, but I do not believe that it's going to be a game changer in terms of job losses. I think at that, are we done?
We still have pros and cons, which is pretty critical.
True. Okay. What are your top 3 pros of digitization?
Well, it will definitely reduce my time as a PM. I can concentrate on the project more than rather just documentation. I can read and analyze data in a very easy format, and making dashboards will be easier for everyone. And I would say cons, maybe I would get a little lazy. Not really.
For me, I think increased efficiency is key. I have a fairly large team, project managers, and if I can make them much more efficient in their day job by using tools like ChatGPT and by saving themselves time by not having to go to site because we already have that 360 twin recorded, we can save so much time, and by doing so, I can then put them on more projects, which means I can charge out more money. That's a win-win. And I think everyone's got to really embrace that idea of making ourselves more efficient using AI. I'm a great believer of doing things right when it comes from health and safety. And my 9 years of working with Bovis Lendlease, who were a big contractor in the UK in their days, we were really focused on health and safety. And for me, anything we can do in our day lives, anything we can do to try and save an individual's life on a construction site, we should be doing. I know it's not going to happen. It's not miracles. We cannot go out there and say we're going to save somebody's life today. But every wee bit we do might make a difference. And that's why I believe, although UK and Western ways of working is different from here. I believe that if we take the right approach, we can make a difference. Quality control, I think, the 3D printing, when it comes to really complex building, quality control is going to be an amazing a way forward with 3D printing. And then my ideas in terms of the cons, obviously we've got that skills mismatch. So people going to Nicmar might not have to study construction, they might have to study robotics. That change is going to have to be embraced by our industry and the construction industry. We need to understand where that future is, and for me, we should all in construction be going out there and hiring somebody from a university who's doing data, who's doing digital, because it's those people that are going to be actually telling us how we'll be doing our jobs. We need to be listening to those people. And yeah, there's the cost, but I do believe that the efficiencies will offset that cost.
Definitely.
Is that us now?
It is definitely.
Okay. Listen, thank you so much for your time. Sam, thank you for inviting us to talk today. It's a pleasure.
Well, thank you, Matthew and Bhavna, both of you. You did a wonderful job explaining us what lies in the future so that we can handle things even better. So thank you so much for doing a wonderful job here. And may I request Samagata Chakravarti, I mean, we call him Sam. So Sam, can you please come up on stage and felicitate Mr. Matthew for doing such a wonderful job. So Matthew and Sam, you can join us here. Guys, can we have a loud applause for... Yeah, you can join him. Bhavna, you can join him. Yeah, I think let's have the lights. Yeah. Oh, wonderful. Can we have a loud applause once again there? And Sam, I want you to stay back on the stage. So we would also love to felicitate one more speaker who added amazing value on financial investments. So may I request Mr. Shivansh Rachit to please come up on the stage. We would love to felicitate. Sam, please stay back. I'm requesting you to please stay back and felicitate Mr. Shivansh. So can we have a loud applause for Mr. Shivansh? So also we would love to, appreciate, felicitate. So Sam, there are a lot of felicitations which we want you to do here. So since you're already on the stage, so Sam, can you felicitate Mr. Rachit Pant, who is the CEO of Hedge and Sachs, who is our sponsors. So may I request Mr. Rachit Pant to please come up on the stage. Can we have a loud applause for him for being our sponsors? Thank you so much for all the support that you've been giving us. Sam, can you do the honors for us? Thank you so much, Sam. I think, yeah, you can join us at the table. Well, right now we would love to quickly have a quick presentation here from Mr. Jafar from Asa Abloy. I am EAT Product and Solutions Manager, and we would love him to go ahead and give a quick presentation about Asa and Abloy. I think this one team has been supporting Agni consistently. Just by telling that we are doing an event, they come us and stand us for being our sponsors. So Can we give a big round of applause for Mr. Jafar of Asa Abloy? Loud applause, guys. Over to you. Click on
integrated security solutions. This includes electronic locks, in-room safes, access control systems.
Hello, Nicmarians. My name is Jafar. I am the head of products and solutions for India, Middle East, Africa, and Turkey for Asa Abloy Global Solutions. If you don't know Asa Abloy Global Solution is part of Asa Abloy, a public listed company in Stockholm. We have 170 brands across various verticals, and we operate more than 170 countries with direct partnership and our direct presence in the market. Today, I'm going to show you some interesting use case, especially for the construction industry, which can be more helpful with the audience what we have today. So one of the brand of Asa Abloy is Biosite. Biosite, as you see here, Biosite provides a complete digital transformation of construction management, especially when the project is in early stage, where you don't have all things in place, where you need to have a digital transformation. And right from the beginning of delivery management, sensitivity, online induction for your subcontractors, site visitors, access control, workforce management, workforce mobile app management, competency. So we provide complete end-to-end ecosystem.
Who will be joining us right away here. He is the Executive Director of Indospace, Mr. Raghavendra Singh. Can we have a loud applause for Raghavendra Singh? So over to you, Raghu. Take it from here. All these stories we would love to pull out from them. You have a mic here. We need few more mics. Handheld mics, at least 2 more. Yeah, 2 mics. They are coming your way.
So I think, yeah, after lunch, it's time to sit on the Vajrasana here. So we kept it little spontaneous, and it was extremely difficult to select this panel. We have, the most difficult panel to be selected because so many contenders for this. And the idea of this panel was to break the monotony of project management and technical presentation and all, and share some life journeys of these brilliant individuals and many more who are still sitting there, not part of this, we look forward to their stories in future events, So original storyteller, Siddharth, who's, I'm not sure here, but yeah, this is something which I picked from Siddharth, who has hosted Brick Talks with Siddharth Nahata, and let's have a candid conversation. I know most of them, and Vijayendra and Kamal, I got introduced only in this Dubai meet. Both have amazing story. Yesterday I was hearing Kamal's story and I had goosebumps. That's a kind of inspirational stories. All of them Nicmarian. So before any much ado, let's start with the introductions, right? Kamal, we'll keep the introduction succinct. Tell us about where do you hail from, who is in your family, how did you reach Nicmar, right? And your journey so far from Nicmar.
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is Kamal, and I operate this company called as Turnkey Interiors here in Dubai. Turnkey is a 10 years old company. I hail from a town called as Yamunanagar in Haryana, and I did my architecture, passed out in 2006, moved on to Nicmar 6 to 8, and landed with a job in Dubai. So all thanks to Nicmar that I could come over here in Dubai and start my career with Drake & Skull International. I started as a site engineer over there and moved on as a project manager in a period of 2 years. I think that was the breakthrough in my life, and I worked with Drake & Skull for 5 years and started Turnkey in 2013 end. It's almost 10 years for us, and we are in the space for retail fit-outs, office fit-outs, villa renovations, F&B, and yeah, that's about me. Thank you.
So interesting part of Kamal's story is that, I mean, he came in this city in 2008 as an employee, right? He, his wife, both architects, started a small fit-out company and now have 150 on roll and 150 extended support staff. So that's the kind of power of dreams, you know, which Nicmarians are really demonstrating. Yeah, BK.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Okay, we have been hearing since morning each other. I am Balkishan Singh from Pathankot, Punjab. I did Nicmar in 2002, and from there got campus placement in Gammon, but worked for 1 year and jumped to Dubai in 2003. Since then, in Middle East, I was in Oman for a couple of years, then went back to MR for 1 year, and then the second journey, in 2015, I started a partnership with the Ayana Holding, and I was with them for 7 years as the executive director for them. And since 2020, I started my own venture, Claremont, and then in which we do interior design, fit out, furniture, and contracting business. I came to Dubai at 2,900 dirham salary, and today, God grace, we are, thankful to God. So we are doing good. So, Nicmar has given that benchmark to us that sky is the limit. That's what I can say.
Do you want to go? Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Ashish Jain. I had Turner & Townsend in India. Just a brief, I hail from a town called Etah. I don't know how many of you know it, but it's a place very close to Agra. Completed Nicmar in 2002. I'm an engineer, civil engineer, and then it was by chance that I said I'll apply for Nicmar, and then I was lucky to get through this, and I then started my career with Reliance Engineering Associates Limited. It's a company for Reliance Industries. And my first job was to deploy telecom network in the entire country as a project controls engineer. I knew nothing about it, but that was the journey which got me to understand how things are, this move. Being a civil engineer delivering telecom projects, that was my first experience. And after that, I've moved on to JLL for some time. And last 15 years, I've been with Turner & Townsend, started as a senior project manager, and now head the country in India. It's a short run from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dubai. I, Vineet Dungarwal, proud alumni of Nicmar ACM 17 batch. Spiritual thinker, I firmly believe dosti farishte, baki sab rishte. About my entrepreneurship journey, I believe every emotions is getting acted differently. Love is different, anger is different. So I'll talk about inspire. Inspire is the emotion which is inside, but which can get triggered from outside. So what was my trigger about entrepreneurship? I was working with Ireland FS, and there was a very famous quote. It was the Kida running about entrepreneurship. In 2007, there was a famous quote by great Narayan Murthy: love your job, don't love your company, because you don't know when company stop loving you. तो एकदम कीड़ा रन किया. One business plan. I went to my mother कि मुझे business करना है. So half an hour first pitch. अनु बोली बेटा तू because of business तेरे साथ शादी कौन करेगा? So it was the first reaction. And today when I see the like Siddharth and all, the way they are doing the business, on a lighter note, if you see the recent statistic of Shadi.com, the most Googled word is CEO, entrepreneurs, etc. So that was the transformation of industry about the entrepreneurship. This is my short story about Vinith. Thank you.
Hello everyone again. Thanks, Vinith. Something special. Back again, my name is Vijendra and I'm from 19 batch ACM. By fluke, I came to Nicmar. I was not even aware. Mangesh over there said me I was not successful in many of other tests. Nicmar was where I was last priority and I got in. I was very happy. The way I came to Nicmar was in complete different league. Everyone at that time came in suit boot, basically at least a tie. I was the one who came in truck, got the bus, didn't get any bus, and got the truck, came inside the truck, just took one sweater because I didn't have tie also at that time. And I was like out of whole of that lot. So our placement coordinator come students relation, Mona Shah, she pointed me out and she told me, 1 week I give you and get the tie. And from there on, I was the rebel guy who never used to listen during that dose. So Nicmar was very short and good trip, I will say. It helped me to get in Dubai completely. 2007, I came here as a job. Started with ETA, then moved to Mahmood. And from Mahmood, I said 2009, it's enough of complete downfall. And from 2011, I started on my own claims and delay analysis, where 2013, I registered the company under the name of Vedas with planning and QS services. And so on, the journey started. Thank you.
Great. So I think each of them has a story which can be presented in a 3-hour session with intervals, But my first question to Ashish, Ashish is one of the few amongst us, who has risen to the ladder, reached the top, and been there for some time now, right? So it's it's easy to step up the ladder, but once you reach up, right, they say oxygen is low.
Yes.
Once you reach up, right? So oxygen is low. And what we'd like to hear from Ashish, that how do you sustain that? And when is the time you think, if you hit the glass ceiling, or how do you sustain leadership roles, and what goes in doing that?
Oh, okay. Thank you for the question, first of all. I think, as I say, the leadership is very lonely. I think somebody also said that. It is true to some extent, but not if you have people you can discuss things with and you can build that trust within your team. So for me, I think taking up this role, I think the most important thing, and I think this has been spoken about throughout the session this morning, was have a team of leaders under you. So one is that, creating that thing. So sustaining the positions or sustaining leadership is about having people you can trust, and then having a second and a third layer of people who are developing to that level. You need to make yourself redundant. That's how it is, the leadership is all about. For me, it is all about growth mindset. I think that is very important. And also to create some positive tension, if I have to say. Within the teams, within the business, you got to build the business in such a way that it reaches a BAU stage at one point, but after that, you are the visionary. You should be forecasting as a leader. You should be looking beyond what others cannot see. And if you can then mobilize the team, the right people for that focus, that's the growth mindset that you were talking about. So you keep building on and on and on so that there is no complacency within the business. There is no frustration. People have ample opportunity to go and try different things. So I think as a leader, it is important for you to yourself sustain that you need to have these avenues where people can fulfill their own dreams and desires and aspirations which they have for themselves. So make them grow together. Thank you.
Interesting. So BK is one person, who has seen the entrepreneurial journey and entrepreneurial journey, both, right? His lead companies as director and leaving job, cozy job, fixed paying jobs. What is that trigger, BK? And when and how that happens, when somebody leaves a steady job and jump into this entrepreneurial journey after 20 years of professional journey? And what really kicks that in?
Hello. Raghu, it's the tough decision you have to take, but you have to see the timing when it has to be, you have to decide the moment. So in my case, like when I was heading the holding company and, going along with them, so there was a time when I could see the company is growing, we are making the money, but individually, it's not going that level. You have to see that, okay, we have reached up one level. Then the benchmark comes to you. Then parallelly, you have to think, now I have to start one parallel vertical, which I can grow myself. So once you are working for someone, then same level of energy, once you are putting for your own company, then you can, you have to see the right timing. So in my case, I started that, and with my partners only, they know that I have the company. And then when I came to a stage that I have to hire a GM. So I said it's a right time, rather than hiring a GM, it's for me to move on and then take the company further. And then, yeah, as we say that you should have a right team along with you. So we need to develop that team, and then you can take it further.
Okay, great inspiration. So my question to Kamal, and 10 years from 7 to 150 and 200 plus 3 joinery factories, right? In a span of 10 years. What next for you? And what is that motivation?
Well, the motivation is, I think it is the drive.
Yeah, Mike.
Hello? Yeah, I think it is the drive which pushes you out of the bed every day morning and make you work for those 10 to 12 hours. I am a strong believer where I always keep saying that hard work will never betray you. So that is one thing I always keep it in mind, and I pushes through it. Other than that is the drive or the zeal which makes it happen. The whole karmic world comes in place. So the next for us is construction is a very versatile sector. Today we are a fit-out contractors. We have just now started our construction division, and there are many plans, but I want to go steady with it and establish one at a time.
All right. We look forward 10 years, and we'll come back to you, how you've broken the glass ceiling again. To Vijay, you are kind of a serial entrepreneur, right? You started Polaris with us. What's next in line, right? And what's driving it? Is it some financial target or goal, or what's your goal now?
With us, Polaris, the verticals are to ensure that the business somewhere is at least making profit, not this, something else. But the main objective is that we, as an entrepreneur, contribute something, okay, make a mark. And my next target is to create a brand. So far, contracting is a thankless industry. And once the project is finished, no matter what efforts you do, it's all thankless. So it's always more better to develop as a brand in people's mind, as well as for their service in a right way, by providing a quality product which is more sustainable, as well as give back to the society, either by giving a lot of creating employment, as well as creating a good wealth. So my objective is to make it very simple and be remembered by all people as a good product.
Interesting. So So Vineet, I know what's your next step, goal, what's driving you, so I'll not ask that question. Yeah. What we'll ask you is, if given a choice, right? And if given a choice and your financial goals are met, what would Vineet be doing 1 month down the line?
I'll answer from heart. Doing next, I've completed 16 years of entrepreneurship, so I'll talk more about my intangible goal. I want industry to recognize me without my visiting card. Next international alumni meet, I should not carry my visiting card. Vineet, naam to suna hoga. That's it.
Very good, interesting. All right, so I think last one question, we'll keep the session and we'll open it for 3 questions for audience, right? But before that, with Ashish and all, all of you all, just for the young Nicmarians and all, if you have to pick up 2 things which you look for when you meet a candidate for an interview or a business partner, what are those 2 things which you weigh over other things? Starting from Ashish. Yeah.
Well, I think different roles have different criteria and also, but if I have to look for as a generic thing, I would actually look for that person's clarity of thought about his or her career, of what they are thinking, where they want to head, and communication. I think all of us are competent, all of us read through, we study engineering, we do a lot of things, but if we are not able to put our thoughts and process in the right context through proper communication and send the message out, I think that's very important in this world. And with all these technologies taking over, I think it is even more important that we communicate effectively. So I would look at communication and clarity of thoughts as a key criteria.
Perfect. I think ditto here as well. Vineet, want to add?
For entrepreneurs, story is always different. If you see the difference between startup versus legacy organization, startup need to give strong importance for the talent development. This is one. Second thing, while starting company, your first hire is very critical because ultimately he is going to be your brand ambassador. So their polarization of purpose is important. That alignment is very critical while developing your core team. This is my take.
All right. So alignment, how she reflects here?
So their alignment in terms of your purpose, whatever is your thought process, at least immediate your core team need to understand that, and they need to create the effect of amplification below. If your immediate team is not having that alignment, then it could be the disaster.
Yeah, sorry, but this happens eventually. So, but when you're meeting person for the first time, right, in 15 minutes, half an hour, what are the 2 things which you look for, and how do you fish it? I mean,
for entrepreneurs ka core team, the general case and very safe bait, a right bait is with experience, either experience of yours or your network. That referral experience is very critical for the first line managers. When it is a legacy organization, then your brand is talking, your brand is getting reflected on ground.
BK?
I would like to add that, once we call somebody for interview, so that's what I feel, for both angles, from the employer and now as an entrepreneur also. The CV is, okay, from the CV you get shortlisted candidate. But when we are meeting, personally I see the attitude of the person, the first when I meet, what is the attitude he or she is carrying when we meet. That's the first thing very important for me. See, knowledge, मतलब घर से सीख के कोई भी नहीं आता, मैं ये मानता हूँ. ठीक है? If the attitude is good, we can learn here. And the opportunity should be given. See, somebody has given the opportunity to me at the right time, so we have grown up. from a planning engineer to directly to RE they given, so that opportunity was given. So I am ready to give it, but that attitude should be there. And I strongly with the reference check. That some reference gives a good boost in the, closed network industry, especially in Dubai.
Interesting. Before going to the other panelists, I'll just share my story on this part, BK. So ours was the first batchmate where we got 4 guys placed in Abu Dhabi, Conference Palace Hotel, Krishna, Ratnesh and all, And they used to share fancy pictures on the Yahoo email group. And that Palm Jumeirah was just starting, and all that fancy pictures. So I had that hunger working in Gurgaon, and construction guys, once the project is completed, I was working on Sahara Mall. We used to sit in the AHE room, right? And there was no email, there's no active communication through email and all. But after seeing these pictures and what these guys are doing, I decided I'll apply. Started applying through Ascent, Times of India, Wednesday, right? 100 places plus I applied, got into 3 places, and I was ready to work as a plumber also in Dubai if I get an opportunity. Fortunately, I got an opportunity to work as a assistant project manager in 2003. But I think that's something, just if I have to head, that's one thing which, look, and just to, I think, Vinny's point, attitude. Many times you get a candidate, you ask him why you're leaving. The boss I'm working with is like, it's not easy to manage and all. Do you think with the company that I'm working is like 10 issues, do you think with that kind of attitude, somebody is going to hire you? So I think, what you mentioned, Vinny and VK makes sense. Yeah. Kamal, for you, what are the 2 things which you look for?
For us, I generally carry a bit of a practical approach whenever I'm interviewing people, and every person has a story to be told, and my first thing is always to hear their story, where they started, what they have been doing, how they're operating in the present organization, how is the organization operating, just to know how is my competition doing around me. So these are the best storytellers to tell you about the industry. And my next question is that how can you add value to my company? The role I'm taking you, where you will add value and how you will add value in this present system. And this is where it is a deal maker for me.
Interesting. I hope you guys are, the young Nicmarians, you're making your notes, yeah? Yeah, Vijayan, last question, 2 things which you look for before hiring somebody or getting into a business deal.
For me, I always look for the guy who is more flexible. Flexibility and the trustworthy. That, flexibility to work in whatever role he is giving, no matter what designation we are giving, but he should be flexible because that is the strength of every organization. If you look as a player in entire race only up to relay and not think as a whole ground, then it's difficult. So most of the time it's in organization that the person looks for his role. No matter the next predecessor or successor, he completes his or no, he leaves it. But if his attitude or the flexibility is good, then he may probably go one step ahead and inform that this has to be taken care or this has been done, and not depend on the assumption or thoughts. Communication is most important. So these 2 things for construction industry mostly, I think, is more important, communication and flexibility to,
Interesting. Just to underline, I think communication is coming out as a clear shout out here, right? Because no matter how good you are in Primavera, if you are not able to narrate that story in that 15 minutes, right? Or no matter how good you are as an entrepreneur, or a deal maker, if you're not going to communicate. So communication, I think, and for Nicmar also, I think that's one thing which is a differentiator, but still a lot of work needs to be done to the young guys, All right, so we'll we'll open up the panel, for the audience question. 3 questions, whoever raises a hand first. Yeah. No. Oh, that's going to be a bouncer.
So, since you're all Nicmar alumni, I want you to list the top 3 things which you still remember about Nicmar campus life, which really helped you to transform yourself and what you are today, and which are the 3 worst things which you think if are changed on the Nicmar campus, we can have better graduates.
All right, so 6 of us, right? 3 good things later, 3 bad things to start with, yeah. 1 each. Yeah.
Nicmar 2004 and Nicmar 2023. Okay. One thing I wanted to change in the list of Nicmar subjects, I absolutely ignored human resource management. And I am facing that कि मुझे शाप लगा है तब का. So I need to be, that is one of the critical subject, because when you migrate from the first line manager to the company ka top leadership, there is only game of HR, how you manage. And during Nicmar days, I'm sure many of us could correlate with me. Human resource was completely ignored, and I have regret for that.
So Vineet, you have told us one thing not to be done. Okay, so yeah, let's go on and have one good thing or maybe one thing not to be done.
I don't know about bad thing, but good thing what I want to say.
Good things later, yeah. Two more opportunity for improvement, let's call it.
I think when we were like 2002, it was ACM 14 batch. We were 19 from CMFE and balance 24 or something from, we were total 49 pass out. Only at that time, Nicmar pass out was 49 students only. So the new building, block work also we have done, So that was the point where I will say the development.
Quality is the issue?
No, but point is that it was, that the best part was industry leaders, but the in-house at that time we were struggling. A lot of things were there, like that struggle was there. But I'm feeling that new students at present are lucky enough that they have all the facilities which is available in the world, that is at the campus. But we at that time, yes, but it was the best time at that, at that angle. But those struggles were there, I feel.
So I'll add the third opportunity for improvement, just to complete that part. I think communication we mentioned, and communication, still when we interview, they are much superior to a civil engineer or an architect passing out fresh from the college. They can participate in panel discussion and all, but that's one great opportunity for improvement still. And how we can crack it, because guys passing out from IIMs, ISB, you see their communication skill, we should be at par with them. Yeah.
Wow, that was amazing. So now we need 3 good things. Absolute 3 good things. Yeah, Ashish. Ashish is like...
So I was in the Delhi campus, and it was 2002. Amar is there. I think he was part of that. We were sharing the campus with TVP School of Architecture, and we had 2 rooms there. I think what Nicmar taught us that time, and pardon me for saying this, but at that point of time, Pune, the mother campus, kind of treated us as, somebody who's not part of the Nicmar at that point of time. So we were stepsons and 1 daughter, maybe at that point of time, 20 of us at that batch. So what it really taught us was the teamwork and being frugal. So we set up our own placement cell where all of us went to a lot of companies to get placement offers from, and the good part was all 20 of us had at least 2 offers before we went out, and we had to actually say no to people. So it was really great.
Probably, and I think if you see Sam's, Ashish, Amar's, that batch is a differentiator if you'll see, today also. And if you see that in terms of pure ratio, much higher conversion, to the leadership position. So probably that's one of the reasons.
No talent. Last.
One good thing I will say, Raghu, the confidence level, it was unlimited. There's no limit. We got that for the project, we have to visit Sahara, Lucknow. So Tayak I think he left here. I stayed at Tayak house at that time, So me and my partner, Sachin Gule, we went and we had to go to Sahara. So we just got a letter from Nicmar and they said, go Sahara mein jaake mil lo. तो सहारा में एक ही नाम है, शुभ्रतो राय का नाम मालूम है. जाके सीधा रिसेप्शन में पूछा किसको मिलना है? We have to meet Shubharto Rai. That's all. And do you have an appointment? No, we are from Nicmar. And there's उनका ऑफिस वो है, वहाँ वेट कर लो. We went, half an hour waited. उनकी सेक्रेटरी आई, सर आपकी कोई अपॉइंटमेंट नहीं है, कोई लेटर नहीं है. नहीं, हमको तो उन्हीं से मिलना है. Nobody else. So, and luckily after, I think 1 hour, he was just walking into office and he saw, then he asked the secretary. Then she said, they are from Nicmar students. And he allowed us to enter. And we, क्या करना है? Sir, training के लिए आए हैं. अरे HR में जाना है. Sir, okay sir, आपसे मिलना था. So, that confidence is there. So that is what I feel Nicmar carries strongly.
All right, next question. Second last question, after that, just one final question.
Manan has a question.
All right. Let's go. All right. So I'll share my perspective, I think, because who mentioned Infosys? So we also heard Narayan Murthy saying, love your company, don't love your job, because you never know. And that's so true. Somebody also said, rolling stone, gather no masses, right? We heard all that. But for me, I was very clear, first 10 years of my career, at least I have to work in 3 to 4 cities in different asset classes. And that was the motivation for the first 10 years of changing. Post that, I think once you reach a middle level position, whatever you do in an organization takes 2 to 3 years to reflect your effort, So the longevity starts becoming important. But it's a personal choice. I mean, you have market forces which determine that. But we have batchmate, Jaswinder, who worked for Uber at 20 years. Risen from the site engineer to the, kind of a CPO, Chief Project Officer. So different stories, different forces, different personal choices. There's no one pill for all. But I think longevity post 10 years plus becomes important, yeah.
I think I share the same views. It's very individual, plus it also depends on the opportunities you get in your roles. For me, it was with Turner & Townsend, at least for the last 15 years, every move I've made was a new challenge. I have thrown myself into everything. So once you go there, get things done, you are automatically recognized. So I think it's about how you do your job well. If you do it right, it will automatically happen. It depends. Irrespective of whether you change jobs, whether you stay in one job, unless you do a good job, it's not going to happen. So I think that's what it is.
Yeah. And just to add, see, once you cross that project manager, general manager thing, these are all just titles and doesn't mean anything, right? What really means is what really values is your attitude. So my attitude from the first job till now has not changed, right? Absolutely. And that's, I think, that's what is most important. Title doesn't matter. Last.
So just to, because I think I'm not sure you're audible on the backside. Santosh's question is, what keeps you steering through that, I mean, which Sankey mentioned, lightning, thunder, those clouds, and go towards the blue sky. All right.
Business or entrepreneur, second name is failure. Okay. There is. The most important is you have to be headstrong. No matter, every day, it is not a winning day. In fact, out of 100 days, you will get one winning day. Okay. And I will say, if you feel that you are a winner, you will not progress. So if one peak is achieved, there is another peak which is there. But entrepreneur job is 24/7. So when we work for someone, we got 8 hours or 10 hours, probably 12 hours. But as an entrepreneur, you need to have 24 hours thinking. 12 months, there is no holiday. Okay. And there is always a risk which we are on thin line, always. It is that you are very headstrong, you are thinking out of the box, and you are prepared for the worst. So unless you consider that this is the worst which is going to happen, and you are prepared with the plan B or plan C and plan D, then no matter how much tsunami comes, COVID comes, you will still be able to float. And that is most important for the failures. Okay.
I would like to add a few pointers. My experience, failure is the part of the game. I am standing here because I have created some success stories, but my list of failure is bigger than my success. छः के font में. So point is about my first failure. Post marriage, I decided to bring modular approach to construction. So near to Mumbai, one rented workshop, Taiwan se binding guns, binding wire I have imported. For that time, I got recently married. That's why my father-in-law sponsored. It was not dowry. It was an investment on with a proper. It was a debt investment. Means I paid him good interest, so it was not the dowry. I tried to convince all the corporates that modular approach will be the future of construction. And every individual tried to convince me कि modular कुछ नहीं होने वाला है, side पे सरिया बोरो, concrete डालो, building खड़ा, that's it. But today, we are talking about digitalization. We are talking about the modular approach. So for the failure, my take is about this specific failure. My learning is timing is very important. Today people are developing technology, platforms related to digitalization. The timing is important. So एक शेर अर्ज करता हूँ. इरशाद तो बोले हैं. जोर से इरशाद. चलता रहूंगा पथ पर, चलने में माहिर बन जाऊंगा. चलता रहूंगा पथ पर, चलने में माहिर बन जाऊंगा. मंजिल मिले ना मिले, अच्छा मुसाफिर बन जाऊंगा. Thank you.
Good. All right. Thank you, Vineet, for such a good note to close on.
Oh, wonderful. I think, Vineet, you really closed it up with a wonderful shairi, and that was something was way, impactful right now. So I would love to quickly call upon stage Sandeep, Rajesh, Amar, Manan, and Amit to please join on the stage. Please join us on the stage so that we can felicitate these superstars here who are, all of us have been aspiring to be just like them. So you can hand over your mics back. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so let's begin with felicitating right from Vijendra Surve. So may I request Manan to felicitate Vijendra there. Let's have a loud applause. Okay, may I request Amit to felicitate Vineet. So let's have Amit felicitating Vineet. So may I request Amar to felicitate Kamal. So Amar, can you felicitate Kamal? So I'd also requested Sandeep, if you are there in the room. Yeah, Sandeep, please join us, join us, join us, join us. So I'm going to request Rajesh to please felicitate Ashish here. So let's have a loud applause. And I'm going to request Sandeep to felicitate BK. So 5 of you are holding awards. So you can continue holding your awards. The rest 5 of you who have come up on the stage, I'm going to ask all 5 of you to hand it over to Raghavendra, who was a wonderful moderator. Can we have a loud applause for Raghavendra? So all 5 of you, can you give it out to Raghavendra? Yeah, let's have a wonderful group picture of this, all these stalwarts on the table. Yeah, guys, come on, come on. Manan, join him there. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you for these wonderful stories, answering all those questions that we had right now. And oh, wow. So these trophies have been made at Polaris factory, which is in-house trophies. So can we have a loud applause to Polaris? And how many of you did visit the stalls? Because in the break, I had told something very interesting, that around 5:30-ish, we are going to announce the winner of the iPhone 15 Pro. If you were not there on, visiting those stalls, I'm so sorry. Because those who visited, we are going to run a lucky draw right away on the screen. And the lucky draw is happening. Anybody still thinking, wanting to go to the stall? Guys, really think, if you've not been to the stall, really think again. So we are going to have a lucky draw, which is going to happen right here on the screen. Yeah, may I request Vijay to please join us on the stage. And he also has one amazing offer for the, I think, the financial investment app which they have, and for which if anybody registers today on it, you will get 30% bonus on any of your investments that you're going to do. So 30% bonus is something with the goodness of heart of Mr. Vijay. They have announced that. So if you do that today itself, you'll get a 30% bonus. And right now, the iPhone 15 Pro. So you can join us on the stage. Join us on the stage. And do we have this, the spin the wheel? And this is live. So this is live here. So we honestly, no one has any idea. Everyone, guys, who has been a part of this event is here on the screen. Don't worry, even if you've not been, please make sure you go to the stall. And, the wheel is going to spin and probably pull out your name if you clap for this spinning wheel. So let's have a clap for the spinning wheel. Come on, keep clapping, keep clapping. Okay, okay. 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 Well, to give away the award, we're going to call. But, guys, you need to clap. Tab tak wo spin hone hi nahi wala hai. Come on, come on, come on. Can we click and start the spin? The spin has started? No, I don't think the spin has started. Okay, and I'm going to also request Jaya ma'am to please join us to give away the award. Come on, come on, come on the stage. Come on the stage. Okay. Should we click? ताली बजाओ तो ही click आने वाला है. Come on, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Okay, let's have the click happening right away. Okay, come on! Make some noise! Oh my God, this is a tie between... Okay, I'll have to go. Okay. Krutar Thakre, are you there in the room? No, so he doesn't get it. Okay, should we respin or chala gaya award? Respin. Okay, let's do a respin. I mean, look. Okay, before you do the respin, hold on. Okay, we will do the respin. Hold on. But, yeah, but look at it, guys. Krutarth had won an iPhone 15 Pro. Just because he's not in the room, I think entrepreneurship bhi aisi hoti hai. You know? Opportunities just keep coming. You have to be there. Okay, let's spin the wheel. Come on, come on, come on. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Okay. And let the name come up. Okay, we have no idea. Amar! Whoa! Amar, do you realize something, how the universe works? No, Amar, you know, what you say is so important. I don't know if you guys were noticing when BK was talking, Amar was saying, you know what, we are lucky. We are a lucky batch. And guys, you know, the luck just walked his way. So let's have a loud applause for Amar there. Oh, wow, that's amazing. Again, lucky. Yeah. The important fact is you have to be in the room. All those who are watching us on YouTube, because you know this event is live telecasted. Do you know that? Yes. And we have the iPhone 15 Pro there. Awesome, Amar. Congratulations. And thank you for Polaris for being amazing sponsors. Thank you for the support that you've been giving us. Guys, it's chai time now. So we're going to quickly take a tea break. And after the tea break, we have a lot of awards which are coming up. And we have a wonderful section. So I'm going to request each one of you to be back in the room at 5:35. There are a few more awards and one amazing section which is coming up from the Chancellor of Nicmar. So she's going to be coming up on the stage after the break. So 5:35, let's be back. Thank you.
Lot of awards.
Guys, the award could be yours. So make sure you're back in the room. Varna, you will miss out just like the iPhone 15 Pro.
चल ठीक है कोई बात नहीं अभी ब्रेक ठीक है अभी नहीं चाहिए ब्रेक ठीक नहीं कब की थी 1 घंटे ब्रेक ना
Check. Check.
Check. Volume mode. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. And wow. So we have, I think the room is getting full as we are moving towards the evening. So I'm happy to see that. My request is, please do not occupy the seats at the back. Just move forward, move forward. Move forward, move forward. Life mein aage badhte rehna chahiye. Okay, just move forward. Guys, you are networking. I know, Vineet, you can get him and वो दोनों आगे आ जाओ और यहाँ बैठ के networking करो. आ जाओ विनीत आगे आ जाओ. Okay, may I request everybody to just move forward, move forward, move forward, move forward. Sir, move forward. I know, I am also good, but you can move forward. Move forward, move forward, move forward. That's even better. ये खाली seat ना मजा नहीं आती है. So just move forward. Okay, wow. Okay, move forward, move forward, move forward. These seats, that's perfect. That's too much. Ashish is translating move forward in Marathi. Okay, so that whole group there, guys, can you take a seat? I'm talking to you guys. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so welcome back, and at this moment, I think we have few elements left. There are some amazing awards that are going to be given out here right away. And before we give out those awards, we would love to hear from the Vice Chancellor of Nicmar. And may I request ma'am to please come up on the stage. And can we have a thunderous applause for her? Let's, come on guys, keep clapping. Everybody put both your hands together for the Vice Chancellor of Nicmar. Thank you, ma'am. The mic is on. Stage mic.
Hello. Yeah. So good evening to everyone. And I know it's end of our day, and you are all looking forward to the awards. I'm here. I really feel I'm so lucky because I'm just 6 months old in Nicmar, but it is such a great pleasure to see the treasure, the gems of Nicmar over here. And it was fun listening to them, their struggles, and what they have achieved in their life. And the best part I saw, they are living the values of our Nicmar. The values are ambitious, enterprising, excellence. And I could see, that was all running behind my mind, that I can see everything in the Nicmarians. So a big hand to all the organizers and Nicmarians here. And of course, big hand to Kedar also. Wonderful work whole day. He kept all of us motivated. So big hand for him. So I'll just brush you through some of the things which are in my mind, that as Nicmarians, how can you are connected, but that connect should become stronger in terms of something which we can really plan in a proper way and give back to alma mater. And we as Nicmar, how we can help you. I liked his sentence in the morning, how we can help you, both ways. And so that the bond becomes stronger. In the morning, our President, sir, has already given you a brief about the growth story of Nicmar, how we started and where we have reached today. So as you all know, we are a university now at Pune campus. So how do I go ahead? The green or the red one? Yes. It's moving. Yeah.
So this was the brief history. All of you know how it started in 1982. And then the things moved on. And in June 22, we became a university. The two verticals are very prominent. One is Nicmar Executive Education, and another is the Nicmar Hyderabad campus. And as you know, we are now planning to expand in Mumbai, Delhi, Goa, etc. But the executive education is something we really wish to expand in Dubai too. These are some of the new programs, courses which have been started. Especially, I would like to highlight the undergrad programs, because when you were all there, it was all postgraduate programs. I would like to highlight the BTech Civil program, which we have started with focus on AI/ML, construction management. So from undergrad level, they can learn what you learned in PG program. I've been interacting with a lot of alumni, and the feedback is more of this, more of that, you know. So all that can be done in 4-year program. Within 2 years, it's difficult to teach you so many things, but 4 years we'll have that time. Another is B-Arch program, Bachelor of Architecture. It's a 5-year course. And third is the BBA program. When you take admission at BBA level, because of the new education policy, if you want, you can extend to the 4th year, which will be BBA honors. And after that, if you do 5th year, you will get MBA degree. That's the provision given. For any postgraduate MBA program, if you do only 1 year, you will get 1-year diploma certificate of the university. If you do it for 2 years, you get MBA degree. Okay? So, curriculum is something, again, I have been hearing all of you say since morning. So lots of changes have been brought in with the university, because you know university works in a different way. There is a board of studies, there is academic council. Some of you are members on the board of studies, and you have been giving us very good inputs, very practical inputs, and that's how we have, you know, changed. This was the old system where we got inputs from Logborough and all, what sir told in the morning. What we are doing, as per the suggestions given, we are including international contracts, management of mega projects, international arbitration, AR, VR, we saw just now that session. Then 3D printing, drone applications, those are already included in our programs. Then softwares, which we are covering, is the BIM, Building Information Modeling, Autodesk Software Suite, Revit, Navisworks, Bentley, Academic Select, Bexel, etc. Similarly, project management softwares, I think most of you have learned Primavera, MSP, Trace Cost, Risk Palisade, Decision Tool, ProChain, Visilean, Lean to Do. Then ERP for high-rise construction, ERP, Microsoft Dynamics, quantity and estimation softwares, Candy and Qualcomm. New courses which have been included are contracts, and see these, the system is that you can take choice-based. It's a flexible system. There will be around 60% core courses, 40% you can take choice-based electives, select your verticals. So there is analytics for construction, collaboration, PPP, lean construction, digital interventions, advances in claims and dispute management, building information modeling, global project management standards. So lots of things we have included based on the input which we have been getting. What we aim for in future as a university, the Project Management Institute PMIs, few of you have been talking to me about PMI. So we may face the PMI inspection in December. So very soon we'll be PMI certified. Then National Assessment and Accreditation Council. So NAC is accreditation at national level, and we can apply for it once our 2 batches pass out. So we'll need next 3 years to work on getting the accreditation. There is NBA, again another type of accreditation for engineering programs, and national and international ranking surveys. So we have to take part in those ranking surveys. And what we are trying now is that how to provide the quality learning environment, and globally known method is the outcomes-based education. So what outcome you expect? What do you expect your graduates to be able to do at the end of their program? So based on that, the innovative curriculum, the method of delivery in the classroom, few of you have discussed with me about the delivery. That can be extend, go beyond case study method, how it can be different. Can we have more of site visits, more of tours, you know? So that innovative teaching learning methods, the pedagogy has to be worked on, and the exams are not going to be typical written exams. Okay, so There are exam reforms brought in because we know each person has different abilities to express what is learned. So we should be able to, take care of all such different types of students with different learning styles and abilities. So there are exam reforms also brought in. As the vision is, in the morning we discussed, what here I want to emphasize is that we want to be a global university. And that's, to achieve this vision of being global university, we want to promote sustainability, embrace enterprising values, and produce industry-ready professionals. All the dark words, we want your support. Okay, it's not possible without your support. You are our strength. For any institute or university, the strength is the alumni, because you are our ambassadors. You give us the name and fame, right? And I think that I've been hearing from all of you since morning. So this is the alumni support which you can provide. The list is big one. Of course, I don't want each one of you to do everything, but as per your interest, let us interact, let us decide, and go ahead. So with your enthusiasm and your zeal, I'm very sure things like we have talked today about webinar series. I see expertise in a lot of areas which can be useful to our students. Okay, so can we have those thrust areas defined and a series of 2 to 3 webinar series, and the students listen to it. And once you are on Pune campus, there can be a face-to-face talk about it. We can give some credits to the students. We can connect it with the placement. So if you support the alma mater in different ways, which have been mentioned over here, so like international construction industry visits. So can we show our students the construction sites in Dubai, in Singapore, in Malaysia, so that, see, their vision will get broadened. All of you said that you started exploring after you passed out. Then you came to Dubai, then you started your search, isn't it? So you lost that time. But if the students do it in their final year, they get exposure much before stepping out of the campus. Similarly, internship opportunities, research collaborations, placement opportunity, because students are now interested. Because of COVID, there was a gap, but now the students are interested in moving out of India. So can we think of international placements, especially in the countries where the support is already existing? You can be part of board of studies, guest talk, mentorship. Of course, entrepreneurship, I think all of you are already supporting our startup unit. Then CSR funding, gratitude fund. I'll talk about gratitude fund later. So expanding the alumni network, alumni events, international admissions. So being a university now, we are aiming for international admissions too. And we have the provision that we can give admissions for NRIs or those people, OCI, that is called as OCI, overseas students. So all that is possible, and let's work together so that we can support those who wish to study in India. These are the current admission data. We have 1,169 students in the last batch, which was admitted, 22-23. This is the total intake for 24-25 batch now, which we have advertised. Recently, our advertisement has come, and the total intake for PG program is 1350. The UG program, when you total it up, it becomes 1570. So we are really growing. Then the placement details, as you can see, the package. See, students on Nicmar campus only talk of packages. That's the language they understand. So the average package during the COVID year 2021 was around 5.97 lakhs per annum. It increased to 6 lakhs per annum in 21-22, but again it was COVID year. But the placement percentage improved over here. And last year, 22-23, it is 9 lakhs per annum. And the placement percentage also, you can see, has improved. But of course, we want to improve this 9 lakhs per annum to maybe 12 lakhs per annum or something like that. So we need your help in doing all this. As I said, we have this Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, which we call as Upakram. I'm very happy to see that lots and lots of alumni are supporting this Ideathon and different activities which we do in form of projects. We have given a choice to the students that instead of their regular research project, they can choose to take a project on entrepreneurship, develop their product idea, and write a project report, prepare loan proposal, etc. So actual feel of doing, becoming entrepreneur. So that we have given in the current year. This is first cohort on the campus, which is Quintron's Hyperloop, and the students are working on it in a very positive way. So as I said, Ideathon is a flagship event, and I'm very happy to see that alumni support is full on for this activity. Then how we are supporting the students, as you all know, you must have realized when you were also studying that some students really needed that support. Okay, so some of them, we give them through their scholarship scheme. So top ranker scholarship, tuition fee waivers are there. This is the way at entry level, if you have this percentage, the merit, you get the waiver in the tuition fee. Another criteria is for the School of Energy and Environment, ThyssenKrupp has given scholarship of 6 lakhs rupees to one woman candidate. Then scholarships for minority community students, this is through the International Education Foundation. They also give scholarship to 6 students from the minority and 1 out of the minority. Then Government of Maharashtra has declared that 10% of the students have to be 10% of economically weaker students have to be given waiver in the tuition fee. 50% waiver in the tuition fee. So that also, again, we are giving the criteria are all defined. Similarly, the top 10% of the students in every class, they also get scholarship. The percentage and the rules, etc. are there. Then we have 25 plus MOUs and collaborations. They are with Indian organizations, NGOs, industries, and some universities outside India also. Recently, President Sir visited Wentworth. Then we have with Loughborough. So being a global, we are trying to come out of that shell of within India and getting connected to the universities outside India to get and know the best practices, provide internships, there can be faculty exchange programs, etc. So just to make you nostalgic, these are the events. Your legacy is being taken forward by the students on the campus, and they are very, very, I will say, event freaks. They just love conducting all such events on the campus. So building the gratitude fund for the university. So I had told you about the accreditations. So in NAC accreditation, there is a very important criteria. The criteria is how to measure the Alumni Connect. See, they have a lot of marks for Alumni Connect, Alumni Association. They should be registered Alumni Association. So that's how Agni and Nicmar has now got connected on one platform. So if you have to do that, we need to raise the gratitude fund. And it is measured in terms of how much your alumni is donating to the alma mater. And this is some suggestion that how we can support whatever gratitude fund we get as university, we can use it to support the tuition fee and scholarship, because there are students who are really in need of it. Because we can help someone to complete their education. So lots of other things I have put over here, and you can all think of supporting a student, the fees and all are put over here. And you can come together and support a student or do it individually or anything which you feel will give you satisfaction and happiness. Because a lot of you talked about giving back to the alma mater, right? So we have worked on the details and the account. If you come together and you decide to do something, you can get in touch with Dr. Srividya and she will help you that how funds can be transferred, etc. Now, how Nicmar University can support you? Any suggestions, anything you wish, you can always write emails to us and we would surely work on it. Any facilities you want on the campus, library or infrastructure, anything, any continuing education you want. So we are there to support you. So thank you for the time.
Thank you so much. Can we have a thunderous round of applause right now here for the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mrs. Sushma Kulkarni? Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Check. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. My bad. So thank you so much. Well, at this moment, we would love to quickly invite on stage the PSC team, which is the Provisional Steering Committee of Agni. So may I request Vivek, BK, Raghavendra, Manan, and Yayati to please quickly come up on the stage. I'm going to request all 5 of them to please come up on the stage. Yeah, guys, you can give them an applause. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure BK is arranging something or the other even now. I think the whole day along, he has been really running, from pillar to post to make sure this event is a super success. So thank you for everything that you're doing, BK. Thank you for the entire committee. Guys, I want all 5 of you to be here. No, we are not going there first. We are going somewhere else. Okay. So I want you guys to felicitate. Obviously, there is a lot of gratitude to our alma mater, and we would love to felicitate, starting with the President and Chancellor of Nicmar University, Dr. Anil Kashyap. Can we really give gratitude to him and the Nicmar University for doing everything that you've done for us? So, and Agni team really appreciates your support. So thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We would love to felicitate at this moment the Vice Chancellor of Nicmar University, Dr. Mrs. Sushma Kulkarni. I think she shared some amazing information about where Nicmar is going, what things are happening back at the campus. And I saw the intake was 1,530. That's really amazing. Super work done there. Thank you so much, ma'am. Wonderful. And also we would love to felicitate the head alumni of Nicmar University, Dr. Sri Vidya Sridharan. Thank you so much. Thank you, PSC team, for doing the amazing work that you're doing. I'm going to request Manan and Yayati to stay back. Yayati and Manan, please stay back. And may I request Sam to join them? Sam, can you come up on the stage and join them? You guys must be wondering, awards kahan hai? Awards are here. Okay, this is because we would love to share, what's the way forward? What's the journey of Agni that is going to happen in the months and years to come? And these 3 wonderful gentlemen, Manan, Sam, and Yati, are going to talk about it. Over to you guys.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I know it's a bit delayed now, and everybody is waiting for the vote of thanks. Just a quick couple of minutes before we get into that. So, firstly, just now BK asked me to explain what is PSC. So, PSC is basically the Provisional Steering Committee, is what we call it. It is still not the steering committee because it's not it is not an elected committee. That's the only reason why it's a provisional steering committee. Now, I would just like to set a bit of a tone here in terms of just a couple of minutes of thoughts to be put in your head before I will hand over it to Manan and Sam. So since the time, I got to know that I have to be a part of this closing address, I kept thinking, what should I speak? That most of you don't know about Agni, or something that maybe isn't part of any story that hasn't been told yet. What should I tell you that, that will somewhere light a bulb within you to join the cause with more zeal and self-drive? At the same time, I kept wondering, what is it that keeps me going about this forum? Why do I keep choosing to do something, which doesn't pay me for my personal time? That I keep investing, on this cause on a day-to-day basis. I'm sure a lot of guys whom I interact with about Agni also think about me on similar lines. My daughter thinks Manan Gupta is my only friend. Right? He keeps me busy for a day, for an hour a day on the phone. My wife thinks, why do I pay and attend conferences which I, arrange myself? Even now, I don't have an answer as to what is my final expectation out of this. So I'll leave you with some thoughts that are not an answer. Do ponder on these and help me solve this puzzle. They say the 5 most important social institutions are the family, the state or the government, economy, education, and religion. Now, I think for most of us, the family is the most important social institution, and maybe the only one where one can work for without any kind of expectations. Religion and state are not of any particular interest to me personally. Now, Agni is neither a religion or a cult, nor education, nor economy, nor government. But I think of it as an extended family. A family that I want someday to be an influencer to the other 2 social institutions that I am personally interested in, which is the economy. So economy and education. So these are the 2 other institutions that I am personally interested in. They also say, a man is known by the company he keeps. Now, what else does one aspire for to be better known, to be in such good company like we have today? So what started a few years ago as I should not be using it kind of a negative connotation, but it's what started for a few years ago as a midlife crisis has finally started taking shape, and I hope this leads to generating value, not just for me, but for everyone involved in it. With these thoughts, I would kind of hand over the desk to Manan and ask him to take it forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Yati. Good evening to all of you. Request to just put the presentation. So while we are putting down, oh great, thank you. So I would like to share with you some key developments. Morning, Raghavendra shared that what last 5 years have been like, and recently there have been some developments which has happened within Agni. So our Agni is Association of Global Nicmarians, the official alumni association of Nicmar. Till now we had the status of official alumni of Nicmar. However, this association with Nicmar has taken a very formal shape now, and we'll be soon having chairman and president from Nicmar as patron of Agni. Also, we'll be having Nicmar's vice chairman will be coming on board of Agni. Sorry, that is on as patron, it will be vice. Please read vice chairman as vice chancellor. Sorry for that. We will be having Nicmar supporting us in events like this and events which will be coming in future in terms of all their supports will be there. So these are some key developments which has happened recently and would want to share with all of you. Further, there are certain key events which are planned for. That is, on 20th of January, we'll be having alumni meet in Mumbai, which will be at Sahara Star. We are also planning to have we'll be having alumni meets at Delhi and Bangalore as well in the month of, tentatively in the month of February and March. And we are planning to have various networking breakfast meets in various across different chapters of Agni, which will include MENA region and Australia, UK, US as well. Certain decisions which have been taken recently is to have MOUs with the outside associations as well. One recent thing which has happened recently is we have association with AUCA, that is Academy of Architecture Connect Association, which is another alumni association of Academy of Architecture. Is one of the premier architecture institute in Mumbai. So there are various details which we'll be sharing later, that how this sort of association will be helping us out. Next. So we'll be launching, actually we have already launched Agni Associates program. Yayati, I would want you to talk in detail about what, okay, you will be talking later. So Agni Associate program is actually, whoever, all of you are Agni affiliates. So basically anybody who registers with Agni app, we call it Agni affiliate. So that is a base level membership which is there. Now we are launching a next level membership with this Agni Associates. So this communication has already gone all over, but in terms of how to do it and all will be communicated through LinkedIn and various WhatsApp group posts today. Ongoing outreach program with alumni volunteership, and till now we were working with various chapters, and each chapter was having its own chapter committee and things like that. But COVID has taught us that we need not be doing a particular event sitting at particular location, right? So previous events which has happened in Dubai have been largely taken shape by the volunteer team which was from Dubai only. However, during COVID, we could understand that one need not be there in a particular location. One can do a lot of work, maybe approximately 80–85% of the work sitting anywhere globally. So we have come out with a concept called All Volunteers Group. So we have a pool of around about 70–80 volunteers who are continuously working to make events like this happen. And to inform all of you, this event is largely, yes, the local team has really done a great job, but at the same time, it is a all volunteer team, which is a core team of around about 20–30 volunteers sitting in various cities of India, Qatar, Dubai, Oman. All of them have come together, Saudi. all of them have come together and made this event made possible. So that is something which is has happened, and in future we are planning to make things like this happen in a similar fashion. We will be having, as Yayati mentioned, that what PSC is Provisional Steering Committee, which is provisional in nature because it is not elected body. The elections within Agni will be due soon. Details of the same will be communicated very soon. Mentorship and seminars on interesting topics. So today we are launching mentorship program as well. We'll be talking a bit more in 2-3 more slides. We'll be talking in detail how we'll be taking up mentorship. We are also launching newsletter of Agni. The first newsletter of Agni should be coming in coming 2 or 3 months. So then it will be running as a quarterly edition. We'll be having newsletter of Agni. I explained about the collaboration with the. So Madam had talked about giving back. So we are wanting to have a very strong connect with the students within Nicmar, and this is about collaboration with the institute and how to make that connect very strong, so that what is the knowledge base and the experience of the alumni community can be imparted to the students. So when the student comes out of Nicmar, directly they know how to move ahead within their career. Larger connect with the industry and academia is something which has been an objective and emphasized till date, and we are planning to make that more stronger. One announcement which Raghavendra will be talking about, Agni Fitness Challenge. He will be talking about how we are making it industry connect part of it as part of Agni Fitness Challenge in the later part when we are doing the awards of Agni Fitness Challenge. MOU with AUCA, that is alumni of Academy of Architecture, I have already talked about. AFC industry, Raghavendra will be talking about in detail. And thought leadership in the industry. So Agni Business Connect is a forum which is having all the leaders within Agni as part of that forum. So thought leadership within Agni gets driven from there. All of you, whoever is in that position, you can reach out to Amit Vadnare or Siddharth Nata. They are the two people out here who are. So Agni Business Connect gets driven by both of them. Siddharth is 2018 pass out. However, Amit Vadnare is 2004 pass out. That is these two young guys are driving Agni Business Connect. So you can reach out, whoever is wanting to be a part of Agni Business Connect can reach out to both of them. So yeah, if you can share details about it.
So basically, what is this associate value proposition? I think that is something which I just wanted to quickly, it's already written down here, but what we are trying to do here is, it's a new tier of membership of Agni. And so the idea is, when you say, you will be involved on in a more detailed manner in the functioning of Agni. So you basically, that's what we are calling, you will be driving the growth. So you participate in the strategy, you participate in the elections, etc. That is the first thing. The second thing that the associates will do is basically whoever is interested in, purely the networking part, they can basically, multiply more connections, because they will get automatically They'll be able to be part of more WhatsApp groups. They'll get a different identity on the app, and that's how it's more like any kind of a startup or any kind of a consulting person or anybody who wants to grow his outreach can also be an associate and enjoy the benefits. And then we will also be so there are some kind of offers and discounts as well. Like for example, events like this, there will be some kind of special rates available for associates. And we will have tie-ups with various associations. Their events will be available at a special rate. Or even, we plan to have some kind of Agni merchandise also going forward. So all those things, you can enjoy the benefits. So that's the associate value proposition. I think more details will come out very soon as to how to become an associate, etc. And is that over? Yeah. So now I will hand over the. You want to talk?
So this is regarding the mentorship program. It is a structured platform for mentorship, creating opportunity for skill enhancement and career advancement. We'll be launching a Google form on all the WhatsApp group to identify who is wanting to be a mentee and who is wanting to be a mentor. The whole program presently has been planned for coming 3 months. We will be doing the mentor-mentee matching, and then we will be connecting mentor and mentee together, and we'll be running this program closely for next 3 months. And post 3 months, getting the reward back and experience of this program, we'll decide how to move further. So we are planning to have mentees even from the institute as well. This is a bit in short about the timeline of this mentorship program. And we are very excited to launch this program. Thank you. I request Sam to give a closing remark. Sam, please.
Yeah. As you all know that this is the first event after the COVID pandemic. So in that way, it is special as it ushers a new beginning in Agni's journey. And I hope that you all have enjoyed the event and gained something out of this event. With this, we'd like to conclude the event. Although before heading to the next after event party, we have the Agni Awards. So I will like to call BK and Raghu to give the awards. And before we proceed to the award ceremony, I'd like to thank each one of you, including all the sponsors like Haggers, Ames, Polaris, Vedas, and also the event management, event stand. They have done a remarkable job. So thank you, and see you for the next event. And by the way, we are planning events in other parts of the MENA region, including Saudi, Qatar, and Oman in the coming days. Hopefully in the next year. Thank you.
I also want to thank all the people who have come from India. There are around about 15, 16 of you who have come from India. Can you please stand up? Next is thanking all who have come from Saudi. There are 6, 7 of you who have come from Saudi. And from Qatar. There's 1 or 2 people who have come from Qatar. Okay. And one person is from Oman. Okay. And last thank you to 3 or 4 21 batch pass out from India. There are 3 or 4 people who are 21 batch pass out from India. If they can stand up. Huh? They left, I guess. Okay. There are anybody from 23 batch pass out? Twenty 22 batch pass out? And 2020, the COVID. Okay, great. Thank you. Over to Kedar.
Mic thug gaya mera. Okay, mic is back. Okay. We have these amazing awards, and to give away these awards, I'm going to request Dr. Anil Kashyap and Dr. Mrs. Sushma Kulkarni to please come up on the stage to give away some very, very special awards. So, sir, can you please join us? Ma'am, you also, can you join us here on the stage? Okay. And these are some wonderful awards which we want to give here. And this is awards for Career Excellence Award. People who have done some excellent work in their career. And from Nicmar, Delhi, we have the country head of Turner and Townsend, Ashish Jain. Good job, Ashish. Congratulations. Yeah, so the next award, just can you take away the cover? Yeah. Wonderful. Now the Career Excellence Awards based out of Dubai. It's Mirage Leisure and Development CEO Amar Tahilani. So there are total 5 awards in this category, which is Career Excellence Award. And the next award is for the Managing Director Projects and Development, Indo-Space Development Management, which is Pallav Srivastava.
So Pallav is not here, but can we request Sachin, his batchmate?
Sachin. So no, Sachin has an award.
Okay, but can we call Sandeep and Sachin? Sachin and...
So requesting Sandeep and Sachin to please come up and take award on behalf of Pallav.
So Pallav is unwell and last meeting.
No worries. Thank you, Raghavendra, for sharing that. You can take the award on behalf of Pallav. And that's what fraternity does. Thank you, guys. Thank you for walking all the way here. And I'm going to make you become extremely fit, Sandeep and Sachin. So I'm going to request the Assistant Director PMO, Arada, which is based out of Dubai, Sandeep Khare, to take his award. So congratulations, Sandeep, for Career Excellence Award. Good job, Sandeep. And for the Head of Project Management, SPCL, it's Sachin Nigandi. Congratulations, Sachin. So guys, the next set of awards are for people who are into business and innovation. People who have brought in innovation in their businesses. And we are going to give away these awards. For Business and Innovation Award, the Director of AIMS Project Management, Vineet Dungarwal. Yeah, as the award winner is coming, we can have some music. So we have total 5 awards in the Business and Innovation Award category. And the next award for the CEO of Polaris and Vedas International, Vijendra Surve. Okay, Vijendra, can you quickly come up on the stage? Kudos, Vijendra. And for the next award, we have the co-founders, so both of them get the award. The next award for Business and Innovation Award, the co-founders of Gig Factory, Amit Vadnere and Siddharth Nata. I think an innovative concept of being the Uber and Ola of construction industry is what they are doing. So good job. And for the last award in the category of Business and Innovation Award, for the Managing Director of Turnkey Interior Decor LLC, Kamal Mangla. Good job, Kamal. Congratulations. We still have 8 more awards to go. So, the Social Impact Award. The Social Impact Award from SPCL VP Architecture, Vivek Srivastav. Kudos. Congratulations, Vivek. The next Social Impact Award goes to Free Span's Manan Gupta. Social Impact Award the next person who gets it is from Amala Spaces, Yayati. Okay, can we have a loud applause for Yayati Kini? Woo. Congratulations, Yayati. And the Social Impact Award next goes to Claremont Contracting, BK Singh. Good job, BK. And the Social Impact Award, the 5th and final award in this category, goes to Indo-Space Management, Raghvendra Singh Bisain. BK. ये लोग है रूम में. Okay, and now the last 3 awards. These are for star performers, and these star performers, the first one from Dubai World Trade Center, contracts manager Samagata Chakraborty. We call him Sam, so let's have a loud applause for Sam. Congratulations, Sam. The penultimate award for the star performer, Director PricewaterhouseCoopers, Ashwini Walsang. Ashwini, she's not in the room right away. Thank you. And for the final award of the evening, for Roads and Transports Dubai, Chief Executive Roads and Development, Anshul Malik. Congratulations. So I guess we have some Agni Fitness Awards, right? BK. Okay. Sir and ma'am, thank you so much for gracing the stage, for giving out all these awards. Can we have a loud applause for both of them? So you want to express?
I just want to mention Shweta Vai, who has been gold medalist. And
Please.
May I just want to invite Shweta.
Whoa.
Shweta has been the gold medalist this year at Convocation 2023. So just to felicitate and recognize her hard work, and also wanted to invite her onto the stage and say hello.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, sir, for inviting me on stage. I really did not expect this. Being here in this platform in front of all these achievers is a really great thing to start from. I think I would...
Leh Marathon. Prakshit gave up construction and he now runs full-time training. This year he had 8 of his students who ran Ladakh Marathon. All right. Thank you. So second season, I think winners will be felicitating in January meet. And thank you. I request you all to be part of Agni Fitness Club. Right? I'll request BK again to come and felicitate the community from the Agni Awards. Yeah, please.
Is Divakar here? Yeah, I would like to request Divakar to come on the stage. And Yaiti, if you can give a special award to Divakar, because Divakar is the guy who has changed the line and he has grown up as a Nicmarian last 1 year, totally from being from the side. Now he is a financial advisor and advising guys to invest. He has really grown up. So Financial Trailblazer Award has been nominated for him.
So, congratulations, Divakar.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Manan, Raghu, Raghavendra, if you can come to stage. Vivek also. See, this event, if we are seeing, it's not only, okay, coming, okay, there are a lot of guys who have worked behind the scene. So from India, I would like to thank you everybody who was in the, event management committee supporting us. And there is a core team who was working in Dubai day and night, virtually events, actually coming on the site, seeing the venue, to finalizing the awards. There are a lot of things which was going on the back-to-back. So I would like to start with the core committee who was working for this event. Akhilesh. Manan, please come on the stage to please award. Aniket, next. Yati, if you can come on stage. Yati, Vivek, to please give them award. Santosh, next. Aniket first. First center mein. Aniket was from Saudi. He was chasing the team, sending the WhatsApp, following up on the calls. And he was, last year he was, a day night he was with us here. So we miss his presence, physical presence here, but Santosh. Atif Idris. Sharif, next. Manan. I request Manan Yeti to be on the stage to please keep on giving them. There's a huge list. Sharif, Atif, Hussein, Jayender, Sam, I would like to request Milav to come on the stage. Milav has organized cricket event alone, and he managed to collect 3 teams there and run the full cricket match on behalf of Agni. So thank you, Milav, for that. Okay, you can give it.
Just to add to this, we'll be shortly arranging a cricket tournament with other institutions like Indian Institute of Quantity Surveyors and RICS. So we would like to Milav to be one of the core members for the sports committee. Thank you.
Before we go to the last award, I would like to call on stage Suraj from EventSpan, who have been running for the event day and night. For this, Suraj. Manan, if you can give the award to him. Single-handedly with his team, he has managed the show what we are seeing. He was there since morning, 5 o'clock. I don't know he went for bath or not, but he was here full day since morning, since yesterday. So thank you, Suraj, for everything. Can I call Siddharth on the stage? The man who was making this event connected to everybody since morning, We have not even introduced him since morning. I would like Siddharth to request to introduce Mr. Kedar, who was taking this show from day in the morning, since morning. You know, Siddharth, please introduce.
Thank you, BK. So, in the whole event, you know, the moment the event started, you can feel a rush of energy. And through ABC or Agni Business Connect, we came to know Kedar. When BK asked that we are looking for a MC, Master of Ceremony, I said, who better than Kedar, who brings in a lot of energy the moment he walks in the stage. And I'm sure you must have felt the same, right? So rather than a dull response, can you give me 3 claps for Kedar before I invite him? It was okay, not the Kedar level. So let's do it the Kedar way. 3 cheers for Kedar. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. Yes. Kedar, please come on stage. Now, before inviting anyone, just 1 minute, how Kedar came here to Dubai. So BK told me that we are looking for a good MC. BK, 1 minute आप फिर pause रखो because I want to tell a story. And we were talking giving back to our alma mater. So I just called Kedar. Kedar, we are planning a Dubai event. Can you come to Dubai and handle all of this for us? Without a single second of hesitation, his exact words were, Siddharth, whatever is needed for Agni and Nicmar, I am there. That's it. So a huge applause. Again, 3 cheers for Kedar. Hip hip. Hip hip. यार जोर से थोड़ा यार. Kedar has put in a lot of energy. Hip hip. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, this is really special. Thank you so much. I don't think जब मैं निकमार में था ऐसा कुछ सोचा था कि something like this will happen. It was very clear. 3 Idiots की story है कि पेरेंट्स ने देखा लड़का पैदा हुआ है इंजीनियर बनेगा तो इंजीनियरिंग की नौकरी की अच्छी छोकरी मिली लाइफ वाज गोइंग एब्सोल्युटली वंडरफुल व्हेन सडनली वेंट इनटू एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप the stars turn around and something that I followed is my passion. Nicmar gave me that idea that okay, yeah, I can speak well. I think engineering में हमको कहीं presentations करने नहीं मिलते, but Nicmar is one place where we got to do presentations. I still remember, probably Vineet can vouch for it. When I used to do presentations, दूसरे classroom के students आके presentations सुनते थे. So that is where Nicmar really, gave me that. But never did anything after that. But 2016, I turned my life around to become a full-time business coach into trainings and coachings. And thank you, Agni team and Nicmar, for inviting me here, hosting this event. And thank you guys. Thank you so much. And a lot of people came down and asked me, Kedar, energy kahan se late ho? So the energy comes from the audience, because the audience is the energy. So you guys are the energy. Give yourselves a thunderous applause, guys. Subah se leke 9 baje se leke abhi 7 baje tak, you are still in the room with this amazing smiling faces supporting Agni and this event. Kudos to each one of you. A thunderous applause. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We have to call Rajesh Shetty. I missed him in the list earlier. Rajesh, please come on the stage. Rajesh has come specially from Hyderabad. Manan, if you can come on stage. Thank you, Rajesh, for joining. Thank you, Rajesh. There is one more man here who is sitting since yesterday, 3 o'clock, he was here. We have been hearing Polaris since morning. Polaris video, talking about Polaris, they were getting the videos, so many awards. But there's another Nicmarian behind them who is working since yesterday, day and night. I left at, I think, early morning. He was there still at a time, and when I came, he was again there. So I don't know whether he went home, where he changed, but I would like to call Ishan on the stage. So all the artwork, whatever you see, the work here, wherever Polaris branding is there, the work is done by Ishan. So thank you, Ishan, for everything. Vineet, if you can join on the stage to illustrate. Ishan, please. Thank you everyone for joining today. Those who have registered for evening event, we will be starting in an hour. So the venue remains same. It's just the next door. So it will be, there's a break of like around 1 hour. We can do the networking outside, and the evening event will be, they will do the preparation, and we'll meet after 1 hour. Only those who have registered for the evening event. Thank you very much, and looking forward to see you all in Mumbai event on 20th Jan 2024. Can I call everybody on the stage and the front for a common picture? Before we go out, please come everybody. Cameraman, if you can suggest where to stand, how to do. We want a full photograph of everyone. Which direction you suggest, please? If they can suggest. By the time we are doing the preparation, I would like to inform you all that when we started to plan for this event, we thought this venue is like quite, big. Then it came to quite small. We targeted 80 people gathering, then 100. So I would like to announce that we are 157 today who has attended this event, including everyone from the Nicmar, from the panelists and all. So number has crossed 157. So thank you very much, and looking forward to see you all again. We will be doing the annually same event we were planning to do earlier also. So that we are planning to continue next year also, and iftar event also, which we are planning in the next year. So that dates will be keeping you informed. The new guys, the new batch, those who are asking how to come, get registered with Agni, you have next 1 hour. Meet anyone of the core committee, anyone of the PSC member. Download the app of Agni, get registered now itself, so that you can get the communication immediately, whatever happening with the Agni here. Please come on the stage. Cameras outside. Ma'am, sir, can you please come on the chairs? Before I forget, I would like to thank you, the cameraman, the videographer, those who are here since morning, capturing all of us. So big cheers for them. The man on the screen, LED screen, he's here since yesterday, 11 o'clock, and his team. So big cheers for those guys. I would also like to thank you, the hotel management, for supporting so much. Anyone from hotel if listening. So thank you very much for you guys. Amar, come on the chair, please. Amar, Vivek, Ashish, Raghavinder, Yati, Please come on the chairs. One layer can be down, those who can sit. One layer can be on the down, those who can sit. Sit down, downstairs you can sit. Yeah. Rajesh, please be on the chair. Ashish, come. Ashish, please. Ashish, please. Haryana, yeah.
Let's go down. I mean, that would be. We'll stand down. Why? I mean, it's okay. It's all done. It's okay.
Hello. Utilize the next 1 hour networking